backwards and your hands next to the chest. Now raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Don't lift your body any higher than your belly button up. And open your mouth wide as you inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
Angushthanabiparyantam adho bhomo vininyaset.
Many known faces have joined again. Wesley Silva, Alex Dutch, KAILASA Hyderabad. Nice to see you all. The next asana is Shashasana. Now push your body up back into plank position and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
Jasana samstito janudvayamagunche varam varam kartavyam shasasanam bhavati.
The next asana is Rathasana. From a tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands as you simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other one in between the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
Gajasana samstito ekaikam padam puromargena brahmayitva kartavyam rathasanam bhavati.
The next asana is Viravatrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Now extend the other leg back, keep the knee straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel, pull the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you perform Ujjana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Adhishtamata kaundinya murdhakukkutamevata.
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Viravatrasana on the other side. To request all the participants to please arrange your cameras so you're visible on your camera. Don't just turn them on. Make sure the room is lit properly and you're visible on camera. Thank you. The next asana is Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now stand and bring one foot to the inner thigh as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight as you gaze forward and visualize yourself as a tree.
Amor mula deshe cha yamyam padam nidhayato.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised leg to the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and engage the Mula Bandha.
Garudasanamavakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet.
Now stand on your other leg and repeat Vrikshasana on the other side.
Vamor mula deshe cha yamyam padam nidhayato.
Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, keeping the standing leg as straight as a rod and visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
Garudasanamavakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg forward and the other one far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and down as you keep one hand down and the other one raised up. Gaze upwards, visualizing yourself as a triangle as you perform the Mula Bandha.
Uttanapadam kroncham cha maricim virabhadrakam.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other leg forward as you repeat Trikonasana on the other side.
Uttanapadam kroncham cha maricim virabhadrakam.
Next up is the Nikuttaka Karana. From Arimandi position. Heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now stump the raised heel to the ground, raise the other heel up, and exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Raise your knees off the ground and keep them together as you join your palms in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
Abandhasanamityāhuः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidunanasana. Now, from Saurasana, lean forward and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you hold the back heel with the other hand, balance. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward as you repeat Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now again, lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot and the back heel, repeating Vidunanasana on the other side.
स्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana. As you keep the toes on the ground and the perineum placed on top of the heels, which are raised off the ground, keep a gap between your legs and place the back of your hands on top of the respective knees. Contract the perineal region and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze in between the two hands in Shambhavi Mudra, with eyes opened wide, unblinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji within and perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
द्वौ भणापाणि होय वैसे एड़ी मेल रुकुदानि वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting your perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the respective thighs and pull your stomach in and up, contract the perineal region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadragodakasana. Maintain the same position as you shift your gaze up to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you buzz like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दो भूपगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels as you bring your thumbs and little fingers together in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. Now raise your hands up above your head as you gaze up in between the gap between the palms, visualizing yourself as Lord Surya.
एड़ी दो गुदातरी आने भना पानी बैठक अब निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes flat, perineum on the heels, As you keep your hands on top of the knees, lift the tongue up against the roof of your mouth as you catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue, as you visualize yourself as a frog in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्।
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain the same sitting posture, but bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you keep your tongue pressed against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
मण्डूकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः।
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. As you keep the knees wide, fingers spread on top of the knees, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully as you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरम्।
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit with your heels under the perineum, the knees open wide, then cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze at the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः।
The next asana is Kakabusandhi asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you keep your knees open wide and bring your arms in and around the raised knees. Interlace your fingers behind your back, if you can. As you visualize yourself as a crow and gaze to the tip of your nose as you engage the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमे वेशक उपदठाने दो वोहा तपगमी च आने।
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now keep the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet off the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and balance on your arms.
को गुण आशी दुष्टता होई तो आछी होई।
The next asana is Kapali asana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground. Please take precautions if you have any neck injuries or high blood pressure. Any of the inverted postures. Now bring your knees onto the elbows, your hips over the shoulders, and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ईशा धरती टेकी पग दो वो मिलीवा ऊंचा करे।
The next asana is Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to the side as you align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you hold your breath in the exhaled state. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्।
Now twist your body in the other direction and repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्।
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tadakshvasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring it in between the two hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord KAILASA. As you breathe in your Richaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन की गुण पीती जागी.
Now, step the front foot back and step the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes opened wide, unblinking, as you visualize yourself as Lord KAILASA.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. From Tadakshvasana, the plank position, bring your forearms down on the ground. As you walk your feet forward, raising your hips, lift your chest and head up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
भून्यस्थो जानुनी हस्तो चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम्.
The next asana is Vashishthasana. From Tadakshvasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath your shoulder as you raise your hips and gaze up towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमच्यकम्.
Now twist your body in the other direction. Balance on the other hand as you repeat Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमच्यकम्.
Now come to a seated position and extend your legs out in front with the heel down and the toes pointing up. Now bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your body. Tuck your chin to the chest. Contract the perineal region. As you gaze through the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Maha Sadashivoham.
दो बूकर की उभय हस्तेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged, and exhale all the air from your lungs in Richaka Kumbhaka.
जानो बरिला लाटंतो पश्चिमं दानमुच्यते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. With your legs straight, interlace your fingers behind your neck. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing your head to the knees by the strength of your core. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space.
शुभानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now, sit with the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised, and reach your arm in and around the raised knee as you clasp your hands behind your back. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knee, and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down to the ground and lean forward, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you exhale all the air from your lungs, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
मुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now extend the other leg out. Bring the other heel towards the perineum with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down, lean forward, hold onto the foot, engage all three bandhas, repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your heels close to the perineum, keep your knees wide, hold your feet firmly with both hands, and maintain a straight spine as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
कुलभौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Gvalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from your body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. As you place your hands on the respective knees, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पूर्व चरपट चौक कखियो सोई वाही विधियो की जे सोई.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now sit, keep the soles of the feet together and the heels close to your perineum as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen. Now hold the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and bring the forehead to the feet as you gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो बगतली संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
The next asana is Midaki Pavasana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and the knees wide, lean forward and down and extend your hands out to the side. Keep the palms facing down on the ground to the sides as you bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि परिबगधली संपुट शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart. As you bring your arms below the shins, extend them out to the sides and keep the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above your feet as you bring your toes near your throat if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो बगतली संपुट करे शोले मेड़ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, as you hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the backs of your hands onto the ground and the elbows pressing down on the thighs. Gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगांगी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेड़ लगावे.
The next asana is Chatapata Chukasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum. Open the knees and place your hands on top of the knees as you gently press them down. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगतली संपुट धारे आगा नेक रजार पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your knees open wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. As you keep your knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
कुलभौ संपेड्य जान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः.
The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
The next asana is Apanasana. As you sit, place one leg on top of the respective shoulder and raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards your perineum and pull the opposite foot towards your chest.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward and up.
परं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you gaze to the nose, visualize the face of a cow, and perform the Mula Bandha. Start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
The next asana is Anasuyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Hold on to the big toes of the feet in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a Rishika Anasuya. Engage Udyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचो ठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने.
Maintain the same position. Interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down as you bring your chin over the knees, the nose towards the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
The next asana is Garudasana too. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. As you keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep the hands on the respective knee. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वारणी चैदे.
The next asana is Naradasana. Now, sit and place your perineum on top of one heel as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Narada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा बेफेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin as you hold the big toes with the other hand in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
नवामांगुष्टंतो गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्.
Now slide your knees over top with the other knee on top, repeating the Gomukhasana position on the other side. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow as you keep hissing through your teeth without the tongue touching your teeth in Siddhkari Kumbhaka.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold onto the big toes as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावो तागे ऊपर आने.
Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, chin over the knees, nose towards the ground in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि.
Now repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side, bringing the other heel towards the perineum, knee raised, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो पगमोड़ी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वार नीचैदे.
Next up is Narudasana on the other side. Raise the perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee, visualizing yourself as Sage Naruda.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा वे फेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकम्.
Next up is Matsendrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thighs as you place the opposite foot on the ground, flat. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep your raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
The next asana is Kubhasana. From Matsyendrasana, twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee as you extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Twist your body back. Gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Keeping the hand extended down towards the foot, place your hand behind your body onto the ground as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out. Bring the opposite foot onto the thigh as you twist your elbow outside of the raised knee and gaze back.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
The next asana is Kubhasana on the other side. Now hold on to the front big toe and Prana Mudra as you keep the other hand towards the respective ear, gazing back and up towards your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
The hand to the ground behind you, twist your body even further as you visualize Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs as you keep your palms flat on the respective knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, now pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, hissing while inhaling as you internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Padmasana too. As you sit in Padmasana, cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अनुचरणं कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
The next asana is Kukkutasana. Now, sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground between the two thighs as you lift your body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्बोरोरन्तरे करो.
The next asana is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, raise up onto the knees as you bring your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, and then lean forward. Find balance and extend your knees up off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वपरि स्थापिता नाभिपार्श्वः.
The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep your elbows at the navel, lean back, lean forward, find balance, and extend your legs up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock as you perform the Sahajra Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Makarasana. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a crocodile and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसाद्यमानौ.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bring the thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. In Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground outside of your hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet and kick the legs back and up as you lean forward and lift your chest off the ground. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
त्रिसार्यपादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground, sitting in between the two heels. Place your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाओ तो वैसे बहुरो जुगत करे कैसे.
The next asana is Gohi Asana. From the kneeling position, place your elbows on the ground, shoulder width apart. As you interlace your fingers, bring your head towards the ground and hold it with your hands. Now raise your hips up. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with your shoulders. And then raise your legs up off the ground and pull the knees close to your chest. Try to touch your chin with the knees as you roll your body up in the inverted posture. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनिह कलाजी जाने दोई.
Now, from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture. Now sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch your legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bhastika Kumbhaka, rapidly exhaling from your diaphragm, pushing the air out without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. We're going to perform Bhastika Kumbhaka for the next few asanas, so keep your core engaged and rapidly breathe through your nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे का कसी ठाने.
The next asana is Parighasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind. Hold the opposite shoulders as you keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Keep breathing rapidly as you sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground or bring them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
Wesley Silva is even utilizing the weights as he's performing those asanas. Next up is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards your chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
पगदली संपुटक हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana too. Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, the knees raised up. Bring your palms down to the ground with the fingers just touching the back of your heels. Lift your hips up high. Press the feet into the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lower your body down flat onto the ground. Keep the palms facing up next to your hips. As you contract the perineal region and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine towards your Sahasrara Chakra in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Relax. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are now going to continue the sequence with the next asana, which is Yathasana Nishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Bring your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and meditating on the flame kindling in your stomach as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथासंस्थं यथास्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on the knees with the thumbs and index fingers touching. Take a long, deep inhalation and hold your breath. After exhaling, breathe deeply in and out, visualizing Swamiji and performing the Mula Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघो.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region and place the right foot over top of the left. Keep your hands facing down on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निबीड्यसी विनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतर गुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position as Muktasana. As you switch your gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो चलदशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now maintain the same position as in Siddhasana. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
The next asana is Rudrasana too. Keep your legs in the same position as Siddhi Asana. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण दाखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Now maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चन चलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to the navel, cupping your palms over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. In this asana, we are going to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which can increase blood pressure. So if you have blood pressure related issues, don't perform this asana. At least pay attention to your body and practice caution. Now set your sankalpa of manifesting through the womb of creation as you maintain the same sitting posture, and then exhale fully as you bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, ring fingers over the eyes, and the thumbs closing the ears.
मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Virasana. Place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch your thumb and index fingers together in Bindu Mudra. Place them on top of the knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now keep the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organs and the toes under the thigh, with the right foot on top of the left, with the toes by the knee. Keep your hands on the knees, thumbs and index fingers touching. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet, sage and author of Ramayana.
डावा पग की भगदली पुनि एड़ी है जोया.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your legs in the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is representing Devi Parashakti and is a representation of the creative energy of the universe.
वाबबादगी बगदली जाहि माहिली एक और
Next up is Yoni Asana. Keep your feet and hands in the same position as you switch your gaze to the third eye and keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding them with both hands, bring your knees down towards the ground, gazing to the tip of your nose, visualizing Lord Viravaja in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवञ्च पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Aghorasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth or even higher, if you can, into the nasal tract in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. As you cover your mouth with the right hand, close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, close both nostrils, and then hold your breath. After you exhale through the left nostril, repeat on the other side in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्व कहो विश्रिका चोई वाही विधि जो की जे सोई.
Next up is Kanadi Pavasana. Bring the feet together in front, with the toes together and the heels apart. Place your elbows onto the heels as you rest your chin on the palms. Gaze to the tip of your nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you perform Rechaka Kumbhaka, fully exhale and hold your breath in the exhaled state as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि जैसे.
Next up is Padasana. Now sit with the knees raised, arms between the thighs and calves, and interlace your fingers as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together and place the toes at the groove of your throat, the heels on your chest. Tuck your chin onto the hands and gaze to the nose, embodying the state and space of a king as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि बगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
The next asana is Uddarasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together. Insert your hands underneath the legs as you hold the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring your feet up to the chest. Bring your head down and touch the chin to the soles as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवो बगदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्त करे उरद हिताने.
Next asana is Vishishtasana. From the same position, raise your feet up even higher. Bring your feet in front of your face with the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दोऊ पकतली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next asana is Bhujasana. From a seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders as you bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परम्.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture, raise your legs up and bring your elbows under the knees as you wrap your arms around your back with the palms clasped behind. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोवो हाथ पगों बीच आने, तिनको कोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. With the left knee on the mat, place the left foot flat on the ground and sit down on the left heel. As you bring the right leg over top of the left, heel close to the hip. Visualize yourself as a swan as you perform the Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now slide the heel outside of the hip. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you keep your hands on top of the knees. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडम ऋषिरिंदगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind your back and hold onto the right thigh. As you place the right hand on the left thigh, twist your body and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and performing the Mula Bandha. Next up is Machandrasana 2. From Machandrasana, untwist and hold onto the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you lean your forehead down so it touches the ground, as you place your chest down on the heels, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमजी मनो चरण जुजोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
Now interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य निष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now again, sit down on the heel, this time on the right foot. As you keep the top of the foot on the ground and interlace your fingers on top of the other knees, visualizing yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the heel outside the hip. Place both hands on top of the upper knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space and Dhenukasana on the other side.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडम ऋषिरिंदगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana on the other side. Bring the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Twist your body. Keep one arm behind your back and hold on to the opposite thighs as you gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next up is Machandrasana 2. Now hold on to the feet as you lean forward and down, bringing your chest towards the heels and your forehead onto the ground Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जजोई वामजंग बलि राखे सोई.
Now place your hands interlaced on the top knee as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana, engaging all three bandhas.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जजोई वामजंग बलि राखे सोई.
The next asana is Parshasana. Now sit with the feet flat on the ground, knees against the chest, with the hands holding onto the opposite knees. Keep your thighs together, spine straight, the tongue pressed against the roof of your mouth in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जान निवृषि निधाय.
The next asana is Bodhashokasana. As you keep the feet flat on the mat, wrap your arms around the legs and hold onto the opposite wrists. Place your chin onto the knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself being in an abode of bliss.
तो वो भगतली भूपति धरे कोरमा हिली ऐसे करे.
The next asana is Kudakatasana. Maintain the same position, but place your arms under the knees and hold onto the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose. Keep your tongue pressed up in Kechari Mudra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वो हाथ पग बाहर लावे गोडा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Maintaining the same hold beneath the knees, bring the right foot over top of the left so the heels cross with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूल द्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदच पद आने.
The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight with the arms raised straight above your head. Interlace the fingers with the wrists pointed outwards. As you engage all three bandhas, gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Mahamudra Bandhan.
इदानीं गर्भिणी नाम योगाभ्यासो यथा लघो.
The next asana is Arambhasana. Now sit with your legs straight. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you lean your chest forward and down, bring your head to the knees. Inhale through the left nostril and exhale through the right. Perform Nadi Shodhana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वो पग मिलीवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
The next asana is Bhidokasana. Now sit with the legs straight. Extend the knees slightly up. Bring one hand distance between the heels. As you bring your shoulders down, wrap your hands in and around the legs. Hold the soles of the feet as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो वो पाव पसारी कछुक ऊर्धको गुरडो डारे.
The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with the heels together. Place your chin on the heels as you insert your hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground along with your fingers, palms facing up. Gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो एड़ी मेली कह दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit with the legs extended, lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. If you can't, bring your leg behind your neck. Focus on the prana flowing up from the Muladhara to the Brahmarandha, through the 9 various points within the body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the middle of the eyebrows, the forehead, and the Brahmarandha, the crown of the head. Now engage the Mula Bandha as you perform Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now lie on your back, lift the right leg behind the neck. The left hand holds the foot from the top. As you straighten your body, concentrate on the prana moving from Muladhara to Brahmarandha. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as infinite, endless, or eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायी ग्रीवाजां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Concentrate on the prana flowing up as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Drishasana. Lie down on the back as you bring your knees to the chest. Encircle your thighs and calves with your arms as you rock your body from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्भ.
Now bring the other leg behind your neck. Repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Again, if you can't bring your leg behind your neck, just pull it up as high as you can and then lean forward. Hold on to the foot.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now with the leg still behind your back, straighten your body, lay on your back, hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as being endless.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायी ग्रीवाजां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto your elbow and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवाजां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lie on your back, lift your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and focus on the upward flowing prana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmadhammasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around the legs and interlace your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधो सोवे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, bring your knees to the chest with the soles facing up and extend your arms out sideways. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हाथ सीधा सा करे 300 उभय सभा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
The next asana is Jatara Parikriti. Now, lay on your back and pull your knees towards your chest. Extend your arms sideways. And we're going to perform 3 steps. First, all 3 steps on one side and then repeat it on the other sides. The first step, drop one knee towards the side. Extend your leg down the opposite leg. Now bend both knees towards the side. Extend both legs to the side. Hold the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. As you do so, visualize Swamiji perform the Mula Bandha. Now return to the center position. Drop the other knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Bend both knees to the side and extend both legs to the side, gazing away from the feet.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणम् अथापि च
Next up is Dvipadapitam. Now lay on your back and keep the feet flat, hold the ankles of the feet and push your hips up. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge. Breathe in Mudra Kumbhaka as you engage Jalandhara Bandha and exhale forcefully through the throat lock.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु. उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवाजां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Shvotanasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees towards your chest and bring your hands onto your shoulders. Now move your hips in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog, playfully rolling around on its back.
भवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभवानि च.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Now lay supine and raise your legs up. As you keep your hands flat on the ground, move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनजे चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Maintain the same position, but stop the movement of your legs in Viparita Karani too, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
Lower your legs and then raise your hips and bring your feet over top of your head. Touch the ground with your toes. As you interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashamudra, keeping the arms flat on the ground as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. From the same position, hold onto your feet. Keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Keep breathing in Murcha Kumbhaka, with the Jalandhara Bandha and the Mula Bandha engaged.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. As you have your feet over top of your head, bring the hips above the shoulder level and bring the legs wide apart. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षि भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is Chakrasana. As you hold onto the ankles of the feet, with the feet over top of your head, roll onto your back. Keep your arms and legs straight. As you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
धनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परौ व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रम् एतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. As you lay on your back, straighten your legs up above your body and hold onto the big toes, keeping your arms straight. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop your legs to the side and open them widely as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next up is Supta Parangushtasana. Now join your feet together above your body. Keep your arms and legs straight and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
From Supta Parangushtasana, cross your legs into Padmasana. Now gaze to your nose and lay flat on your back as you bring your arms over your head and hold on to opposite elbows. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्य मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. From the same position, with your hands over top of your head, place the right hand on top of the left palm. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुधो सोवे भूपरिपाचे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. With your legs in Padmasana, laying on your back, raise your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to your lower back for support as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपुनो विद्याभिः पंडितो यथा.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. As you lay on your back, bring one foot onto the opposite thigh and lift the opposite knee towards your chest as you extend your arms up above your head, fingers hooked forward. Now gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशयन सुधोषी केशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Repeat Vrishchikasana by bringing the other foot on top of the opposite thigh.
प्रथमशयन सुधोषी केशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishapadakshipasana. As you lay on your back, bring your hands underneath your head and interlock the fingers in Padusha Mudra. Then raise your legs up and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly through your nose into Sahajra Kumbhaka.
प्रथमशयन सुधोषी केशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Next up is Maruttanasana. Keep your hands next to your hips and then bring one knee in towards your ear. Touch your ear with the knee back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
श्रोतानवत् संस्थितीकृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and then stand up and lay back down. Again and again as you visualize yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Lutasana. As you lay on your back, quickly throw your legs up above your head and roll over completely. Repeat this again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Finally, finish in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादोशिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
Next up is Sadashiva. As you lie on your belly with the toes extended, keep your hands on the ground by your shoulders. Contract your lips, making the sound of a flute whistling while inhaling, as you visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय संवज्जस्ताभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Dehalyulanganasana. Push your body up into a plank position and alternate jumping your feet back and forth in between your hands, visualizing yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीज्य अथ नजेत्.
Next up is Jatyasana. From a standing position, place your hands flat on the ground and walk back and forth on all fours as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Lolitika Karana. Now stand with the knees bent and the feet pointing outwards. Bend your elbows, keep your hands at the chest level, and rotate your arms around your body as you lean back, open up your chest, and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sadapasana. Now, keep your feet together. Tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available. Keep your hands hanging down, hands flat on your thighs, elbows close to your body. Stand erect on the mat like a rod as you visualize your Kundalini Devi rising and curling upwards around your body. Breathe calmly through your nose into Sahajra Kumbhaka in Sadapasana.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Ushtra Sadhanasana. Now lean forward and down and hold on to your toes from the front. Step on your fingers and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana. From the same position, hold the feet from the outside and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Now hold your hands behind your back in Parashamudra, interlock your fingers, and pull the hands down towards your calves as you open your chest widely. Lean backwards as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठिभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Next up is Khadgasana. Talapushpaputam Karana. Now stand with the palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Gently bend your knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms, raise one heel off the ground and slightly lower down the waist and shoulder of the respective heel. Now visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. As you lay down on your stomach, jump your feet up towards your hands and stand, visualizing yourself as a rhinoceros with your hands in Namaskara Mudra forming the horn of the rhinoceros. Gaze to your nose and engage the Mula Bandha.
नुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. As you sit down all the way or as low as you can towards the ground, stand back up again and again. You can hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is Utsheshakasana. From a standing position, pull the sole of one foot towards your chest. Sit down and stand back up. As you alternate on both sides again and again, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards your chest, holding it with your arm encircling the leg, hand in a fist. Place the other hand on the thigh with the fingers pointing towards the center of your body. The next asana is Tandavasana. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Hold weights if you want to intensify the asana. As you extend your arms and one leg forward and sit down and stand back up on one leg.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you place the left foot towards the inner opposite thigh, stand erect on the mat like a rod with your hands by the sides, visualizing Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap the left leg over and around the right knee with the left toes tucked on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right and bring the palms together in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now bring one foot to the opposite hip, placing it on the opposite thigh. As you keep your hands hanging down at the side of your body, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the pole star posture. Now stand on one leg, And hold the big toe of the opposite foot as you extend the leg out to the side and start rotating on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
Next up is Trivikramasana, the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. As you stand erect on the mat, bring one leg behind your neck and stand straight on the mat. If you can't bring the leg behind your neck, you can bring it towards your chest, pull it up, or bring it over your shoulder. Then sit down and stand back up, visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यम्
Now repeat Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. As you extend your arms and the other leg forward, sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side. Bring the foot towards the inner opposite thigh and visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्
Now repeat Garudasana 3. Intertwine your arms and legs, hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च
Next up is Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring the foot to the opposite thigh and keep your hands hanging down by the side of your body, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च
Now repeat Dhruvasana on the other side. As you rotate on the standing leg, holding the big toe, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Now bring the other foot behind your neck if you can. Then sit down and stand back up, visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand erect on the mat. Keep your hands by the sides, heels together, toes pointing outwards. Fingers extended one by one. Relaxed in this natural position after this intense sequence of asanas. As we get ready to perform the final 100 asanas of this sequence, starting off with Godak Anjali Asana. Now, stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock in Padusha Mudra. As you sit in a squatting position and let the finger lock touch your navel. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka, inhaling deeply, holding your breath and then moving the prana up and down, left and right through your limbs by the force of your will.
प्रथमहि उभोः ये बाहुरीनि चोपुनिहोवे
Next up is Kanchi Asana. Insert your hands between the thighs and calves and then wrap them around behind your butt, interlocking the fingers behind. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊरुमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य
Next up is Bhairava Asana. As you Bring the feet together and sit in a squatting position with the heels touching your perineum. Hold your hands behind the back and sit upright. As you gaze to your navel, visualize Bhagavan Paramashivam, the Lord of Time.
दो ऊपक की थलिया की माहिली को और मिला जी फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Vadahasana. As you squat all the way down to the ground, keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to your head and the palms joined together over your head with the fingers pointing down towards the body in Anjali Mudra. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागतली की माहिली कोर मिला जी फना पानी उकड़ वैसे.
Next up is Pripidhasana. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do so.
पार्श्वद्वये सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानु प्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands shoulder width apart, flat on the ground, and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits as you lean forward. Balance on your arms and visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यामवनिमवष्टभ्य जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapali Asana, another inverted posture. Now keep your hands flat on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms as you place your forehead, the crown of your head onto the ground. Raise your hips above the shoulders and bring your legs up as you cross them into Padmasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
Free your legs and lower them down as you come to a kneeling position with the heels outside the hips, toes touching behind. Keep your hands on top of the thighs. Gaze to your nose and visualize you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru. As you internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Guptasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपजेत् पादौ परिच संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
Next up is Vrikshasana 2. Now keep your hands flat on the ground and raise your legs up straight into a headstand posture, handstand. You can lean against the wall or ask a partner to aid you if you need support. As you visualize you're a tree with deep roots growing into the ground, perform this asana to cleanse all the 7 chakras.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
From the handstand posture, join your hands and feet together in Shibra Asana, gazing to your third eye, visualizing Tejas, energy flowing to your third eye and rejuvenating your body, bringing divine radiance to your being.
दो ऊपक जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाये.
The next asana is Matsyasana 2. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Lower your body down and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
निर्जं शयनं कुर्वरो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
Now lay down flat on your stomach. Bring your hands to the hips. Raise your chest from left to right again and again as you visualize and move your body like a snake in Sadapasana 2.
निर्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीघीकृत्य.
Now bring your forearms, elbows down on the mat as you bring your hands into Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra, and rest your chin on your hands. Stretch your toes out. Feel self-supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः मुखमुन्नमनुच्चायी निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Next up is Shat Darshana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands flat on the ground next to your shoulders and straighten the arms. Raise your chest and bend your knees to bring your feet towards your upper back. Lean back as far as you can as you visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun rays.
अध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vajrasana. As you sit on your knees, with the tops of the feet flat on the mat, bring your butt onto your heels and stretch your arms out in front, with the palms facing down. Place your forehead to the mat, gaze to your nose and visualize you are the weapon of Indra, Vajra, symbolizing your indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघो सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि.
The next asana is Meshasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and raise your hips up into Gajasana as you alternate striking the ground with your hands, visualizing yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासनसंस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
Next up is Ajasana. Now, from Gajasana, lift your legs into the air and slowly bring your forehead down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as being unborn, existing for all eternity in Ajasana.
गजासनसंस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत्.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. Now sit in a squatting posture and hold your toes behind your back as you pull them in towards your perineum and place your hands on top of the thighs. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वविधिपरिहाता की काकसीस्यो फणाशरा मोडी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Now interlock your fingers and stretch your arms out in front. Move them left, right, up, down in all directions, giving massage to various different joints and muscles of your body as you repeat the movements on the other side as well. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana and turn the feet sideways with the toes pointing outwards as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda carrying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्गोर्भ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकाजो द्विजानुना जानु परिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, toes pointing backwards. Keep your knees wide and hold onto your ankles as you place the front of your buttocks on the ground. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ पक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Mandukasana too. Now sit and cross your feet over top of each other as you sit on the heels. Keep your hands under the knees as you press your tongue up against the palate of the mouth, catching the nectar of immortality in Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Mandukasana too.
पृष्ठं संपीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. As you keep your toes tucked, sit on the raised heels, bring your hands flat on the ground in front of you, fingers spread, thumbs touching, the base of your hand should touch your toes. As you gaze to your nose, stretch out your tongue and exhale forcefully again and again, visualizing Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu in Narasimhasana.
दो भणा पाणी होय वैसे एडी मेल रघुदा निवैसे समशरीरनी काटहरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्यावे.
Next up is Pishtakasana. Sitting on the raised heels, cover your mouth with both hands. Bring the thumbs underneath the teeth and close your mouth as you inhale through the right nostril And exhale through your mouth in Vishtaka Kumbhaka. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears in Vishrakasana.
दो बगांगी एडी जोजी गोड़ा फनोबान पुनि होई.
Next up is Makadasana. As you place your feet flat on the ground, the soles together. Keep your hands on the knees. Bend your elbows and bring your fingers towards your armpits. As you imitate a monkey scratching itself, visualize yourself as a playful monkey and gaze to your third eye.
दो बगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पृष्ठी भूमि पर इटाने मूलद्वार एडियां पर न्यावे मूढ़ा हाथ ऊंचा टहरावे.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. Now rise up onto your toes as you sit on the heels. Keep your knees wide apart and lifted off the ground as you hold onto opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम बना पानी होए बैसे दोवो एड़ी गुदा निवैसे गोड़ा उभा राखे धीर आड़े वाज पसारे धीर.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now keep your toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on your heels as you place your palms on the mat to the sides. Gaze to your nose as you visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
खञ्जनासनं मा वक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. As you sit with your toes flat, the heels crossed, perineum on the heels, place your hands on the knees. Stiffen your upper back and neck as you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries. Gaze to the nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्भौ च वर्षणस्याधो व्युत्कर्मेण समाहितौ.
Next up is Yogasana. From the same position with your hands on the knees, relax your upper body. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्कर्मेण समाहितः.
Next up is Vijyogasana. As you stand on your knees, cross your ankles behind with the feet near opposite knee. Hold your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness Advaita with your Guru.
गोड़ा वामो बौ होई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. In a kneeling position, bend backward and hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight, push your hips forward and tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविबाधैः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
Next up is Chatyasana 2. With your heels together and the hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring your elbows down to the mat, followed by the back of your head. Gaze to your nose as you experience yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित रिधरे.
Next up is Viratasana. As you sit on your knees with the thighs and calves together, lean back and touch your back to the ground and then rise back up. Again and again, you can use the support of your hands if needed. As you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरजोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up. From Viratasana, raise your hips even higher. Bring your forearms to the mat and hold the back of your heels. Bring your head in between the feet as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविबाधैः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
Next up is Svadasana. As you stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked, hold your arms with opposite hands and gaze towards your nose. As you enter the boon-fulfilling posture, receive your boon from Paramashiva and internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
Next up is Mundasana, another inverted posture. Set yourself up in front of a wall if required. Now bring your forearms down on the mat, elbows shoulder width apart. As you hold on, interlock your fingers and hold onto your head. As you raise your hips and walk your hips forward, lift your feet up and extend them up straight. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lopped tree.
अधो मुंडासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Now sit in a kneeling posture. As you bring your head in between the knees, hold your head with both hands, elbows outside the knees. Inhale through your nose in Sahadri Kumbhaka and exhale through your mouth as you gaze through your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पगदली समटरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे फनापानी उकड़ कर बैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदा निवैसे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach. Hold onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you extend your arms forward and raise your entire legs and chest and arms off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust.
शरभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is Kapalasana, the skull posture. Now keep your hands next to the hips with the palms facing down. Visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment as you raise your legs up off the mat with your forehead on the ground.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादो नयेत् कपालासनं भवति.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, with your hands by the sides, lift your legs over your head and slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head. Keep your palms flat on the mat behind your body as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Next up is Chatakasana. As you sit on your knees, place your forearms flat on the mat. Be sturdy and visualize yourself as a sparrow.
कूर्बरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामोष्टभ्य जानुनी नाभौ संकुञ्च.
Next up is Vrishchikasana too. With your forearms on the mat, raise your hips and bring your feet over top of your head, touching the feet onto your head if you can. Now visualize yourself as a scorpion and perform the Mula Bandha.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. As you place your perineum down on the right heel, keep the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing outwards. Now visualize yourself as a bull as you perform the Mula Bandha.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Now breathe in Antarangaka Kumbhaka, forcefully inhaling through your nose and slowly exhaling again through the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Place your hands on the ground in front of you and lift your entire body off the mat, crossing the toes of the left foot over the right in Lolasana.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Next up is Vrishasana on the other side. Sit on the other heel, opposite foot, outside the hip, toes pointing outwards. Visualize yourself as a bull.
गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Bala Gunasana. Now tuck the toes of the left foot down and sit on the raised left heel. As you place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised. Keep your hands on the respective knees and visualize Bala Gunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. As you squat with the feet flat on the mat, bring your elbows under the thighs and wrap your hands around the shins. Hold onto your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्यकुर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Now repeat Bala Gunasana on the other side. Sit on the right heel with the left knee raised towards your chest. Visualize Bala Gunahai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. You can hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. Now, squat on your toes with the heels up and the knees off the mat. Place your perineum on the heels and place your hands on the respective knees. As you keep your spine straight, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्फिजोस्ति यद ऊर्वजान यत्रासने पादतलध्वजोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasankarasana 2. With your heels raised, soles of the feet together, knees open wide. Sit on the heels and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पणापाणी होय जैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Anilasana. As you squat or sit with your feet hip width apart, flat on the ground, place your palms on the ground and step your heels onto your hands, keeping your arms straight. As you gaze to your nose and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर टाने कहुनी जाड़ी ना भिलग आने.
Next up is Padukasana. As you place the back of your hands on the mat, with the fingers facing towards your body, step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around the feet like a shoe. Then start walking around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas walking across India in Padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukku Todanasana. As you place your palms on the mat, raise both feet upwards into the air and let them fall back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले चोर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा भूमौ पतेत्.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. As you place your hands on the mat, raise your legs upwards into a handstand and move around on the two hands dancing as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
तदलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. As you keep your feet apart, place one hand flat on the mat and hold your head with the other hand. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now place the other hand on the ground. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Kadambasana. Now sit on the ground with the feet flat and the heels close to your body. Hold the respective ankles with your hands as you lift your feet off the ground and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life in Kadambasana.
पार्श्निभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit on the ground with the feet flat. Hold onto opposite knees and pull them in towards your chest as you visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके जानुनी वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रति करबन्धनैः.
The next asana is Chakodasana. As you extend one leg forward, keep the other leg behind your neck and keep your hands at the side, lifting your entire body off the mat. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold on to the respective big toes as you keep one foot forward and the other one pulled towards your ear. Visualize yourself as a bow as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now bring one leg over top of the respective shoulder as you hook the other leg over top, extending both legs to the side and leaning forward as you lift your body off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now keep one foot flat with the knee raised and bring the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Bring your respective shoulder underneath the raised knee as you push the other knee down towards the ground. Visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यत् स चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsindrasana. Now keep one foot outside the opposite hip with a knee bend and step the other foot over top of the knee as you twist the opposite elbow around the raised knee. Bring the arm below and interlock your fingers behind. As you twist your spine, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindra, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Chakodasana on the other side. Now lift the other leg behind your neck and lift your body off the ground, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2. Pull the other foot towards your ear, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side as you Lift the other leg over top of your shoulder, extend them out to the side, and balance on both hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. One foot flat, opposite foot over top of the thigh, shoulder underneath the raised knee, and then opposite knee down to the ground. Gazing to your third eye and visualizing you're immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Now repeat Parshvamatsindrasana on the other side. Give the other foot at the opposite heel, at the opposite hip, and step the other foot over top, twisting your spine, gazing to your third eye and visualizing Sage Matsindra, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्य तेजास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now extend one leg forward and press the perineum with the opposite heel. Lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot with both hands as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
The next asana is Kraunchasana. Now bring the left foot outside of the hip and hold onto the right foot as you extend the right leg up in front of your face, visualizing yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. On the other side, now bring the other heel against the groin as you lean forward and down and hold onto the foot as in Paschimottanasana while visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kraunchasana on the other side. Keep the foot outside the heel. Hold onto the opposite leg and extend it in front of your face, keeping the knee straight. Visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Swastikasana. Now sit with the feet in between the thighs and calves. Gaze to your nose as you embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity, visualizing a swastika with your hands on top of the knees in Swastikasana.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Next up is Godakshasana. Now keep your feet in the same position and cover your heels with your hands. As you gaze to your nose, visualize the great sage Godaknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha in Godakshasana.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana too. Now keep your left heel towards the perineum and the right foot on top of the opposite thigh. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Close all your five senses with your hands. With the little and ring finger, close your mouth. Middle finger, close your nostrils. Index finger, close your eyes. And with the thumbs, close your ears as you visualize Swamiji and meditate on the Enlightened One.
वामपार्श्वं कुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजघने.
Now place your feet onto opposite knees and place your hands on the ground beside you with your palms facing up in Yogasana too. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and roll up your tongue, inhaling through the rolled up tongue with your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow in Kakashantra Kumbhaka.
उत्तानो चरणो कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands at the side, place them flat on the mat, and lift your entire body off the ground, keeping your legs in Padmasana, as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Siddhaharatali Asana. From Padmasana, bring your hands in between the thighs and calves, place them flat on the mat, without lifting your body up. Stay seated and gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो वो गोडासन दिदरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. From the same position, push your body up off the mat as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं मूरोनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, bring your hands in between the thighs and calves and push your hands behind as you lean forward. Interlock your fingers behind your back and place your forehead on the ground as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोडासन दिमाहि करि धरे.
Next up is Kurmasana too. As you sit in Padmasana, bring your hands in between the legs and bend your elbows to hold on to your respective shoulders. Now balance in this position as you visualize yourself as a turtle having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years in Kurmasana too.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण बामा दाई जंग पर बाई ल्यावा.
From the same position, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture in Granthi Bhedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ गन्तिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now, from the same position, roll onto your back. Hold onto your shoulders as you lay on your back. Gaze to your nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Next up is Pangu Kukutasana. Sit back up into Padmasana. Bring your hands between the legs and place one hand flat on the ground as you hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift your entire body off the mat as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेनान्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other hand on the mat. Lift your body up. Repeat Pangu Kukutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेनान्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
And next up is Krityasana. In Padmasana, place your elbows onto your toes. Interlock your fingers in Parashva Mudra, rest your chin on the hands, and press your thumbs to the throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now hold one hand above the other with the palms facing up. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji and engage all three bandhas.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
We move on to Padmasana 4. Place your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. As you sit in Padmasana, keep one hand on top of the respective knee as you hook the other hand around the big toe in Prana Mudra, moving the big toe round and round in a circular motion. As you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, repeat the movement on the other side.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्ये योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold on to opposite big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, and engage all the bandhas.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
From the same position, raise your chest, gaze to your third eye, And visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः
With your legs in Padmasana, arms crossed behind, holding onto the big toes, roll onto your back. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a snake in Nagarasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को उठाने, दो हाथ पाछाने आने, पाद अंगूठा पकड़े आनी, सोबई कोहन्या कुल्या पानी.
Now breathe calmly through your nose, free your arms and legs, and pull your knees up towards your chest, and circle them with your hands in Padasha Mudra. As you bring your chin towards your knees, squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Pavanasana. Keep your feet flat and interlock your fingers behind your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे, घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now bring your upturned palms underneath the heels and push your hips up off the ground as you engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. Breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shikhi Pitakasana. Now hold on to your waist and raise your hips up. Balance your body weight onto your elbows as you extend your legs out. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घूरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Next up is Nadakasana. Now, as you lay on your back, straighten your legs up. Keep your hands flat on the ground, helping you balance in this posture as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed in Nadakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुत्त्रजेत्.
Next up is Tiryanokasana. Now bring your hands towards your lower back, straighten your legs, and then lower and angle them, keeping your core engaged as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्. तिर्यन्नौकासनं भवति.
Now bring your hands back, flat on the ground. Keep your legs up straight like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य मस्तकलाक्षेण पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वनजेत्.
Now lower your body down completely flat. Keep your hands at the side of your body, palms facing up in the final asana of the sequence, Mritasana. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up forcefully along your spine in Shakti Charan Mudra, all the way from Muladhara to Sahasrara Chakra. As you visualize that your body is dead, and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakyam, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Uttanam Shabavadbhumau Shajanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shrantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karakam.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees in towards your chest and circle them with your hands and rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations for completing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, all 308 asanas as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We are now going to move on to the power manifestation session, so stay tuned and manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva directly after this intense Kundalini awakening. Let us now close this yoga session as you sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Datsat Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you all, Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Sadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanam. I welcome all of the participants of the Paramashivoham Level 3, Season 3 for the session of the Power Manifestation, where all of you are going to manifest Paramashiva and the great powers of Paramashiva with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we have just experienced the yoga, the Prathama Vinyasakrama and the Dvitiya Vinyasakrama yoga, the intense, powerful yoga that we did, which has energized our body to manifest Swamiji, Paramashiva himself, and radiate the powers. Let us now get ready for the power manifestation. I request everyone to get your eye bands. We are going to be manifesting the power of the third eye reading, which is the blindfold reading. Get your eye bands. Be seated in front of the camera. Now visualize Paramashiva. I request everyone to tie your eye bands and visualize Paramashiva in your third eye. Xiao Feng and Hai Bo Tang. Please make sure to tie your eye bands. Close your eye bands with the eye bands. Lim Chin. Please be seated with your eye bands on. Tie your eyes with the eye bands. Sri Nitya Digambarananda, tie your eyes with the eye bands. Make sure to close your eyes now. Today we are going to be manifesting the power of the third eye, the blindfold reading, and we are going to be seeing the colors. The colors are going to be projected and you are going to be scanning and seeing which color is projected. Close your eyes and visualize Swamiji, Paramashiva. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Keep your eyes closed. Ranganathan Sri Rangan, Nithyananda Maya, please close your eyes and be seated. Raghunathan Ayya, please close your eyes. Intensely chant the Mahavakya, establishing yourselves in the space of oneness with Swamiji. Keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. We are going to be projecting the color for you to scan through the third eye. You can scan and just remember the color that you see, and once you open your eyes again, you will be typing the answer that you saw in the Zoom chat. So let us keep our eyes closed and chant the Mahavakya intensely, getting ready to manifest the power. Keep the intense visualization of Paramashiva, Swamiji himself, in your third eye. Continuously chant the Mahavakya. Now the color is being projected to you. Keep your eyes closed. Do not open your eyes.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Continue to manifest the power.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
And manifest the power.
Om
Drop thought currents that are going on inside.
Paramashivoham.
Just visualize Swami.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The color. Do not open your eyes.
Nithyananda
Your eyes closed and continue to manifest the power.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes, now you can start typing your answers, whatever it is that you saw in your third eye. You can type in the Zoom chat and send it so that we can see what you saw in your third eye and verify. Just send your answers in the Zoom chat. Now I give you a few minutes to send your answers in the Zoom chat. I'll be seeing your answers. You can type your answers in the Zoom chat now. We are going to be doing one more round as well after this, so quickly send your answers out. Going to be seeing the color. So the color that was projected was blue color. It's being projected to you in your screen now. You can see the color that was projected to you all. Now you can open your eyes. Please keep your eyes open now. We are going to be moving on to the next round. After seeing and verifying the previous round's results. The color that was projected was blue color. It's being projected to you on the screen now. You can put how many of you got the right answer. You can put it in the Zoom chat as well. Yes. Let us now move on to the next round. We are going to be seeing another color. I request everyone to please tie your eyes again with the eye bands. Make sure to close your eyes again. Keep your eyes closed. Tie your eye bands and keep your eyes closed. T. Chandrasekhar, please close your eyes. Raghunathanaya, please close your eyes. Keep your eyes closed with the eye band. I'm going to be projecting the next color now.
Paramashivoham
Yes, the color is being projected to you all now. Keep your eyes closed and intensely chant the Mahavakya and manifest the power.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
We have a few more seconds. Continue to intensely chant the Mahavakya and manifest the power.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Yes. Now you can relax and slowly open your eyes. You can take your eye bands off now and relax. Start typing your answers in the Zoom chat and send it out so that I can see and confirm and see how many of you manifested the power. I'm sure most of you got the power manifestation and were able to see the right color. I'm going to be projecting the color as well after this. So now you have a few minutes. Please open your eyes and type your answers in the Zoom chat. You can type your answers in the Zoom chat now. Make sure to type your answers in the Zoom chat. Now everyone can open your eyes. Please relax and now open your eyes. Please open your eyes now. We are coming to the end of the power manifestation. I'm going to be projecting the color that was projected to you now. So yes, the color is being projected. The color was yellow. The color that was projected to you all was yellow. Now it's being projected in the screen. Yes, this was the color that was projected to you all. Now let us take a few minutes to share our experiences on the social media. Whatever the power you manifested now, how you manifested it, you can go ahead and share your experiences in the social media. You can go to the Facebook and search for SPH Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA's SPH JGM Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Facebook page. You can go there and you can click on the discussions panel, and under the discussions panel you will be able to add your post in the Facebook. So if you have taken any photos of yourself manifesting the power, you can go ahead and share that as well. And with this, we come to the end of today's power manifestation. We will be starting the next session very shortly. Please stay tuned. Thank you so much. Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sudrisham Tattvam Masyadyaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvati Shibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, Nityanand to all the participants and viewers that are here today. How are all of you doing today? So wonderful to have all of you here. Nityananda Mam Sakala, Wong Yuji, Ma Hedi Shlak, Ma Vimala Nambiar, Nityanandam, Ma Irene Lemos, Ali Dao, Juan Hao, Nityanandam, Ma Dan Zhao. So nice to see all of you here. We have participants from various different social media platforms. We have participants across 10 different Zoom rooms. So delighted to welcome all of you here. Sanjal Ori, are you able to hear us now? I see many of you saying that sound is low and sound is speaking. Is it now? Or are all of you able to hear? If you all are able to hear me, see me and hear me, please let us know. Okay, Nityanandam, Pavanaya, wonderful. Very nice to have all of you here. Can I request all of you to please be on camera? Please do not miss out being on camera as much as possible. Please stay on camera. Nityanandam, Raghunandanaya, Dave Reeves, Alex, Sumit Agrawal, Nityanandam. Wonderful. Today we all are here for yet another exciting day. We are going to be experiencing astral travel, learning about parallel universe, and learning about very mystical things today, and experiencing mystical things today. So that's why I'm so excited. This is the day where we are going to be experiencing completion with our forefathers, ancestors, who have left their body by meeting them in the parallel universe. Nityanandam, Max. All right. Now, the best thing that you can receive through today's sessions would be with your intense participation, because it's highly recommended that everyone attends the whole day, and that would be only helping you to experience the best from the darshan. So we request all of you to attend the entire day as much as possible without missing any of the sessions. One request I have for all the participants is that throughout the day, involve, like interact. You can post your questions. You can ask any doubts that you have. Share your clicks with us. Share your experiences with us. Feel free to ask any of your questions, because that should only help you to learn this deeply, experience this deeply, and you would be able to manifest the powers, receive the initiations, and do everything in the best possible way. How many of you here, anyone here who's coming here for the very first time? If yes, please do let us know. Anyone here who is here for the very first time? The first thing we are going to be experiencing is we're going to learn about the existence of parallel universe. This is a topic like especially people who are very interested in cosmology or how the various universes exist. It's a very interesting topic as well as very mystical. Many people say this is, it's this hypothetical. But thousands of years ago, at least minimum 10,000 years before, our ancestors in Sanatana Hindu Dharma have very clearly described the existence of parallel universes. How do these things exist? This is not just a sci-fi movie concept, but these things actually exist. And knowing about this is really necessary for us. That is what we are going to be delving into in the very first session. We're going to be understanding what are parallel universes, how do these exist, how we all know about horizontal time zone, right? For example, probably there's a separate time zone for East Coast in USA, West Coast in USA. We have like Eastern Standard Time, Pacific Standard Time. We have Indian Standard Time. Each zone, we have a separate time zones that all of us are living in. We all have very specific time zones, and we know about when you move from one place to another, you're going to experience a different time zone. We know about this in a horizontal plane. But there is something called as vertical time zones, which in our Puranas, very clearly in Agamas, Puranas, there's a clear description of 14 planes of existence. And this is called as vertical time zone. So now we're going to first listen to Swamiji's revelation on vertical time zone.
Vertical time zones exist. Please understand, let me present exactly what I mean by the word vertical time zones. Then I'll try to share what is the need for us to understand about vertical time zones. See, all of us know the time zones like Pacific time zone. We say East Coast time zone, West Coast, Central time zone. In India, we have Indian Standard Time. The time zones in this planet Earth is horizontal time zone. Based on the sunrise to sunset in this planet Earth, various countries practice different time zones. All the time zones observed, practiced in the planet Earth, I call them horizontal time zone. There is something called vertical time zone. What I mean by the word vertical time zone? What I mean by the word vertical time zone? For us, 1 year is 1 day for the higher time zone, Swargaloka. That is why Nataraja, the god of Swargaloka, receives 6 Abhishekam in a year. Because for Devatas in Swargaloka. The 1 year of Bhumandala, Bhuloka, 1 year of planet Earth is 1 day in Swargaloka. There are vertical time zones, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya. The Satyaloka, where Brahma resides, there 1 day of Brahmaloka is 4.32 billion human years. Understand? 1 day of Swargaloka means the vertical time zone above us. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa. It goes and Satya, then beyond Satya is Vaikunta, beyond Vaikunta is Kailasa. Below Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Batala. Understand, I am not giving you some superstitious theories. No. I'll give you precise understanding and experience of these vertical time zones. And understanding about these vertical time zones as a direct utility for your day-to-day life. It can bring tremendous physical health, mental health, psychological wellness, a very powerful way of existing, and above all, life of Paramashivam. You can exist embodying the space of Paramashiva, state space of Paramashiva, and manifest powers of Paramashiva. Understand? The idea you carry about you is very important because that is the foundation from which you manifest your life. Knowledge about the vertical time zone, especially experientially, can change absolutely your life for best, highest, supreme form of existence. The Paramashivam makes you experience the state space powers of Paramashiva. That superconsciousness entering into individual consciousness of you, your individual consciousness, and mutation happening, you manifesting. That superconscious mutation is the ultimate, we call it moksha, ultimate liberation, Paramadvaita anubhuti. In Sanskrit, we use the word Paramadvaita anubhuti, ultimate oneness. Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is focused on this superconscious mutation, ultimate oneness. Sanatana Hindu Dharma reveals about this cosmos. It has vertical time zones, higher worlds, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Maha, Jana, Brahma, Vaikunta, Kailasa, the higher worlds and the lower worlds, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Bhatala. I'll project a simple description diagram of these lokas. Understand? Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Hinduism, reveals about the cosmos, the higher planes, vertical time zones, and the lower planes, both. Just physical mutation and mental mutation happens in the lower planes of the universe. But conscious mutation, superconscious mutation happens in the higher planes of the universe, vertical time zones of the universe. Here I am projecting a simple description diagram of the vertical time zone. So understand, this is the rough description of cosmos revealed by Hinduism, the vertical time zones, Suvarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Brahmaloka, is where conscious and superconscious mutations happen. Great news is, even while you are in this body, your parallel universe being exists in Mahakailasa. You can start importing products from Mahakailasa through that being into you. It's like you have a company branch in China, India, London. So you can get products from all those countries and get it to United States. You have your parallel universe personality in Nagaloka, in Tapoloka, in all the higher lokas and even lower lokas. Up to Kailasa, your parallel university personality exists. You can directly, through that personality, buy whatever you want to buy in Mahakailasa and get it imported to this body. I am not telling you stories. I am telling you very powerful truths. Understand, last few satsangs I was explaining about these 4 points. Matter, mind which experiences matter, intelligence, buddhi which makes decision, consciousness, pure space of Paramashiva. This 4 component put together is your reality. In horizontal time, all these 4 are equally felt. I can roughly compare like a 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. 25% matter, 25% mind, 25% intelligence, 25% consciousness. That's the way you experience the reality. if the intensity of the consciousness increases, for example, the consciousness becomes 30%. So, its influence on the buddhi, intelligence also increases. So, intelligence becomes 30%. Then naturally the mind's intensity drops. The matter's intensity drops. So, this two becomes 20-20 and this two becomes 30-30. So the whole thing tilts, means you enter into the vertical time zones. 100% only pure consciousness and zero intelligence and zero mind and zero matter. That is Kailasa. Because you don't need buddhi, you don't need mind, you don't need matter for your existence. You exist as a pure space, pure consciousness. That is Kailasa. And same way, you neither feel conscious, almost 99.99999% only matter, less than 0.0000001% mind, then lesser than that 0.1000001%, 0.00001% intelligence, and lesser than that 0.0000001% is consciousness. That is what is Patala. That is what is called eternal hell, lowest in the vertical time zone. Understand? Highest peak point of the vertical time zone is Kailasa, where 100% consciousness, pure consciousness, Paramashivatva. No need for intelligence or mind or matter. Then next is Satyaloka, where 99% is consciousness and 1% is divided into 3. 33.33 is intelligence and 0.33 is mind and 0.33 is matter. Like I'm giving you all rough equations for you to understand. Then little lesser consciousness, Tapoloka. This is the way the vertical time zones are placed. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya and Kailasa. The lower part, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. Lower time zones. Your spine. Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. It's like their bodies are capable of receiving kerosene as the fuel, maximum diesel, but they can't handle petrol or flight petrol, white petrol. Understand this example. Same way, only the human bodies can handle, due to the vertical spine, the fuel like white petrol. Traditionally, the word ojas is used. The ojas need to be filled in your spine, and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces. With consciousness as a fuel, you can straight shoot up to the different time zones. Move to different time zones. See, if you go to the higher altitude, the world, many the governments have established that station in the space research station. If you go there, your body goes through certain changes, hair growth and whatever changes. Same way, if your body is lifted with a conscious empowered vehicle to the vertical time zone, it goes through superconscious mutation. That is why if you go to Indraloka, automatically you will have 4 hands. If you go to the Swargaloka, automatically you will grow 2 hands more. Because the superconscious mutation will happen. Listen. If you go to the space station, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Same way, if you go to the Swargaloka, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Because superconscious mutation happens. Now focus on, because these statements are too important. See, if you die without this introduction, when you go to the first loka, second time zone, second vertical time zone or third vertical time zone, you will feel shy. You will have a cultural shock. It's like somebody from Indian village comes to New York. Due to the cultural shock, he will not talk to anyone. He will just move to a corner into a shell. He will escape from life. People asked me, when I came to US, that was the first time I got into the flight in my life. I have not even seen the flight from distance. The first time I got into the flight is the flight for US, United States. And as you all know that I am from a village, but I never had a cultural shock. I just started going around and speaking in English, giving satsangs, classes, programs. The day one, I landed in US. I went to Chicago to pay respects to Vivekananda. The same stage, the auditorium in which Vivekananda spoke, I went there and offered my respects. Second day, my ASP, Anandaspurana program. First time I am doing it in English. Before that I have spoken in my own bottled English. But first time in outside India in my own English. People asked me, can we get a translator, Swamiji? I said no. I'll have to learn. Let me learn. Not only in language, any problem. I did not have any cultural shock. All of you listen. Now initiation time. So no movements. Every word I am uttering is important for your soul to move through the vertical time zone when you are alive or when you after you leave the body. So listen carefully. Listen. People asked me, Swamiji, don't you feel a cultural shock? I said no. Because from the young age, in my village, Tiruvannamalai, I have seen tons of foreigners from all countries coming for seeking enlightenment. My gurus always had people from all over the world coming to them for enlightenment. So I was always near my gurus and saw all of that. Saw many of them. So how my gurus used to teach, I have seen. My gurus have already trained me to teach for the whole world, to be Jagat Guru. So I did not have a cultural shock. Now I am trying to train you not to have cultural shock when you go to KAILASA. See now, whatever I am telling you, if you internalize, you will not have a cultural shock, or you won't feel shy, you won't feel inadequate. Not enough when you go to the vertical time zones. Elaborately, now I'll give this example so that I can help you to understand how you can face yourself in the multiverses, parallel multiverses. So for now, internalize this cognition. You exist in your waking state and dream state simultaneously and spontaneously. That is why without any difficulty you can just slip into that state, that body, that self, and come back to this state, this body, this self. Your biochemistry is naturally prepared for you to slip into these different states and different cells and experience different existence, different universes. In waking state, the universe you experience is different, and the dream state, the universe you experience is different. So with this understanding, expand your cognition. You exist in parallel multiverses like Swargaloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, and Kailasa itself. More than next to Tapoloka is Satyaloka, and beyond the Satyaloka is Vaikunta, the Parandama space. Satyaloka is the space of Parabrahma. Then the Vaikunta, Parandama space. Then Shripuram, Parameshwari's space. Then above all, Kailasa. Above the Kailasa, Mahakailasa, Paramashiva space. Kailasa is where all the Anga Devatas and Avarana Devatas, everyone lives. People who achieved the Salogya, Samibhya, Sarubhya, Sayujya, Mukti, with Paramashiva. All of them exist in Kailasa. In Maha Kailasa, he alone exists. In Paramadvaita Swarupa, Paramadvaita Satya. All of you have your presence in all 14 lokas. For example, in Nagaloka, there is a being with your face and snake body. I am giving you this as an example. In Tapoloka, there is a rishi with your face and the body of the rishi, tapasvi. I'll give you one more example. In all 14 lokas, you have your account, bank account opened. If you are intense in your tapas, in your tapoloka account, you have $1 million. If you are very shallow with your demonic attitude and aptitude, your demonic loka, the patala, your personality has practically zero money. Understand carefully. I'll repeat the example. All of you have your presence established already in all 14 lokas. The human body, human frame, is such highly evolved hardware, highly evolved framework. If your consciousness is matured enough to handle the human hardware, you already have your presence in all 14 lokas. I am giving you the example. In Patala, where the demons, Rakshasas exist, there is a Rakshasa with your face and the Rakshasa body, the demon body and your face. Same way, in Tapoloka, your identity exists. There is a person with your face and a tapasvi, great rishi body. The more tapas you do, your tapoloka identity is strengthened, empowered. The less demonic activities you do, your demonic personality in Patala Loka is slowly dissolved. He loses his power over you, and he is also slowly dissolved, and you are liberated. You have the freedom to strengthen any of this identity in this 14. You have a freedom to strengthen or weaken any of these 14 identities. You can be demon if you continuously come to powerful conclusions that demonic qualities are the best to succeed in this world. If you come to this conclusion again and again and start acting on this conclusion, be very clear, you are strengthening your demonic identity and you start planning your future in Patala, the Asura Loka. If you come to the conclusion, very dharmic way of living, win-win, will always be the best strategy. For success in the life, whenever you come to the conclusion, hey, I should also win, he should also win, that is the best strategy to achieve success in the life. And you start executing those strategies, those conclusions, then your personality in Swargaloka gets strengthened, and more your intensity in Swargaloka gets strengthened, and you start manifesting your future time in Swargaloka. And if you feel tyaga, giving up, vairagya, the absolute tyaga is the best strategy for success. Your personality in Tapoloka, highest zone, your identity in Tapoloka gets strengthened. That gets empowered. And naturally your future starts manifesting in Tapoloka. So each of these loka opens up for you based on the powerful conclusions you arrive, based on the actions and activities you do. So understand this truth deeply, so you can start manifesting not only the highest zone, Tapoloka, Satyaloka, all that, you can manifest Kailasa itself. Pure integrity, absolute integrity to Guru and Paramashiva.
Nithyananda, so many of you understood about what Swamiji revealed. about the parallel universe. The vertical time zones, how these vertical time zones exist, and how when we travel to these vertical time zones, we physically, like, so many aspects of us change. How many of you understood this? Okay, thank you. Manoj Talvaraya is raising hands. Can I request all of you to please put in the chat? Okay, see, many of you now waving. We have multiple Zoom rooms, so really help if you all can put it in the chat. So as we navigate between every room, we don't miss any of your reactions or what you want to say. What did each of you understand? This is a very important concept for us to even understand. Like, first time when Swamiji told about this, I was like, what, parallel universes? Do they really exist? I thought it was such a sci-fi movie thing. I didn't know it was a real thing. And I thought like it's, and I didn't know the importance for us to learn about it. So then when Swamiji is again and again continuously explaining about this, how to face yourself in the parallel universes, how you can experience each universe, Swamiji brought the Shastra Pramana to it in Mrigendra Agama. It's so clearly described about the existence of each of these planes, how many yojanas these are. And Swamiji showed those Shastra Pramanas and explained to us. It was like, wow, it's something too huge. Manoj Silvaraya has posted, Swamiji is teaching us what Rishis of Bharat used to teach. Absolutely. Actually, much more than that, because it's not just a mere intellectual knowledge alone, but you get to experience it. Today, we are going to be experiencing it. We had one participant sharing, which really touched me a lot, was how she was having the relationship with her father was very, very, very difficult in her childhood. But unfortunately, she had lost her father and when she was very young. And she then missed her father a lot. And she then got connected to Swamiji, life went on. And at one point, she said, so when Swamiji was conducting the initiation of astral travel, like where literally you can travel to the parallel universe and you would be able to experience this completion with your ancestors. Today, we are going to be having that. All of you, please make sure you're getting the picture of any person who you would like to meet with, complete with, of the people who have left their body, means they are no more there, they have passed away. It can be someone even younger to you or elder to you, anyone, okay? If they have passed away and you would like to meet with them, connect with them, you can get their picture. Today we had a special initiation. So that lady, she had come for the program and she just thought, why not experience completion with my father? And she got the picture of her father and she kept it. All of a sudden, when Swamiji started the initiation, she could literally see her father standing next to her and speak to her. And she just broke down and she completed it and he completed it with her. There's such a deep completion and fulfillment. Her life transformed completely after that. I was like, wow. You know, we do not even know the value of the sciences that we are getting to experience because of Swamiji. Like, we all think it's like, yeah, we are experiencing something, we are having these initiations, it's so exciting to see Swamiji, but what Swamiji is gifting to us is so phenomenal. Like, millions of dollars can also not buy this. Ajay Narayana has posted, yes, mother, click for me was that our thought current and cognitions and actions based on cognitions strengthen or weaken our alternative universe identities in the vertical time zone. Absolutely right. Jian Shang, the kind of perception and awareness you are now, your future will be empowered with the corresponding words. Very good. Jian Shang, just to add one more thing, it's not just the words that we utter, but the very cognitions that we carry. Sometimes we may utter certain words which we don't really cognize inside us. So the cognition, deeply what we carry inside us matter, and that cognition that we carry is what is going to impact our future, impact even after our perceived future, meaning even after we leave the body. My consciousness has been lifted to see the interconnectedness of how each of my actions, thought currents I choose to give life energy and will too cause ripples through each of the universe. Yes, Lucas, true. See, when you cherish some thought currents, like the thought currents from just mentioning about, I'll actually show, we have beautiful slides where Swamiji is beautifully mapped for each loka what is a thought current. So when you start consciously cherishing these, you are empowering those identities. Now what in turn starts happening is that parallel universe identity of yours would start empowering you. So when you are not having the ability to hold yourself, that identity will help you, empower you, and make you grow further in the thought currents that you want to cherish. Yes, Max, what definition you posted is right. Correct. Yes, Mashreya Gupta, right. Maranjani Gurudatta is asking, strengthen our presence in other lokas. Yes, your what thought currents? Oh, sorry, I think I'm only reading the second part. I'm not understanding one thing. Swamiji is told that we can achieve enlightenment only in this Bhuloka, right? Then why should we strengthen our identities, our presence in other lokas? Beautiful question, Ma Ranjani Gurudatta. Nithyanandam, please could you wave your hands in this, trying to look for you. Wonderful question. I'm not seeing you on camera. Can I request all of you to please come on camera? It'll, okay, now I see you. Yes, Nithyanandam. Nice to see you. Very good question. See, you're right. Only in this plane, human consciousness has the ability to choose between right and wrong, which is the most important thing for us to be able to achieve enlightenment and for us to be able to travel to any of the lokas that we want. But the identities, we are currently existing in all the 14 planes. We have our identity in all the 14 planes. Now, what this means is each loka has its own thought current. Now, when you are consciously empowering certain thought currents, for example, now, let's say that consciously you cherish strong Guru Bhakti, feeling connection, and you cherish integrity as your core thought current. Again and again, you want to consciously cherish that. Now, at some point, let's say you're sick or something unwanted happened in your life and you almost feel like giving up, the thought currents that you had cherished all these days built that strong feeling connection, built that strong identity of yours in your parallel universe that would support you to lift you up. You're understanding? It's more like a symbiotic relationship. For example, now the thought currents you are cherishing. Now let us say that you are consciously cherishing a thought current of your patterns are triggering you and you're cherishing a thought current saying that why no one is understanding me, no one is giving me any kind of appreciation, I'm not going to do anything for them. I'm just giving an example, okay? So then you cherish a victimhood inside of you. No one is understanding me, no one in my life is supporting me, life is always against me. Now, if this is a thought current you start cherishing for even a few days, you start empowering your lower world identity. Now, let us say sometimes even you're happy where you're not conscious. You understand? We are not conscious most of the times, even through our ups and downs. Usually we think when we are unconscious means only it is the downs. No. Many times even when you're high, like means you're so happy, even at that time you become unconscious. What will happen when you are not conscious? This identity will take over you and make you do something that is untoward, what you do not want, and pull you down from that space. Whether it is for raising yourself higher or to not get pulled down, it's important for us to be aware of what thought currents we cherish. And it is more and more you cherish these thought currents. This is first level. Next, you start manifesting certain powers and powerful cognitions which is beyond this world, which does not exist in this universe, this world, what we know as Bhuloka. See, Bhuloka means it comprises of everything that is called as the known universe to us. Whatever we feel as known, meaning not just our planet Earth or the solar system or the Milky Way galaxy or even Andromeda galaxy or galaxies together, whatever our scientists have discovered and are imagining to exist, all those only come under Bhuloka. We have still, right now, modern science has not gone beyond Bhuloka. Bhuloka is not just planet Earth. All right. So now, whatever is available within this universe that we know, the Bhuloka plane, beyond that, there are certain powers, powerful cognitions. When we read Ramayana, you see the reference where Vasishta had a cow named Nandini, which was Kamadenu's daughter. Now, it is only because of his strong identity that is established in Swargaloka plane, from which he can import that as a physical manifestation for him. We actually have some of the disciples of Swamiji who have been able to materialize certain stones, which you will never identify. You cannot, they have taken it to several the specialists, the gemologists, who have very clearly said this gem does not belong to anything that they know of in any of, at least planet Earth, whatever stones they know of, it does not belong to this plane. Same way, Swamiji's, the Kavi that Arunagiri Yogeshwara gifted to Swamiji, that Kavi, we have the physical Kavi, we sent it to more than 200 places, special laboratories. Everywhere the scientists researched clearly, they sampled it with all the known available materials, and they very clearly declared that this is not available anywhere. But we have it physically with us, because all these are items imported from the parallel universe. See, parallel universe is a term used for our understanding. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, it is 14 lokas, the existence across the 14 planes. There's a nice story, an incident that happened from our Puranas, where the young kid, Nachiketa, because of his father will be, the story is, the Vajashravas, he is a king who does penance, who does yajna, a great homa, and for his greed to get more punya and to establish longevity, etc. But what he does is he does not do it authentically. And instead of sacrificing all of his own good things, he gives away the cows that are not useful anymore and the things that are completely useless to him. All those things he gives it under the name of charity. And this young 6-year-old kid goes and asks his father, how are you doing like this? Then whom are you going to give me to? Then angered by that question, he declares, I'm going to give you to Yama, the god of death. I'm going to give you to him. Now stop asking me such questions. You have no rights to question your father, because his inauthenticity was poked. And this young kid, Nachiketa, he travels to Swargaloka and enters Yamaloka. Understand? It is in the Swargaloka plane, both Swarga and Yamaloka, both of them exist there. Yamaloka does not exist. The abode of Yama does not exist in Patala. It does not go down. It exists in Swargaloka. There's a beautiful reference. I'll actually show you all the reference. What Swamiji is teaching us. Swamiji has made it as such a beautiful, very scientific, authentic one with clear references. Modern science is not yet evolved to understand those. So he goes and asks Yama, and he goes to the abode of death, and he comes back alive with learning the secret of death. That is what is Kathopanishad. If you all have read, if any of you have read Kathopanishad, such a beautiful chanting, which is recording of the whole conversation between Yamadharma and Nachiketa, small 6 or 7-year-old kid. How did he go? What did it mean for him to go to the abode of death, talk to Yama and come back? Understand? That means he had the ability to connect with that identity of his and physically teleport his body. It is like when you are awake right now. Then yesterday night you would have slept. When you went into the sleep state, when you entered into the deep sleep state, it was still you. And when you entered into your dream state, it was still you. And it was your own identity in the dream state. Something that happened in the dream state, you will not see it happening in the waking state. But it is your own identity. It's like a switch. You just switch to that identity. Same way, you have the ability to switch to any of these 14 lokas. And Ma Ranjani, just one thing. In Hinduism, our life starts with enlightenment. Understand? Enlightenment is a too basic quality, because Swamiji says there's so much more to enjoy in the universe. Enlightenment is only to become aware of who you are, like your real true self. Enlightenment may be ultimate, but not final. Enlightenment is surely the ultimate, but that's not final. Surely the purpose of all of our lives, but that's not the final point. In Shaivism, life starts with enlightenment. Like you are respected, everything from only when you're enlightened. Are all of you understanding now? Very good question. And I hope you got the answer for the question. Now we'll just go through, we'll all glance over, take a few minutes to quickly go over what we learned just now, like a quick recap. For us, if it's 1 year, it is 1 day for the higher time zone called Swargaloka, which is one of our vertical time zones. Even while you're in this body, your parallel universe being exists in all the 14 vertical time zones. In each of the 14 lokas, you have one body through which you experience and enjoy that loka. But the prana, the breath, which goes into your body you're carrying here, goes up to the body you're carrying in Kailasa and goes down to the body you're carrying in Patala. It is the same. Understanding about these vertical time zones, can bring tremendous physical health, mental health, psychological wellness, and above all, a life of Paramashiva Jnana. Only physical mutation and mental mutation happens in the lower planes of universe, but conscious mutation, superconscious mutation happens in the higher vertical time zones of the universe. If the intensity of your consciousness increases, you enter into the higher vertical time zone. The more tapas you do, your tapo-loka identity is strengthened, empowered. The less demonic activities you do, your demonic personality in Patala Loka is slowly dissolved. Now we are going to be learning, see, this is the verse I was mentioning, this is from Mrigendra Agama, from the 10th chapter, 116th sutra. Taduna koti swarloka swargivarya samashayaha. It says, Swarloka, the dwelling place of the prominent denizens of the heaven, is above the Borloka. Its height is 85 lakhs of yojanas. You all can calculate 1 yojana equals approximately, I think, 8 miles. So you all can calculate, do your own math. This is, see, understand, every time I read these, right, I'm like, wow, first thing, how does Swamiji get the time to sit and map from these agamas? Each agamas are this thick. It's not a joke. Swamiji goes and gets it, downloads it into him, decodes it for us, simplifies it for us. He makes it so easily available and accessible to us. And not just that, he gives us all of these references to make sure that we are understanding the authenticity of this. And to make sure, see, when you're sitting and learning, here so many of you are sitting right now and getting to enjoy, experience these powerful cognitions, revelations. Do you know something? This is not just for some, like a good knowledge, good to know kind of a thing. When you leave your body, this knowledge is what is going to open up in you and make you experience the parallel universe identities of you. Marvas Nithyananda, what I'm understanding, the more higher loka we tune in, the higher prana density in that higher vertical time zone body. The lower the prana, the lower is the loka. Prana, as your prana increases, prana is not just breathing, it is the life energy that your breath carries. And as the intensity of your prana increases, yes, surely you will reach higher lokas, but the pranic flow, see, sometimes when you are angry, you will see a breathing pattern is different. Sometimes when you're very sad, you'll see your breathing pattern is different. Sometimes whenever you're very happy, your breathing pattern is different. When you're very complete and blissful, again, your breathing pattern is different. How many of you have noticed this? That breathing pattern decides which loka identity you are empowering, because it's directly influenced based on the thought currents you cherish. Understanding? Yes, what you posted is right. Just adding a point to it. Really appreciate all of your sincere participation. Now, let's understand the lokas, how each of the lokas exists. So this is the Swarga Loka. It's absolute peace and joy and upgraded life compared to planet Earth, Bhuloka. Next is Maharloka. It is much higher than Swarga Loka. Higher level beings go there. And Maharloka is your highest peak possibilities. You experience it in Maharloka. Actually, Swamiji said this is the largest universe. Maho jikote yatraste Marichyademunivrajaha. Maharloka, the abode of Marichi and other such eminent sages, is above the Swargaloka, raising to the height of 2 crores of yojanas. Again, this is from the Gendragama, the 10th verse, 10th Loka. Janaloka is a vertical time zone where you can exist in multiple bodies at the same time. Anyone who experiences Janaloka loses all violence because you know you exist in everyone. Janoshtakotyavatchinnaha Pitrujagujanashrayaha. Above this is the Janaloka, where the Pitrus, the ancestors, and the sages such as Janu and others are living. Its height is 8 crores of yojanas. This is again from Mrigendragama, verse 10.117. Deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there, you move to Vaikuntha, Kailasa, and Mahakailasa itself. Take a few minutes. You all can take a note of this. This shows each loka, what is the abode of it, what kind of inner space takes you to that loka. You all can take a note of this and post it on your Facebook. Nithyananda. Hope all of you have written down. All of you finished writing. We're going to be continuing further in the internalization exercise. In each of these places, of each of these parallel universe, there are different cosmic landmarks. There are different cosmic positions through which we can see or understand that we are in that particular loka. For example, in the Swarga Loka, that is where all the devatas are there. Indra, Yama, Surya, all the devatas, Ashtari, Dasadik, Palakas, all of them exist in Swarga Loka. Ashtavasus, Vishnu, all of them exist in Swarga Loka. And the inner space to exist in this loka, if you have an inner space of absolute energy, eternal life, and time does not bind you, all of these is in Swarga Loka. And so we all saw about Swargaloka, we saw about Maharloka, Janoloka, Tapaloka, and Satyaloka. Now we are going to be seeing about the next set of parallel universe. So the next is Vaikuntha. Vaikuntha is the abode of Parandhama, Mahavishnu. In Vaikuntha Loka, he exists as the ultimate form of consciousness where the pure bhakti, prema bhakti is experienced. You understand? These are the lokas, it is beyond the 14 that we learned. 7 below, 7 above. The 7 above lokas we have already learned. Beyond these, which does not get bound in any of the patterns and exist beyond these lokas are the lokas that we are going to be seeing now. And there is Vaikuntha, Sripuram, and Kailasa and Mahakailasa. So you all can take a few minutes to note this down. So please understand, each of these lokas, Vaikuntha, the space where Parandhama resides, or the next parallel universe right above the Vaikuntha is the space of Shripuram. And Shripuram is the place where Devi, Parashakti, she resides. And just above the Shripuram, Shripuram is the energy, as Swamiji tells, which gives whatever you experience in a certain form. So the form is Shripuram. And Kailasa is a space where all the Anga Devatas, Abharana Devatas, Shivaganas, Mahaganapati, Nandi, all of them exist in Kailasa. Devi, Paramashiva, Nandi, Ganapati, Subramanya, all of them exist in Kailasa. And the whole army, the whole team of Paramashiva exists in Kailasa. Mahakailasa is where Bhagavan Paramashiva exists. All the form collapses into the formlessness, where you experience the space of I am Paramashiva. All the forms, when it just collapses into the formlessness, that space is Mahakailasa. When that formless experience opens up to us, that exact experience or space is Mahakailasa. So, now in each of these planes or each of these lokas, we have different sets of experience. We have various different manifestations that we all experience in each of these lokas. Every single loka directly is relevant, connected to the thought current which you exist. The thought current with which you exist, with which you entertain, what you cherish inside of your inner space. Are all of you able to understand so far? We're just taking time to ensure that all of us are understanding. Now, in each of these lokas that we exist, that we are, we need to it is just the thought current. What thought current are you going to entertain? What exact thought current do we want to cherish inside of your inner space? That matters. Based on the thought current that you cherish, you experience, see the reality. Understanding? Okay, so now with this understanding, we all can enter into the power manifestation. Today, as all of us are here, as all of us are learning about these different truths about parallel universes, astral travel, we will be manifesting some of the most beautiful powers today. And starting with synesthesia, and you will be manifesting the powers of length, breadth, and depth dimensions. Shall we all start? Are we all ready? Okay, so now let us understand what is synesthesia. What exactly is the power of synesthesia mean? And how do we manifest that power? So let us understand what exactly this is. So, synesthesia is a very beautiful power which we manifest. See, please understand, there's a very beautiful science behind it. How we manifest this power of synesthesia. Swamiji tells that our third eye, when we say third eye, it is not just limited to the power of seeing with our eyes closed. It is beyond what we see. It's beyond what we perceive or what we understand. The moment you sit in that experience, Swamiji tells beautifully that your synesthesia is an experience of oneness in the physical sensory level. So Swamiji tells very beautifully, it is the blending of senses in which you simultaneously produce or perceive multiple sensations at the same time. Listen very carefully. There's a very, very beautiful revelation. Swamiji tells, synesthesia is the power where you can hear colors, you can feel sound, and you can taste shapes. I know this will be very, it will be very weird for all of you, but hear sounds, taste shapes, hear colors, taste sound. This power of synesthesia that all of us experience is a very unique power in itself. Please understand. When you are in the space of oneness, in the physical sensory level, which means when you are transcending the experience of oneness in the levels which is beyond the physical senses, then your ability to perceive multiple things through all senses manifests inside of you. Swamiji tells, when Swamiji awakens the third eye, the synesthesia capability happens in us where you can hear the colors, see the colors, and there's a sound. Even experience the sound of the colors. How many of you are exactly catching it? Swamiji tells, it's basically what our sense material, tasting beyond just one sense of what we perceive. See, always what we do. The moment it comes to food, you try to perceive food maximum through one or two senses. Maximum you perceive through taste, or you perceive through smell, sometimes through seeing. We limit our sensory perceptions to most of the times it's just one, sometimes two, and sometimes three maximum. But there is a way where you can experience the items in front of you, whatever life shows in front of you, through beyond all your senses. Are all of you catching it? Yes? Can you all acknowledge? Ma Kahui and Ma Grace. It's a very unique subject to understand. Even to manifest is a very unique power. But are all of you understanding the science of this power? See, if you understand the software, that's enough. Don't worry about the manifestation. Manifestation happens as a byproduct. Okay. So basically what you're going to be doing is the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, all the phases of Paramashiva. We will be learning about this. All the phases of Paramashiva, when you experience, when you connect, when you manifest, you are able to perceive the same reality through multiple senses. Catching it? That is the power that all of us are going to be manifesting right now. This is what we call as the power of synesthesia. So let's all get ready to enter into the power manifestation. The Shastra Pramana for this power is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Tanmatramabhyatam yah karoti dine dine sarva papa vinirmukto roganna sayate hitaha samvattarakratabhyatad bhairavo bhavati dhruvam animadiguna labhva Shita Bhuta Ganasvayam. Bhagavan Paramashivam said, when the yogi continues to manifest the powers of drinking nectar and manifesting power over body physiology for 6 months, he becomes a Bhairava, the independent cosmic power of Sadashiva, who is the Lord of completion, time and space. He obtains and expresses the powers of anima, etc., which are the 8 naturally superpowers in oneness with Bhairava by his own self, conquers all the elements in length, breadth, depth, dimension. Now, what all of you are going to do in this power is I'll be projecting a question for all of you, and you're going to be perceiving that object through all the senses other than the sense that you are seeing. So basically, if you just see an object, okay, you are going to be perceiving it through all the senses. So you're going to be experiencing that touch. You're going to be describing how does that object feel to touch it? How does that object smell like? How does that object feel like? All of it. Like for example, let's say if it's a glass, right? You will say the surface feels very smooth. And or if it's, let's say, like a plant, you will say it smells like a plant. It feels very smooth. It's very delicate. So you're going to describe an object, what image we are projecting. You're going to be describing it through all of your senses.
So now we can all get ready by sitting straight and see the power's name is synesthesia. This is actually what modern science is able to grasp about us. It's some capability that a few individuals have, by which that whenever they hear a certain word, they are only able to, they don't actually, they are able to smell, for example, shape, they are able to hear a color, various things like this, where the senses perception of what we normally perceive is different. But Swamiji has revealed that this is actually a science that each and every being can manifest. One thing can be experienced through all the 5 senses. So now as we have the image projected on screen, you're going to describe the smell of it, you're going to describe the feeling of it, you're going to describe the taste of it, and you're going to describe the sound of it, okay? So it's going to be a certain image that is projected, and it's going to be a portion of that image. So just by seeing that, whatever experience is happening in your 5 senses, you're going to explain, and then we'll be seeing what actually that image is and verifying whatever we have, whatever Paramashiva has manifested through us. So we have the first round. You can see an image projected on screen. What you're going to start doing now is describe all the other 4 senses other than sight for this particular image. The smell of it. What is the smell of this object? What is the feeling? How does it feel when you touch it? The texture, the material, the hardness. Is it soft? Is it squishy? Is it sticky? Is it hard? Is it sharp? What's the touch of it? You can sit straight, you can keep your eyes open and gaze at the image, or you can close your eyes for this round. What is the smell that emanates from this object, this picture, the picture of the object? The smell that is coming to you. Consciously scan. What are the sounds that this object produces? What is the sound of this object? What sound are you able to get for this object? What is the taste of this object? How does it taste when it's put inside your mouth? You can post as you're scanning. Just go deep into that experience. I would suggest you close your eyes for this round, because then because when we have a tendency that when we go through one sense, especially sight, we go completely into it, because the sight consists of the majority, 80% almost, of how we perceive our reality. So you can close your eyes and experience through your other four senses: the smelling, the hearing, the taste, the feeling of it, the texture of it, whether it's squishy, is it soft, is it rough, is it smooth, is it sticky, is it hairy. Sit as Sadashiva, as Paramashiva. You can do all the 5 Pancha Krityas: the creation, the sustenance, the destruction or rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All the 5 senses can be perceived through one itself. Just through the third eye, all the 5 senses we can experience. You can chant the Mahavakya deep inside your inner space. Let your inner space vibrate with the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Just the vibration of it. Let it be repeating again and again in your inner space. Connect to Swamiji. Be completely unclutched.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This
Okay,
Mahamahavagya
let's now verify the answer.
in Samadhi.
Can you all post in the chat?
This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition.
We'll now be soon verifying the answers, so let's all quickly post in the chat whatever Paramashiva has shown through the third eye. Okay, we're having many people have already posted. This is a very exciting power. It's very fun and, to experience the different senses through your various senses. Paramashiva also describes in more detail this power.
Spiritual lullaby for samadhi and suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Okay, we have many people who have posted. I'm very excited actually to see the answer. We saw people who had the smells, the feelings, go into all the four senses. So each one of you will post whatever the experience you had through each of the four senses. For example, the sound that you were able to hear, the feeling that you got, like whether it's squishy, it's hard, is it soft, is it smooth, is it rough? And then whatever you were able to smell as the smell that emanates, whatever is the smell of that object. And then whatever is the taste, so that object's particular taste, that thing's particular taste. Okay, let's now see the answer for this. We'll now be seeing, okay, so this answer is, it is sandalwood. So soft, it's a rough wooden piece, sandalwood piece. Okay, Ma Krista has put rough like a rock. It's rough, that is right. Ma Agama Priya, you have put soft, grainy, smells good, a little bit only, a little bit oily, you have said, Ma. Actually, sandalwood actually has that property of being oily, which is so correct. It smells really good. We use that right in our puja, the gandha that we use. It has a very woody taste, slightly chemically woody taste, because it's actually used as a perfume. Orange color, Ma Mohilata, soft powder. That is so accurate because we use gandha as a very soft powder. We use the sandalwood as a very soft powder. Ma Indira, do you understand? You said it is sandalwood. Smells like sandalwood. That's exactly you've manifested, Ma. Ma, you've manifested so perfectly that it is sandalwood that was kept over there. That's so awesome, Ma. So awesome. Just celebrate, Ma. You have really, really manifested. All of us, when we celebrate the manifestation, when one manifestation happens, as we are sitting as a group, it is all of our manifestation. So that's so beautiful. so many people have gotten that subtle hint of how it smells. It's a very fragrant smelling object, the sandalwood. If all of those who do the puja, we use it as the gandaha, the offering of the sweet smelling paste which we usually offer to Paramashiva. It has very cooling properties. The sandalwood has very cooling properties and a very fragrant smell. It's actually a wood from a tree. It's the wood part of a tree. Okay, Ma Bhavani, you said it smells earthy and fresh. That is actually a very accurate description of the sandalwood smell. Sandy, which could be the texture, and tasteless. Yes, some people would say that it doesn't really have any taste. And you have said cool feeling. Ma Bhavani, you said cool feeling, which is so perfect because sandalwood has a very cooling effect on the body when you apply it. Ma Parameshwari, you have said wood. That is right. It's a wooden touch because it's actually sandalwood. This is so beautiful. So many people have manifested the power of synesthesia. Further, today we'll be moving into very much advanced powers that are so beautiful. See, Swamiji always says that these powers, the power manifestation you're spending these 21 minutes doing, it's not some magic trick you're doing. It's actually practically you can apply it in your life. It's like, take the example of a kid who you're trying to teach them about gravity. You're in your science class and your teacher's teaching you about gravity. So gravity is an attractive force and it's what holds everything to the earth. And as a demonstration, as an example, you'll take a ball and throw, and you'll show that, you throw the ball and it automatically falls to the earth. You're not teaching gravity for them to learn to play ball, right? You're teaching gravity as a much higher science, as a practical, how much it applies in the various aspects of our life, how we can use it to when we navigate our life, when we do different things like high jumping, when we find the center of gravity and all these things. But the example we are giving, just to show it, we give the throwing the ball, right? These powers are exactly that, just a demo, just a example to understand the science of power manifestation. But actually these powers reflect at every day-to-day life area. Like, for example, when we're doing this power of synesthesia, how much more we can perceive. Like, let's say in any situation, sometimes you feel that you need more information, you need to have that focus, that awareness. We all say, right, work, we need the focus, we need the concentration. But you're no longer going to be just perceiving it through one sense of your eyes, but you're going to be able to understand, experience that through all your 5 senses and have that amount of concentration, of awareness of what is going on. That is why Swamiji says that power manifestation is a Shakti. It is not Siddhi. See, Siddhi we see is like what Patanjali describes, where it comes on the way to enlightenment. You're working towards enlightenment. You're awakening the various possibilities and powers that are there present within your muscle memory itself. There are a certain set of possibilities which are available in your muscle memory. Like, Swamiji gives the example of a person on the platform, on the railway station platform. Because of lack of food, he would have mastered the ability to be with only one meal every day. Or we have these breatharians, we see, right? People who are able to be without food for years, 5 years, 12 years. But that is just the possibility level. We see the circuses, we see people in the circus doing all kinds of play. We have contortionists that are pushing the body to its limits. But Swamiji is not giving any yoga, whether it's the Nirahara Samyama, whether it's the puja, whether it's anything, even this power manifestation science. Swamiji is not giving it as a psychic possibility, but Swamiji is giving it as an established science by which you manifest the super consciousness through you. So this is what is the actual science behind power manifestation, is the actual reason for power manifestation, and all power manifestation is a side effect, Swamiji says. The actual purpose is powerful cognitions. When we listen to the various powerful cognitions Swamiji gives us through the various jnanas, the various satsangs that we have put together, that click which happens within you, yes, I am Paramashiva. I am not a limited human being as I thought I was. That is what results as power manifestation. In the next session now, we are going to be moving into the session on the genesis of identity. What are those key factors that created that individual identity in us, that separated us from Paramashiva, that we see as a separation between us and our cosmic identity as Paramashiva? Let's now understand this genesis of identity from Swamiji himself.
The first session is Genesis of Identity. Understanding what you perceive as your identity. What do you feel as you is too important, because only from what you feel as you start developing second person and third person of your life. Aligning, understanding. Aligning and understanding your first person, second person and third person, and experiencing completion. And experiencing completion. Understand, wherever you are not aligning, you are only maligning the reality. Either you align or malign. There cannot be any neutral. Either you align or malign. There cannot be any other reality. Aligning. If you are not part of the solution, you are the problem. Understand? If you are not part of the solution, you are the problem. Aligning and understanding the first person, second person, third person of your life. Who is the first person of your life? What you perceive as you. Who is the second person of your life? What you perceive as others. Who is the third person of your life? Whatever you perceive as you and others, and what you perceive as others, they and their others. Listen. Whatever you perceive as you is your first person. Whatever you perceive as others is your second person. Whatever you perceive as your second person's first person's and second person is your third person. Just put little attention, you will catch how the whole thought current which is torturing you from day and night, which you really want to get rid. You and your thinking as love-hate relationship. You can neither be without that nor be living with it. Almost like spouse. Neither be without it nor be with it. Listen. When I look inside me, my inner image, I see a vast, powerful space of Purnatva, complete completion, or Sunyatva, emptiness, living emptiness. You can call that as a soul, God, energy, Mahadeva, whatever. A complete space. That's the exact inner image I am carrying. Outer image. Listen. Outer image. How I project myself. I am projecting myself as a being to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call us an enlightened master or a teacher or an incarnation, whatever way you want. You can give any title. I am a being to transmit that experience. That's my outer image. Declared outer image. Others' image. Listen, others' image. I may declare that I am here to transmit this enlightenment experience to you, but people expect that I should heal their physical pain, mental pain. I should bless them for wealth. I should bless them for a healing relationship, peace, bliss, contentment, completion. See, the other's image, what people perceive from me and expect from me, maybe it is different than what I declare, but even then I am responsible. Because whatever they expect is within the purview of my declaration. Please understand. When I say I am here to transmit that experience to you, to give that experience to you, I have to give you at least 1000 volt spiritual energy. But to clear your cancer or headache, I need to give only 0.5 volt energy. So if you expect me to heal your physical problems, I am responsible for it because that falls in the purview of my declaration. Anything which can be done by the transmission of energy and experience of enlightenment, the side effect, after effect, byproduct of transmission of energy, you have a right to expect from me because that comes within the purview of my declaration. It is my responsibility to fulfill it. Only if you expect that I should win the World Cup, playing the football match, I am not responsible for it because that doesn't come under my declaration, the purview of my declaration. But anything you expect in the line of physical health, mental health, complete relationships, wealth, fulfillment, completion, enlightenment, I am responsible for it. Either I have to give you that. If you are not ready to receive, I have to prepare you and give you that. But till you achieve it, I am responsible. This is what is taking responsibility for others' image. And the life image, the image I have about life and others, the whole world is here to celebrate this joy with me, to celebrate this bliss with me, to celebrate this completion with me. That's all. So understand, now you also look in and find out the inner image you have, outer image you project, others' image you created, for which you are responsible, and life image you are having about life and others. Pen down exactly what you have. Then we will find out the root cause of all the problems you have in your life. Then we will build the right inner image, outer image, life image, others' image. Come on. First, let's spend little time in finding the inner image you are having, outer image you are having, others' image you are having, life image you are having, without editing. Please start penning down. So understand, the exact inner identity, outer identity, and the gap between the inner identity and the outer identity. And what you want others to experience, feel about you, and what you feel about others. There is always a big gap between these two. You want everyone to feel about you as a loving, caring, trusting, blissful, joyful person. But you believe, you think about everybody as crooked, cunning, cheats, bunch of thieves. Now you need to know the gap between your inner identity and outer identity. That gap is neither good nor bad. Same way, the gap between what you want others to feel about you and what you feel about others. This gap also is neither good nor bad. If both these gaps makes you powerless, both of them are bad. If they does not make you powerless and you know how to play with that, then it is not bad. Sometimes it is good. Some of the very powerful, the most powerful strategies which Krishna did to protect dharma are done from that space where other person can't even understand with what kind of a logic you are functioning. Other person can't even understand. You can never understand with what kind of a dharma Krishna is functioning. You can never understand. But he is the most dharmic being. Because the gap between inner identity, outer identity has not put him in powerless space. SDHT, self-doubt, hatred, denial. When he was running away from Jarasandha, I can be 100% sure he would have had a cup of coffee or a coke and chatting with his Sakhis, if not flirting, in his chariot. He would not have had a single moment of powerlessness. But if he has seen some enemy spy, immediately he would have shown the face as if he is afraid, frightened, running away. He knows how to play the game with. Because even the inner identity, outer identity, the life image and others' image, even that has become like a nail and hair for him with which he can do makeup, whatever he wants and play with it. He knows how to show them, showcase them, and use them, play with them. So understand, not to fall into any powerlessness by these four identities and the gaps between them is completion. Sit. I am giving you the precise instruction from Mahadeva's definitions. Sit and decide that you are going to complete with some of these past incompletion, and let your attention be on the whole incompletion being relived with the clear understanding of unclutching, disidentify why that happened, because it has happened. With that understanding, why that happened, because that happened. Why you reacted the way you reacted, because you reacted the way you reacted. Why the action, because the action. Why the reaction, because the reaction. Any past incident has no valid, adequate reason to the present conscious cognition. Any past reason cannot be adequate for the present cognition. Any past incident has no reason or cause for why it happened the way it happened. It just happened the way it happened, and it did not happen the way it did not happen. That's all. With this clarity, relive, you will see the form you are able to remember in which the incompletion happened will melt down, will lose its power over you. That is the definition that completion has happened. The incompletions have melted down. Go on, go on, go on. Other than the form you are having this moment, you should not be able to remember any form of the past. Then you become formless. People come and ask me, oh Swamiji, I have this big low self-esteem, low inner image. How can I drop this? I have so much of SDHD. All of them have power over you because still you believe your future is going to be with them. I'll show you your future is going to be with Sadashiva. When you know you do not need beggar identity for your future is going to be your Raja identity. It will not take more than 2-3 seconds to make that old identity redundant, irrelevant. I'll show you. Your future is going to be with Sadashivatva, manifesting powers. Being the Yuvaraja of Nithyananda. Prince of the cosmos. Yuvaraja of eternal bliss. I am the minister touching your feet and saying, you are being called to be king. Understand. You need to understand only one thing. Your future is going to be with a higher identity. All this old identity, powerlessness, SDHD, GDHD, SSDHD means, SDHD means self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. GDHD means guru doubt, guru hatred, guru denial. Now when you have SDHD, you will have GDHD. When you can't trust you, you won't trust me. SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. SDHD leads to GDHD. Means guru doubt, guru hatred, guru denial. Which naturally makes you do SSDHD. Means Sadashiva doubt, Sadashiva hatred and Sadashiva denial. SDHD leads to GDHD, leads to SSDHD. Understand? The moment you understand your future is going to be with only powers as king. As king, not as king. As king. Not all the time as king. Now, the prince, it only took 2-3 seconds for him to shift from as king to as king. From as king to as king. It took only 2-3 seconds. If you know your future is going to be manifesting Sadashivatva, suddenly you will see all your old SDHD, GDHD, SSDHD, all of that will become redundant. All of that becomes redundant. All of that does not have any more power over you. Does not have any more say over you. Does not have any more hold over you.
Swamiji just revealed such a beautiful truth about understanding the genesis of our identity. How do we exist? Each of us have multiple layers of how we cognize our identity. There's layers and layers and layers. Each moment, how we perceive reality in front of us has multiple different layers or multiple different experiences, let's say, through which or how we understand or we experience the reality in front of us. So, one such very important aspect is what Swamiji explained as the inner image, the outer image, the other's image, and life image. These four images, our inner image, the outer image, the other's image, and the life image, they have a very important, a very big role to play. How we experience the reality in front of us, understand the way you perceive about you is the way you perceive about world, the way you perceive about how life happens to you, all of that matters. They all have a significant role to play because how you experience reality, how you experience the way life manifests in front of you, all of these adds up to your understanding of what is life and your understanding of reality. So these four components, mamakara, ahankara, anyakara, and the swa anyakara, all these four components put together makes up our existence, makes up you, me, our identity, how we perceive ourselves. So can I request every one of you to please explain what is inner image, what is outer image, what is other's image, and what is life image? Come on. Can I request every one of you to please post? Take a few minutes. Can I request each of you to post? What do you understand as inner image, outer image, other's image, and life image? Come on. Ma Vignanayaki, Ma Ananda Shakti, Ma Chingho, Ma Chungiliyu. Come on, everyone. Let's post. What do you understand as inner image? What do you understand as outer image? What do you understand as other's image? And what is life image? Nithyananda Madhvanita, nice to see you here. Nithyanandam. Come on, every one of you, please post in the chat. Ma Parameshwari. Ma Krista Hetman. Ma Krista, sorry, just if I'm repeating myself again, but are you here for the first time? Ma Krista Hetman, are you here for the first time? No. You've attended the programs before? Could you share a little bit more which kind of programs you've attended? Okay. I see. Okay, Ma. Very nice. Which program have you attended before? Or is this like your first program? Meaning, is Paramashivoham 3, is this season that you're attending your first program or? Level 2 you've attended. Okay, very nice. Which place are you from? See, because what Paramashivoham Level 3 offers to you is completely, I would say, like a different level altogether. Because the way, the experience, very experience that Swamiji gives is different. Moscow. Okay. In Idaho, okay. Ma Priyatma Surupini has posted, Ma Lita has posted. Come on, all the others. Ma Parameshwari, Ma Lia Khauri, Ma Hongli Wong. See, it's very important you understand. Your mamakara. Mamakara is what we call as the inner image. How you see yourself, how you identify yourself. The mamakara. That's first. Second is the ahankara. How you show yourself to others. So how you project yourself to life. For example, inside you many times we think, oh, I am a very dumb person, or we think I'm a very disorganized person, or you many times you feel that life is or like you always feel that you are very not very confident. So we have certain inner image inside of us. But outer image, let's say, you will always show as if you're a very confident person or you're a very happy person. Inside you, you may feel very lonely, but outside you, you project yourself to be a happy person. Yes, Lucas, yeah, that's right. You have put 2. That's correct. Dhanir Bhatiraya, you have posted the asking and asking of what Swamiji said. That's right. But what are the 4 images as such? Swamiji explained a very, very important component in this, right? The inner image, what you carry as you, inside of you, about you. That is your inner image. How you show yourself to others is the outer image. Like how you show as you, what your feelings, everything to life. And the next one is life image. Life image is how do you perceive world and life. And next is how do you think that others perceive about you. These 4 components makes up you, your existence and your life. Your inner image might be, I'm a very underconfident person, or I'm a very weak person, I'm a very lonely person. But outside, you always project yourself as a very outgoing person. It is not necessarily same for everyone. Each of us have different images. All of us don't have the exact same thing. So each of us have different ways, different images through which we perceive. So outside, we show ourselves to be a very outgoing and very friendly, joyful person. The next is what we think as life thinks about us, which means we think, okay, people around me perceive me to be a very friendly person, or people perceive me to be a very demanding person. People perceive me to be a very overreactive person. We carry, it's not what people necessarily tell you, but you think that this is what people perceive about you. Maybe based on their comments, based on their reactions, based on their responses, we draw a certain conclusion, right? The next is life image. What you think that how life is around you. You feel life is unfair, life does not like you. Life means people around you. You feel nobody supports you, life is unsupportive, life does not want you to succeed. So these 4 components put together makes up the genesis of our identity. Now, each and every one of us have these 4 components in various different permutation combinations. Can I request each of you to just pen down, take 5 minutes, write down what are the 4 images about you that you carry inside of you. What is your inner image? What are all your outer image, others image, and life image? It need not always be negative. Sometimes you may think you are a very confident person. It could be anything, exactly as it is right now for you. Can I request every one of you to please write down inner image, others image, and life image? Now, Hongsu is asking, what is third person? Okay, Suma, first person is inner image. Second is how you project yourself to others. Third is how others perceive, how you think that others perceive about you. For example, you have you think that your boss thinks you're a very non-productive person, or you think the colleagues around you believe that you always give big promises. So all of these are our ideas of what we think that people around us think about us. Are you catching it, Mahongzu? Sometimes people would have told you maybe you're very lazy, or maybe they would have just told you it'll be better if you can keep up with your commitments. But you feel that people around you think that you are a person who does not keep up with the commitments. So we derive a certain conclusion based on what we hear from others, or based on what we even think as what others think about us. So all of that is the life image, or others image, sorry. And Malita Seg is saying, is it possible that we have several outer images? Yes, it is. We all have different outer images. Sometimes we show that we are very weak. Sometimes we show we are very strong. It depends. So yes, we do have different outer images. Life image depends on the situations about life. Yes.
But you first write down, only that will help you analyze, Ma Margarita. You first write down, only that will help you analyze. Can I request every one of you to please pen down? Let's all take 5 to 7 minutes. Please pen down. Nithyanandam, I request all the participants to post. As soon as you are done with writing down, please post done in the chat. If you're all done, we can move to the next exercise. Can I request all the participants? Ma Sumati, Ma Yuruzu, how many of you finished penning down the 4 images? And should you all have any questions, please feel free to ask. Ma Krista, Ma Margarita, Ma Sonia, can I request everyone to please share if you've all finished writing down? Ma Sonia NG, have you finished writing down? Ma Shiva Shankari. If any of you need more time, please post. Ma Margarita, you don't need to post it here in the chat. Ma, you can just put done. You can write it for yourself. You don't need to you don't have to post it in the chat. Just write it down for yourself. Okay. I still think some of you are writing. I'll give you all about 5 minutes more so you all can finish it because we have a very important step next. So for those of you that have finished writing down, now the next step of this process. See, what you have written down so far right now is your current images, correct? You have a current inner image, you have a current outer image, you have a current others image and a current life image. Right now you may feel a mixed set of emotions, all the different feelings that you have inside of you. You feel that you're good, bad, right, wrong, etc. This is your current inner image. Next step. In the next step, I request every one of you to write down what is the best inner image you want to have. Listen very carefully. Right now, you may feel you're a very weak person. You may feel you're a very unloved person. You may project yourself to be a very, let's say, you may project yourself to be a very afraid person. But what do you want to really be? Pen down. Let's say you want to be a very confident, outspoken person. Your inner image should be, I am complete, I am blissful, I am loved. Whatever you want to feel about you, the best image you want to feel about you. The next one, right? What is the best image you want to show about you, project about you? Listen very carefully. What you want to be, it will always be only, you will always see all 4 images will come to alignment. The authentic identity about you, all of them come to alignment. You're understanding? So now write down what is the best image you want to have about you as you. The mamakara, I want to be a loved person. The ahankara, how you project yourself to others, a very caring, loving, fun to be around with type of a person. See, do not write Paramashiva, I want to be Paramashiva, I want to be Paramashiva, I want to be Paramashiva and all 4. No. What do you understand as Paramashiva? What are the qualities of Paramashiva? Even if you say Paramashiva, what do you mean by that? Write down all of them. Please take a few minutes. Please write them down. In the next step, write down the best images that you want to have. We all finished writing down? Great. Now, the doubts, the gaps that you have between each of these, the best inner image that you have, the best outer image that you have, the best others image that you have, the best life image that you have, the gaps between all of these that you carry inside of you is what we call as self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, as Swamiji himself had revealed, right? So now, each of these gaps you carry inside of you, in your inner space, the doubts that you carry, the self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denials that you carry in your inner space, in each of these situations, they impact what you manifest as reality. That is self-doubt. The gap between your inner image and your outer image is self-doubt. You believe yourself to be one thing, you project yourself to be another thing. The gap between that is self-doubt. And the next is self-hatred. Self-hatred means the way you project you and the way other person believes you. This gap is self-hatred. You want to project yourself in some way, outer image. But the other person is not ready to accept you with that declaration that you want to project. That is hatred. Listen very carefully. You want to project yourself to be a very friendly person, but still people around you, the outer image, the life around you, people tell that you are not as you project. You are not as you seem to be. You are very, let's say people tell you're very unfriendly. That gap between the image that you project versus what they perceive is what we call as self-hatred. The hatred that you build towards yourself. The next is self-denial. What others feel about you and what you feel about others and life. That gap is self-denial. For example, you always wanted others to feel great about you. Means you always, all of us, I mean, not just when I say you, all of us, we want others to believe we are very trusting, loving, compassionate, caring. But inside of you, you think, all these fellows are cheating. And you're afraid tomorrow they may cheat you. So you keep yourself close. But you constantly expect others should be open to you. That gap is self-denial. You want others to experience you're a very trusted person. You want others to trust you. You want others to share information with you. But you yourself believe that life is not trusted. People all cheat. So you yourself don't share with others. So without you sharing, you expecting the other person to see, accept you as you are, that gap is self-denial. How many of you are exactly catching this? How many of you are understanding this? Wave your hands. If you're all understanding and clear, can you all wave your hands? It's a very important exercise. I know it's a little long exercise, but it's a very important one. So I request every one of you to please, if you have understood, please wave your hands. Okay, thank you. Yes, I see it. Thank you. You can drop your hands. Okay, now listen very carefully. You're going to write down, you're going to be penning down what exactly is the incidents inside you that you had in life which caused this self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial in you. Please pen them down. What was the image inside of you? What was the exact word inside of you that you carried, which exactly made you feel that self-doubt? When you, for example, when you were as a kid, you were very confident and you gave the answer. Like, for example, when I was a kid, I still remember in my 3rd or 4th grade, the teacher had asked me for tables, the multiplication tables. So I didn't know the 11 tables, and it was very easy to buy heart, right? 11, 22. All that. So when the teacher had asked me, I gave the wrong answer. I was very confident that I could do it, but I gave the wrong answer. And it did create a very big incompletion inside of me to speak up around people. Each of us has some incident. It could be something very silly, but some incident which creates self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. What you're going to do now? You're going to be reliving, going back to that exact incident which caused the gap between your current inner image and your best inner image. That gaps is what you're going to identify. You're going to identify self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Identify these gaps and write down when was the earliest moment. If you don't remember something that happened when you were young, that's totally fine. But what was the earliest moment that you remember? As earliest as you can go. It can be even last year. Start with that. Write down an incident. Consciously take a few minutes. Forget the present context that you have. Go back to that incident. Start reliving each incident. Let's do one for now, because in the interest of time, let's just do one, where you are reliving and completing with that incident that happened as it happened. Go back to that moment. Go back to that point in time where you experienced that life where people didn't support you, you experienced that people didn't love you. Whatever was that one incident that you experienced, please write it down. And relive and relieve, complete that whole incident. Please do this sincerely. I request all the participants to please do this very sincerely. It's a very important exercise. Yes. Now, let us all enter. Relax, settle down. You all can open your eyes. And all those that are watching us on YouTube, please understand each of these exercises are extremely powerful. James Beach, Rich James Beach, Nithyanandam, and Ma Bhaktivasya, Ma Suzanne, Ma Shakuntala Devi, Ma Yashodanaya, sorry, Parameshwari Ma. All of you, see, understand the exercises you are doing. When you do it in the presence of Swamiji, which of course YouTube also Swamiji is there, but I encourage and recommend strongly that each of you join the two-way video conferencing, the Zoom, and you can experience the manifestations, you can experience all these extraordinary truths just by sitting here with the Naina Diksha. When you sit in Swamiji's presence, that in itself has a huge and a very significant role to play. So I encourage each of you to join on the two-way video conferencing on the Zoom to experience the best of the program. Yes. Now, in this same space, let us all enter into the power manifestation session and listen very carefully. This power that we're all manifesting today is the power in this round is the power of synesthesia, where being able to perceive, get information. Right now, what do we do? Right now, you're all seeing me, one sense. Second, you're all hearing me, correct? Now, there is a way to taste the sound. There's a way to feel the sound. All of this is possible. One, we are not denied, we are not blocking. I mean, we are not necessarily bound to be only perceiving through one or two senses at a time. We can perceive through all of our senses, grasp the information simultaneously, spontaneously. That ability to grasp that information and manifest the experience is what we call as synesthesia. Are you all understanding? So that was the power that all of you have been manifesting from morning till now. Now we are going to be entering into the next power manifestation session. Let's all get ready.
So in the morning, we manifested the power of synesthesia. Very beautifully, so many people got it right. And now we're going to be moving into the further levels. of power manifestation of the power of length and breadth. So actually, these powers of length, breadth are phenomenal powers that Swamiji revealed. The power of length literally is the power to know anything that comes under the logical dimension. The power to know anything that comes under the logical dimension, anything that follows a standard set rule, you can know it. Whether it's under science, whether it's under mathematics, physics, anything under numbers, under logic, is no longer going to be hidden from you by this power of length. So we're starting with the power of length. See, Swamiji says, when you master your length dimension, you master the length of the cosmos. When you master your breadth dimension, you master the breadth of the cosmos. What is this length, breadth of us? Our verbalization and our visualization. How many of you have felt at some point or the other, I'm having unwanted thoughts in my head, or I'm having unwanted images, like maybe you watched a movie and that suddenly when you're going in some place, like unasked for, you have certain visualizations. Oh, maybe someone will come out from behind and do something to me. Or anyway, we have these unwanted, unasked for visualizations and verbalizations that come up. How many of you have had this experience? Or else even the thing that, oh, when I say something, it's not happening. Or when I visualize something, it's not happening the same way. Even this. Can you all post a yes in the chat if you have all experienced this? At some point or the other. Correct? So at some point or the other, and some incident or the other, we would have experienced this. That is because we have not mastered the length dimension of us. That logical thought process, that logic part of us, our verbalizations, are not completely yet our manifestation. When we decide that I am Paramashiva, my ultimate identity is actually Paramashiva, Swamiji, the divine, the cosmic ultimate, then all the lower dimensions, the length, breadth, depth, time, come completely under your control. You just know it like you know your name. That is what we are manifesting as this power of length now. So when we start, let's see a few pramanas for this power of length. We saw the Shastra pramana in the morning where Paramashiva had revealed the power of Jitabhuta Gana, the power over the elements, the various length, breadth and depth of nature. Let's see the Apta pramana, and Swamiji's own experience of this power. We see a beautiful Apta pramana in the life of Srinivasa Ramanujan, who openly stated, so he's known as the man who knew infinity. He openly stated that he received the mathematical inspiration and sometimes whole formulas through contacting the Hindu goddess Namagiri Tayar while dreaming, his Kuladevata. Ramanujan was an observant Hindu adept at dream interpretation and astrology. Growing up, he learned to worship Namagiri Tayar, the Hindu goddess of creativity, Lakshmi. He often understood mathematics and spirituality as one. For example, he felt that zero represented absolute reality and infinite representations, that infinity represented the many manifestations of that reality. He is famously known to have said that an equation for me has no meaning unless it represents a thought of God. Here you see a picture of the Ramanujan himself. He was the first Indian professor to become a fellow at Cambridge University. And so many people say that we proved that Ramanujan was right. We found the formula explaining one of the visions he believed came from the goddess. No one was talking about black holes when back in the 1920s, when he came up with his mock modular forms, and yet his work may unlock secrets about them. It's very well known that he wrote many books, diaries of mathematical formulae, that till today there's a dedicated team of mathematicians who are going on proving each and every formula that he wrote. One thing you may not know is actually when he was younger, he was actually poor at mathematics. He was fired from an accountant's job because he couldn't do the basic mathematics required for accounting. That clearly shows that his manifestation was not through mastering the length dimension by logic way, but by manifesting the power of length based on whatever Lakshmi revealed to him. We have the beautiful incident from Swamiji's own life where he had the vision of the Sri Chakra and Devi Bhuvaneshwari in the Unnamalaya temple in the Devi Sannidhi of Tiruvannamalai, and that geometry of the Sri Chakra, which is one of the most complicated geometries ever, just disappeared in his inner space. And when he went back home, he just took a copper foil and he took his brother's geometry box and without any reference drew the most accurate representation of the Sri Chakra that you can literally find anywhere. And when he went and showed this to his guru, Mata Vibhudanandapuri, his guru was shocked because she says, I've been worshipping this image my whole life, this sacred geometry my whole life, but I've never ever seen it drawn so accurately that at first shot, even the greatest temple sthapatis will need a reference to draw a Sri Chakra so accurately. And there's actually one time where for one of the programs, devotee, a person had come for the program, the Inner Awakening in Cambodia, where he was actually running a puja shop. So he had a shop and he saw this Sri Chakra drawing, and he actually asked that I've been really looking for a long time for an accurate Sri Chakra drawing. I've not been able to find one so accurate as this. Swamiji, can I use this to mass produce, to print, and actually when I was selling the puja items? And Swamiji so beautifully gave him the Sri Chakra copy of what Swamiji himself had drawn, where this person who's actually a very major puja items producer was saying that this is the most accurate version of Sri Chakra he had ever seen. Now we are all going to be manifesting this power in one way. So we are going to start with having an image projected to all of you. It's going to be the image of a particular building. Through your third eye, you're going to scan and see what the height of that building is. Okay? For the first, we'll do it very quickly. We'll have 3 minutes per round. So right now we have the image projected to all of you. Scan what the height of this building is and immediately start posting. So your 3 minutes has started now. Connect to Swamiji. Chant the Mahavakya. Just know that you are Paramashiva, beyond the length, breadth and depth.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
You can put down in the chat whatever Paramashiva is revealing to you. Immediately you can start posting in the chat the details of what Paramashiva has revealed before we move into the verification. Okay, I see people posting the various heights. I'll give a few more seconds for anyone else who's left to finish posting. See, if you're seeing multiple things, if you're having multiple numbers coming up in your third eye in different, units of measure, anything that Paramashiva reveals to you, you can just post it exactly like that. Okay, let's now verify the answer. Let's see. We have so many people who have posted. Let us see what the height of this building is. So this is the Rubjerg lighthouse in Denmark. Its height is 23 meters or 75 feet. Ma Juan, how you have put 25 meters? That's so close, ma. That is so beautiful. It's 23 meters, around 75 feet. Okay, we have 20 meters. We can all verify our answers. This one is, we have it as a 23 meter long building or 75 feet. So if you saw the numbers 75, 23, 25, anything that comes within that manifestation, you can verify it. See, if this is just the first round, so now we're going to move into the second round. Sometimes we have that incompletion with logic, which many people develop as a child. We have the exam pressure, you have to know all these things, the pressure to excel. So because of that, we associate these incompletions with the idea that I have to, when it comes to logic, right? When it comes to numbers, especially. But actually, Swamiji says that the incompletions are not part of you. You do not have incompletion. Anything that's right now telling you didn't manifest or you cannot manifest is not you. It is some idea someone else has put into you. Swamiji says you're always manifesting. So let's declare now and move on to the next round of manifestation. We'll have another image projected. Another building is now being projected, which you're going to be scanning the height of this building. Three minutes starts now. Connect to Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya and scan the height of this building. Paramashivoham. Let's all post now our answers in the chat. Okay, we saw 100 meters, 30 meters. We have people posting. Let's all quickly post before we move into the verification of this round. You can post any of the numbers that were appearing in your third eye. Very clearly, you can just put it. If you saw multiple numbers, if you saw, see, don't try to filter it with your logic. The last one is around this much, so this one may be around that much, or it looks like it's really tall, it looks like it's really short. Don't bring these ideas. Whatever Paramashiva has revealed to you, exactly like that, you write it down. Okay, let's now see the answer for this round. We have many people who posted. This answer is 27 meters. We have many people who saw the number 7, I think. 89 feet and 27 meters is what so many people have typed down. The number 7. Ma Nartana Priya, you have posted 25 meters. That's so close, Ma. It's actually 27 meters. This is the Chindia Tower in Romania, actually. And so many people have scanned it. And I think this time a lot of people caught on to the number 7, that was the 27 meters, 89 feet. Going through the day, more and more, we are going to be moving into much more advanced levels of the power, going into breath. And the next power, one of the further powers we'll be doing is actually a very, very exciting power, which a lot of people enjoy, which is the power of GPS. From one place to another, being able to find the directions and being able to navigate, find what all landmarks are there and all. Again, I would like to repeat that this whole science of power manifestation is not some tricks we're doing. It's not just cool to find out what the height of a building is. It is the whole length dimension of the universe, because you are now going to function from space. It's like once you have become an adult, you know that a clay toy can be made into any shape that you want it. If you have the clay, you can make a pony, you can make a house, you can make a boy, you can make a doll. But a kid, when you take the doll and make it into a fox, it'll get angry with you, it'll get irritated, upset that, oh, my doll is gone. But once you've matured, once you have come to the level of the space dimension, of Paramashiva's dimension, you just know that the doll is or the fox or anything, it can just be made out of the clay. The same way, now we feel we are limited by the length dimension, the laws of physics, the laws of chemistry, the laws of biology. The way these all function, I have to function according to them. But the more and more we master the length dimension, which starts with knowing it and then manifesting it as you want in the length dimension, then our whole life will change, where no longer can numbers, can laws, can logic bind us in anything. Something which seems completely illogical will just manifest like that for you within a logical frame, because you are manifesting Paramashiva. Now, we're going to be entering into the next session, where Swamiji is going to be giving us higher powerful cognitions on reclaiming our life through completion. What is completion? How we can reclaim back those parts of our life we have now started to perceive as incompletion through this process of completion. Let's now hear the higher powerful cognitions on completion.
One, try to remember the earliest, as far as your memory goes, the earliest first time you felt powerless, either by fear or guilt or weakness. First time when you felt powerless. It can be as simple as your mother made you sit on the dining table, or you were playing in the rain and your mother slapped you and dragged you inside the room, or just a stone thrown by your friend or your brother has hit you. It can be as simple as this, or your sister snatching the ice cream. Now, usually sisters don't snatch, only brothers snatch. Now, I have seen. Sister is the best relationship. I grew up in large family. Sister is the best relationship. It can be as simple as your mom gave one sweet extra to your younger brother. Your dad gave one cloth or jewel extra to your younger sister. It can be anything. First time when you felt powerless, what was your inner image? Means, what did you tell about you to you? What was your outer image? How you showed you to others? How you reacted to that situation? And what was your life image? Means, how did you judge others or life at that moment? Listen, what was your inner image? What was your outer image? What was your life image at that moment? It is almost like a surgery. You have to now cut yourself and see. It's a surgery, literally, because now you will remember an incident which happened at the age of 8. When you try to find out, open that incident, suddenly you will remember something which happened at 6. When you cut and start remembering that incident, suddenly it will open up something which happened at the age of 3. Earliest memory. First time, as far as you can remember, when you became powerless. Actually, you will be surprised, because I'm going to blow prana into you. Means awaken your pranic energy. You will remember the memories you never thought, you never imagined you will be able to remember. Actually, only now you will see directly what I can do to your mind. You will suddenly remember the deepest layers of your memory. You may even remember what happened during your birth, and even those scenes you may start seeing. Actually, I am going to blow prana into your navel center. You will be there only, I will be here only. I will be awakening you. See, that navel center, that means your umbilical cord connection with your mother. That is the zone stores earliest memories. And if that awakens, means Kundalini enters into that navel zone, suddenly you will see from your birth, when they cut that umbilical cord, from that you will start remembering the memories. How many of you understood this example? When the child is dragged, there are 3-4 rules. Always root pattern will be formed before the age of 7. So the first incident you find will be before the age of 7. If it is after 7, you will have to dig out and you will find it. Always the incident will be before the age of 7. That's one. Second, all major sufferings, whether it is physical or mental, you go through in the life will be connected to that root pattern. It is the root pattern responsible for serious physical or mental sufferings you go through. It starts only from there. And blessed are those who complete with their root pattern when they are young or before it manifests as any serious disorder. When you complete with your root pattern the collective, your family's root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, your society's root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, your country's root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, the global root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, whole beings, not just human, all beings root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then the whole universal, the cosmic root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then you are Sadashiva. So every completion is not completing with one thought pattern, but completing with the whole thought current. With the whole thought current. If you have a slight tiredness, boredom, headache after you wake up, change everything. Not just your pillow or bed. Everything. I'm not talking only about the external, internal. Change everything. The way you think, the way you perceive about life, the way you perceive about death, the ideas you have about God, the ideas you have about the universe, the ideas you have about you. Say, na iti, na iti, not this, not this. The time period you are stuck with one thought pattern is a year, season in your life. The time you are stuck in what thought current is life in your life. A thought current, the time you spend with one thought current in your long life is one life. Means the time between one life and death. Understand? Your life or death, your lifespan is not defined based on the number of years you are in a body. It is based on the time you spend with one thought current. That is why whenever you complete certain thought current and enter into a new thought current, whenever you are initiated into a new thought current, Vedic tradition calls you newborn. Please recite the first verse along with me. Keneshitam patati preshitam manakena pranaha pratama praiti yuktaha. It is not that only Gurukul kids should chant. You can also recite. Keneshitam preshitam manaha kena pranaha pratamaha praiti yuktaha keneshitam vachamimam vadanti chakshuh shrotram kabudevo Yunakti. Listen. Reciting this sacred verses intensely makes these sacred truths part of your biomemory. That is the reason the recitations play such an important, powerful role. The sacred truths revealed in this verse. By whom willed and caused does the mind go towards its object? It means even before cognizing illusory you question even the parts of illusory you. Listen. Even the question, who am I, has certain level of presumptions, assumptions. You assumed you are a whole and you need to find out who you are. Here, before even that assumption, Upanishad asks you to enter into pure questioning. Understand? First time when you start experiencing inner image, outer image, life image. First time when you start experiencing the root pattern, the root incident, root image. Listen carefully. Root pattern, root incident, root image. If you have false presumption, you are a whole entity, you will allow the root pattern to happen. If you have pure questioning, you will allow the enlightenment to happen. I know this generation may feel pure questioning at the age of 4, 5, before 7 is not possible. How is it going to be useful for us? No, understand? Because for last few generations, pure questioning was not possible throughout the life. They lost pure questioning throughout the life. That is why now it feels pure questioning before 7 is very difficult. Now, this generation, when you guys start pure questioning, even during some time of your life, your next generation, your DNA, your extension will feel pure questioning before 7. Pure questioning is all about the level of Kundalini Shakti, the level of mitochondria, cell energy, which comes to baby from father and mother. If the father and mother are seekers, that DNA gets into the baby. Baby will never have, child will never have root pattern. Even the first time he is put into powerlessness, he will not assume he exists, he will not create the inner image, outer image, life image based on his illusory false I. He will only start looking into by whom willed and caused does the mind go towards its object. Means who is creating inner image in me? By whom, directed and united with which, does the first vital life energy and chief cause comes forth towards its activities? Means, who is creating my outer image? Understand? Each line, the first line is the action of creating inner image. If you don't ask the first line, your inner image will be created. If you ask the first line, you know what is the action creating the inner image. Listen carefully. Inner image is willed and caused by something which empowers the mind to go towards its object. Listen carefully. First time in your body, when mind moves towards some object, that movement is called inner image. It will create an inner image in you. If you allow that movement without being awareness, without being aware of it, you will create inner image. In that very root, if you question, Keneshitam patati preshitam manakkena pranaha pratama praiti yuktaha. Basic truth. You are the ultimate, even when you manifest all the wrong things, because you manifest. You are manifesting. First statement. Second statement, listen. Listen to the second statement. Decision, will persistence. Decision, will persistence to manifest all the best things is the science of power manifestation. Listen. Nothing else is needed to be done from your side. Listen to the second statement. Nothing else need to be done from your side other than will persistence. Decision to manifest powers. The second statement I am repeating. Nothing else need to be done from your side other than will persistence. Decision to manifest powers. That is the second statement. Third statement, listen. Listen carefully. Nothing, second statement I am repeating. Nothing else need to be done from your side other than simple will persistence and decision to manifest powers. Manifest your ultimate reality as you want to cherish. Actually, even if you are manifesting poverty, at one time you felt poverty is very cute and you decided to manifest, that is why you are manifesting. It is not imposed on you, you manifest it. If you are manifesting ill health, you felt at some time, you visualized it's too cute to be sick and getting attention of everyone. So that is why you manifest. If you are manifesting the victimhood mentality, At one time, you enjoyed it, cherished it. That is why you are manifesting. Listen carefully. Everything you manifest, even now, you manifest so. Your decision to manifest what do you want and will persistence is only required for you to manifest powers or whatever you want in your life. Listen. Third, Sadashiva is required in the form of the Guru just to make these first two statements as reality for you without you being distracted, disturbed by all other stupid theories and theologies. That's all. There will be so many people to tell you are sinner, you are slave, you are ordinary, bound soul. To protect you from all of them, to defend you from all of them, to safeguard you from all those saviors. And to make this first two statement as your reality through Shakti Nipada, only Sadashiva in the form of Guru is required. These three statements I am repeating. I wanted to repeat again and again. Maybe even if you guys repeat it 108 times, it will be good. First statement, you are the ultimate, even when you think you are manifesting wrong things in your life. Even if you think you are bound, you are suffering, you are being tortured, you are not in right way, even if you think you are suffering, even if you think you are bound,
Nithyananda, you're explaining to all of us on what completion is and how to reclaim your life through completion, how to do the completion process. This is one of the most important, very important cognition, most important subject to understand, because all the practices, techniques, different things we are going to be doing are all going to be based on this. So it's too important for all of us to listen, internalize, and understand what this completion process is and why the process of completion. And Swamiji has a very beautiful, Swamiji revealed a very beautiful, important truth. The hangover of the past sitting in the present, affecting your future, is incompletion. All of us carry so many different cognitions and incompletions in our inner space, which constantly impacts our future. Your past, the hangover of the past, sitting in your present, affecting your future, is incompletion. All these different patterns sit inside of you as an incompletion, and they affect the way your future life manifests. Understand? Root patterns always get created before the age of 7. After age of 7, root pattern cannot be developed. So only from root pattern, all the incompletions start happening in our life. Understand? Only from the root pattern, all incompletions. What is an incompletion? Past thoughts, emotional patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live the future. All those patterns boil down to one root pattern. So now all of us are going to take a few minutes to identify our root pattern. I want to explain with one simple example. Have you all seen these circus elephants and elephants in Indian temples? All these elephants, right? If you see, they're all huge elephants, and they'll be tied, held back with just a normal rope. Just the normal rope that we all tie in our houses. Elephants are huge animals. They weigh tons, but they are held back by a thin rope, which they can just break in just one kick. It's a very interesting thing of how the Mahouts train the elephant. When they catch the elephant and bring them, the elephants are just about 1 or 2 years old, very young baby elephants. So for those elephants, it is very difficult for them to break free from the rope. So when the elephants are young itself, they are tied with the rope strongly. So what will a young elephant do? It'll try to kick, it'll try to escape. When it tries, and it is not able to, it starts coming to the conclusion that the rope is not breakable and it cannot get free from it. That same elephant, after years, 10, 15 years, when it grows, it's huge. It can just break not just that rope, it can even break the pole it is tied to. It will not even try attempting to break free from it. That same rope which is tied when the elephant was young holds it till it dies. And the elephant, even though it can break free from it just with its will, it does not even try to. This is exactly the role that root patterns play in our lives. When you are young, you build a pattern, you come to a conclusion, you are not able to break free from that conclusion even when you become 10, 50, 60, 70 years old. Understand? These root patterns are so deep inside of us. We all think that, God, that we are not even aware of why it is happening in a certain manner. But the problem would be with root pattern. It can be anything, even a small experience, extremely small experience. can cause a huge root pattern in you. Now, we're going to be doing a very powerful exercise which will help you in understanding and completing with your root pattern. Every time, whenever you have these small patterns sitting inside of you, they will continue to affect your life no matter how much ever you grow. Now, one simple thing, like let's take an example of a young girl, about 6 or 7 years old. She's in a first grade. Teacher asks, okay, come on, tell me who's the current president of India. The kid, with all her excitement, she puts her hands up and then she tells, she just gives some random example and she tells that person is the president of India, which is wrong. And the teacher, and not just the teacher, all the children burst out laughing. And that girl feels embarrassed. She feels so bad that she gave a wrong answer. And she decides never to speak up again. Probably when she grows 15 years old, 20 years old, she might even forget that incident. But that cognition that life will ridicule, life will not encourage me, support me, will be there even if she becomes 40 years old, heading her own company, even in her own board meeting to pitch her idea, she will have someone else do it. This is how all of us have some patterns that we pick up at some point earlier on in our lives. And we get stuck with it. We do not experience how the pattern, the completion of that pattern. Now, can each of you take a few minutes and pen down the earliest incident which made you powerless? It can be anything. It can be your brother grabbed a chocolate from you or something. So I'm just saying, right? Your brother grabbed an ice cream from you. Any incident which happened, pen that down. And pen down the 4 images. If you don't remember, many of you might have a difficulty remembering the earliest incident. That is totally fine. If you don't remember the earliest incident, remember whichever is the one that you remember which happened. Then you will notice as you write down, some of the earlier incidents will open up. Then start writing that down. Now, once you've written the above, Nithyananda, now hope all of you have finished writing. What was your inner image? What was your outer image? What was your life image? I hope all of you have written it. When you try to find out, open that incident. Suddenly you'll remember something which happened at the age of 6. When you cut and start remembering that particular incident at the age of 6, suddenly it will open up something which happened at the age of 3. Listen carefully. Here's another example. Let's say a child is playing in the rain. Mother just slaps and brings the child and puts him in the house. The first inner image the child will develop. Oh, I'm so powerless. I'm weak. I'm orphan. I'm victim. And the first outer image, even if the child is powerless, it will try to hit the wall, hit the door, cry. It will demonstrate, look, I'll show to you. The outer image, it will show, oh, I have to survive. I'll show to you who I am. I am powerful. And the life image, the image it will have about others means who is in front of the child. Only mother. Then the child will think, look, cruel demon, you can't even tolerate my happiness. See, understand one thing. Now you may think, no, 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 I know for sure my mother did it for my health, my happiness, and you know very clearly your mother only didn't want you to catch cold. All that is now. You might justify saying, no, no, I would have caught fever, I would have even died, my mother only saved me, protected me. Fine, that understanding is now. But at that time, now you may justify this, but at that time, you will not have any of those justifications. But that intelligence only you created this cognition. So go back to that. You're going to go back to that same young child that you were, with that same cognition that you had. You're going to write that situation elaborately, write the root incident that you identified, and start doing self completion using a mirror. Literally take a mirror, any mirror, just look at your eyes in the mirror, lock your eyes, literally like as if seeing a TV. See the whole incident happening on the mirror. Go through all the situation and incidents from your earliest memory till now. Look at all the identities you have cognized in each of these situations. Identify the dominant pattern that repeats again and again in many of these situations. Please start.
You all finished writing? Now, please relax. Please settle down. Understand, when you are reliving, be completely focused and fix your eyes on the mirror and relive as if you are exactly in that very same incident. Like you are actually in that, you're living through it, and you're having an experience. Or just go back to that exact same incident and relive that completely, fully. And if you are done reliving with the mirror, in the next step, you are going to be just experiencing the whole space exactly as it is happening to you. Now, please continue reliving. How many of you have finished? How many of you did that process? Or how many of you need some more time? You all can ask. Based on that, we will be able to continue or give you more time. How many of you have finished reliving? See, all the exercises, everything is going to be based on this science of completion. So all of you that are sitting here today, this is a very, very important exercise because this forms the base, the foundation of the program. So if you are very new and if you have not yet learned this science, it's okay. You can spend that time now and understand the science of how you can relive and relieve. Okay, Ma Jayanti has asked for more time. Ma Olga's asked for more time. Okay, okay. I see many of you have asked for more time. Ma Karen is asking, what if we have been very badly hidden when we were in the womb of a mother? Okay, Ma, understand. If you are able to remember that, that is prenatal incompletions. If you are able to remember that, Ma, then we need to do completion with it. Completion will help. But if you're not able to remember that, the past life regression session will help. See, now do all the incidents which has had an impact in you. There would have been a moment where maybe your mom would have told you about this incident, or someone would have told you about that incident, correct? That would have had, like, for example, I myself never knew. But once after I was born and much later, I just heard that, something bad happened. And when I was in the womb, and that became an incompletion inside of me. I never witnessed that moment, nor do I have a memory of it, but I have a memory of someone telling me that and what emotions I went through at that point in time of listening to it. Then I need to do the completion of that incident. Since many of you have asked for some more time, I'll give you all more time, but listen very carefully. You're going to hold the mirror close to you and you're going to relive the whole incident and experience in the mirror. Do not distract, do not get distracted. Do not scroll on the phone. When you're reliving, relive it completely as if you are in that. See, if you are right now 35 years old, but that incident happened when you were 5 years old, don't try to go back to the incident from a 35-year-old logic. Now you may understand, okay, my mother would have, hit me when I was young because I didn't listen to her. Even I would do that. That is now your logic understands. But at that point in time, when you were just 5 years old, you would have thought your mother is evil. She doesn't like you. She loves everyone else other than you. You feel unloved, you feel there's no one for you. All the words exactly as it happened inside of you, relive. When you look at the mirror, don't look and say, oh, I think my eyeliner is little less. I need to make it a little bit more thick. No distraction. Only relive. See yourself as that young version of yourself who's stuck with that pattern. Come on, every one of you relive. No distraction. Please do not get distracted. Go back to that incident wherever you had that powerlessness in your inner space and relive that incident completely. Go back in that and see how step by step that whole incident is sitting in your inner space. And you're going to look at it without any emotions. You're not going to go and get angry at right now. You're going to relive it without attachment to it. Just relive it. If you're feeling in that process when you're having tears come from your eyes, that's totally fine. Just relive it. Please start the process.
we'll be starting the power manifestation now. Yes. So all of you can relax, and now we'll be starting the power manifestation. So now we are going to be manifesting the power of yes. I hope you all had good completion, and it's a very, very powerful process. So now we're all going to be manifesting the power of length, and we are going to be manifesting in length. We are going to be manifesting the power of. So I request everyone to come back, be seated, and we'll be ready. Let's get ready to manifest. So we just had a very powerful process, a very powerful process where you were able to complete and with whatever completions you had from the past or whatever root patterns which are causing your incompletions and reactions. And this completion will really, if you'll see that it will help a lot for the power manifestation, because when we complete within ourselves, we take out all the incompletions, powerless cognitions, and that gives more space for more and more powerfulness to manifest through us, and we become a clear channel for Swamti to be able to flow through us. So you'll see that after this completion, now it is a perfect time for power manifestation. Yes. And this is a very beautiful power. I'm sure many of us have manifested before, but do not miss to manifest again, wherein it's a very beautiful power of length. And we literally become the GPS. So you are going to figure out how the GPS figures out the directions from one place to another. So in this level, we are going to be manifesting where you will precisely be able to draw the map or
I'm so excited for this power. Actually, it's like we are literally going to be able to use the power of length in us. Understand, length is, it's like not just a tool you have, like your logic. Length is basically your logic. It is not just a tool that you have, but it can also be mastered as a power where your length, your logic will become so sharp for you to be able to manifest this power intensely and be able to calculate, identify any answer. Can I request all of you to come on camera?
And firstly, one thing, I think many of you got very busy with the mirror, but many of you gotten busy with the distraction in the mirror. I see some of you adjusting your hair, some of you like trying to, please relax. And firstly, the process with the mirror, the completion process, and I saw so many of you sincerely do it as well. Many of you asked for more time to even finish it, so that was beautiful. But jokes apart, let's understand when you manifest these processes of completion and all, right? Each of these processes, it breaks a certain pattern. We're all like bound by certain completions and pattern. We learned about self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, etc. Right? Now listen very carefully. This power of length, when you bring yourself to the space of completion, when you bring yourself to that space of completion, oneness, whatever you call that, right? At that point in time, you start manifesting this experience of oneness. You start manifesting this experience of Swapurnatva, where all the power manifestation, the powers of Paramashiva starts manifesting through you. Now, can I request every one of you to please bring a paper and pencil? And can you all put, yes, you are ready? If you have a paper and pencil with you, you all can put and let me know. Yes, you're ready for the manifestation. A paper, pen, pencil, anything should be fine. This is going to be a super cool power, and this is personally one of my most favorite power. I always, whenever I get some time in between, and if I'm like little free, then I always play with this power. This is my first go-to power.
Actually,
it's a very fun
this is such an exciting power. Like first time I still remember when Swamiji had initiated us into this power of GPS, right? Like I got a question like with my partner. The first question I got was something in Singapore, and I had never been to Singapore or known about Singapore. And the person had asked me the way how it is from the airport to their house. And I saw at that time we started manifesting this power with the Kritya Shila, the granite slab. It's if you have been attending the programs, you know it's an alchemy product. More on this a little later. But like I was seeing that all of a sudden, like clearly, I could very clearly see the road, and then I was able to see the pathway. A shape came first, like exactly like how it is in the Google Maps. Then I drew that in my paper, and I started writing down whatever was coming. Then I started getting clear images. It was like some random images just coming inside. It started appearing inside. So I started writing, describing everything. Then when I finished writing, I gave it to my partner. I was so shocked. Like everything was precise. I even got the name of their road or something. I was able to get even that. See, that is the power of GPS. Like literally, you would be able to see anything, any information that you want. You would be able to see it along with like a live location. How you send a live location to your friend, something like that. You can see through your third eye. Swamiji explains very beautifully the science behind it, and all of you should listen very carefully. I know you're all excited to manifest power, but it's important you understand the science as well. Have you all noticed if an architect, he's very professional and he's very, like he's done it for a very long period of time. How many of you have noticed certain architects will be able to tell the distance or a height, or, you know, they'll be able to exactly tell, okay, this building should be about these many feet high. How many of you have noticed such things? How many of you have noticed that? An engineer or an architect, he'll be able to just see and tell precisely the height, correct? He's not manifesting any power as such at that point in time, because of his logic is very sharp with that, due to prolonged time of period of experience and expertise in that field. Now, the same way, if you ask a chemist, right? If you just look at a particular chemical or a number of chemicals in front, they'll be able to precisely tell this is the proportion of something. They will know it. Now, why we manifest GPS? Your logic, when you master the length dimension, which is the logic dimension of the cosmos, just any 2 points, if I show you and if I tell, okay, from let's say from Bangalore airport to Biddi Adinam, you might have never ever been to that place, but just like a Google map,
You will be able to precisely identify what is the directions to go, what is the duration that it will take, left turn, right turn, and what are the landmarks you will see. All of that you will be able to identify, which is exactly the power you're all going to be manifesting now. Shall we all start? Okay, I see yes from all the chat. That's very nice. Perfect. So time to have some fun. You don't need to tie your eyes. Ma Shongju, I saw that in the previous round you were tying your eyes. Ma Jianying Zhao. You don't need to tie your eyes. You just need to see the location that we are showing. And when you close your eyes, you will actually see the entire path, like from the starting point. You will see straight, take a right, take a left. It will come to you as precise as a Google map. You just need to go on writing it or drawing it. If you feel by tying your eyes, you would be able to do the power better. Sometimes some people feel that when they tie their eyes, they'll be able to see things clearer. Then you can tie your eyes. But this power by itself does not require to tie your eyes, and you don't need to. Just connect with Swamiji. Again, any impossibility coming in you, complete it. You're going to use the completion technique that you just did, that as the cognition in you, the technique, cognition process, and you're going to be manifesting this power. Ready? Okay. So first round, let's start. 3 minutes per round. So the first round, I'm going to be projecting to you all this place. Okay. So it's like 2 different locations. Please connect to Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya. Just pick a piece of paper and write down. Draw the map as Swamiji is revealing to you. Come on. I request every one of you to do it sincerely. Your time started. Please write down.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda
Time's up. Please relax. All of you can relax. Come on, it's time to post the answers now. I request all of you to please post the answers. So from point A to point B, what are the directions that you saw? Come on, type it out. And you all can post. If you have drawn it, you can click a picture of the drawing and you can post it on the Paramashivoham Facebook group. Come on, my Ali, my Fenzing, my Anjima. Each of you describe. So you can put what is the place number 1, and from there, do you take a right turn or a left turn? What is the duration? Like it'll take half an hour to reach point B, or it'll take 10 minutes, or it'll take 2 minutes by car, by train, whichever things that you're seeing. Okay, my Sonia Rao has posted. Come on, every one of you post all the different things that you saw. My Ali who? What did you see? My Ali Zoo. Sorry, my Ali Zoo. My Shaya Chong. And come on, Madvanita, Madonna, Madeleine. Can I request all of you to post? Please post whatever you are seeing as the answer. Please type it out. I request every one of you to type it out. My Harilyn has posted, my Parameshri, okay, my Jennifer, great, my Krista, great, and okay, very nice. I'm a little excited for these answers. Okay, now listen very carefully. Your logic, which can cognize the place, the distance, your brain can comprehend and digest any information that you want just through your conscious will. More on that later. Now let's quickly identify and see if the answers are right. So this are the 2 places that you're all seeing in front of you. Firstly, it's I want to say, Ma Harlan Gomez, you manifested, Ma, because it is the Kansas City Public Library, the Central Library of Kansas, and Ma Harlan Gomez, you manifested. Ma Harlan Gomez said, in third eye, I see the word library. Wow. Great. And white building, okay. I'm just saying, Ma Jennifer Poirier also saw a library. Wow. Okay, great. Ma Indra also has seen library. That's wonderful. Wow. Okay, great. Wonderful. So now we will start from what it is. So first, it's from the Kansas City Public Library to the Kansas City, Missouri Temple. So then we will see the directions as well. So it is 15 minutes by one route, the fastest route, which is 12.5 miles or 14 miles. And here we can see, so first you're going to be starting straight from the library, and then you will be taking an exit in the main township road, and then so from the township, and then you will be continuing to the next on the Shoal Creek Parkway to your destination, which is just about 1 minute. So it's, let's say, about 15 minutes in total. Okay, now come on, let's all start the next round. I'm going to be projecting the next places to you all. Let's start. Let's see. You're all going to be first identifying what is point A, what is point B. You're going to be identifying the route, and you're going to be identifying the distance along with landmarks. And your 3 minutes starts now. Please start. Come on. I request all of you to scan, connect to Swamiji, Scan through your third eye and identify. Okay, last 17 seconds. You have 10 seconds left. Come on. Let's see now. The 3 minutes is almost up. Actually, why we give you a little shorter time for power manifestation? Okay, time's up. Sorry, your 3 minutes is up. See, whenever you have a less time, right, you don't give so much time for your logic to think and, give all kind of interpretations to things. So it's always good to have lessons. So don't worry. Don't feel like time crunch. It's good. Oh, Ma Priyatna Sarupni, you manifested. Wonderful. Okay, Ma Krista said she saw the word museum, then also saw it is in Alaska. All right. Okay, Madonna is also seen. Masonia Rao, you see, you've put left turns, but you should be more descriptive. How many meters? See, these are all logic based, correct? So you need to be as precise as possible or as descriptive as possible. Masonia NG, very nice. Okay, I see all of you are posting. Come on, all the participants watching us on YouTube, please post. Okay, there's a channel called Science Behind Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Nithyananda. Very nice to have you here. Okay, all right. So let us now verify the answer. Okay, so it is 15 minutes to 19 minutes. So even if you say 15 minutes, that's fine. Or if you say that's 19 minutes, that's also fine. So it is again from the UNAM Central Library in Mexico. to the Cerro El Cuepel. Okay, bear with me if my pronunciations are wrong. So these are two places in Mexico, and let us see the answer. Okay, wow. Interesting. Many of you have seen, I saw some of you have posted 10 minutes. Actually, 15, anywhere between 15 to 19 minutes, you can count it in. It's as the right answer. So anywhere between 15 to 19 minutes. You can see this is the central library. And then here you can see the Cerro El Cuepel. Wow, very nice to see. So many of you are really manifesting well. Understand, listen to this. The powerful cognitions inside you when you manifest, you start manifesting the experience that you are beyond your identity as that individual. Wow, Ma Olga, precise, excellent. Ma Olga manifested. She said what came was, it is Mexico. That's right. And also Ratna Prabhama, you got the 15 minutes parts correct. That was right. And Ma Indra has put 15 miles. Just a minute. It's 12 miles or 14.7 miles to the 19-minute route. Wow, that's pretty close, Ma. That's so close, actually. It's 14.7 and you got 15 miles. That's also a manifestation. That's excellent. Ma, the point about Mexico is precise. Great. Let me see the other. Sorry, just give me some time. I'm taking time because I'm just going through all the chats. See, Ma Giselle Wong, don't worry. When you manifest it, as you keep understanding the signs of these powers, you will start manifesting it more and more. So don't worry about when you will manifest or not. That doesn't matter. Don't see. The only thing is you should enjoy the journey, the process of manifesting. Okay. See, Ma Oriata and Ma Prematavasi. I see numbers 385 and 15, but I do not know what is it. It is 15 minutes or 385 minutes or kilometers, miles. You should always add that units. Bhupendra Godera has put 72.9 meters. Okay, 19 minutes. Oh, wow. Gettys, that's correct. Gettys is manifested. That's right. It's 19 minutes is perfect. See, Amit Popatkaraya, try seeing what you're saying is very nice. Try seeing more when you see the, let's say, like for example, the numbers or the place, the distance. Start trying to draw it like a cohesive map. Only then it will become a training for you more and more to manifest it. You understanding? Excellent. Very beautiful. Okay. Now we're all going to be entering into the next session. We'll be continuing to manifest this. I know all of you are very excited and I see all of you participating very well at this. So now we'll be manifesting, we'll be listening to the next session where we understand the principle that Sadashiva represents. Who is Bhagavan Sadashiva? What principle does he represent? Let us listen to that session now.
Without realizing your astitva, perception is incomplete expression of the experience. More you start seeing beyond perception, more of the existential physics is understood by you. Understand? The physics of perceived is energy cannot be created or destroyed. Physics of the physics is energy can be created, manifested, transformed, interchanged, maintained, destroyed, withdrawn. Creation is different, generation is different. For generation, you need some raw material. For creation, you don't need. Srishti, Icha Matra Srishti. Without even having Sangalpa or Icha as the source material. Manifestation. With or without or no reason. It can be generated, created, manifested in any quantity and quality. Maintained, sustained, interchanged, transformed, transferred, played with, hidden, stored, covered, withdrawn, destroyed, can be made to disappear without even the trace that it existed. Understand these two principles. How to transform your death into rejuvenation, and how to transform your delusion into liberation, pulling out of the delusion. The fear of death is an unusual, abnormal, irrational fear of personally dying or somebody who is part of you, they dying. Understand this too, you will realize your Sadashivatva. Creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, getting out of delusion and liberation. Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, Anugraha. All these five will become your powers. You will manifest Sadashivatva. You will manifest these 5 dimensions, 5 phases, PHASES of you, your existence. I tell you, when you get out of delusion, which you created, see, when you create, oh, this is difficult, this is bad, this is wrong, I can't, and made small mole into mountain and destroyed your life energy flow. But you decide, no, work is not bad. Being workaholic is not bad. It's not wrong. Nobody is exploiting me. I am stretching myself and becoming alive, active. By working, nobody died. Only by lying, everyone fell into depression and died. destroyed themselves. By being active and overactive, nobody died. Only by overlying, people fell into depression and destroyed their life. When you realize and go on declaring, hey, I am working, it is good, it is life positive, and get out of that laziness even once, you will gain so much confidence to declare the highest realities of you and stand up to it. Once I got addicted to this hotel coffee. In Tiruvannamala, there is a hotel, Udupi Hotel. My guru, Raghupati Yogi, used to take me every day, morning, and give me that coffee and take me for the yoga. I got addicted. And morning when I get up and come with my guru, first thing I'll say, get me coffee, I'll tell. After a few days, I myself understood I am becoming addicted. Then I asked him that how to get out of this. He said, just go and tell 3 people that I hate coffee, I don't want to drink coffee anymore. To my mother, to his wife, my guru's Raghupati Yogi's wife, and Udupi Hotel owner. All 3. Only these 3 will give coffee for me. He told me, go and tell all these 3 people that you hate coffee and you don't like coffee, you don't want coffee, it's bad. I did it. I saw all 3 stopped giving me. In 2-3 days, I even forgot coffee. Listen, really this happened. When I started declaring, telling, first time when I told my mother I hate coffee, I don't like coffee, neither she believed nor I believed. But second time when I went and told my guru's wife, she thought maybe I am a little cranky and my mood is not good. Or her husband would have told me to do this because she knows all the trick. Even if you are a great enlightened Siddha, your wife knows all your tricks. You are not beyond your wife. Your wife is the bigger Siddha, bigger person than all your enlightenment. And she knows all his tricks, all his techniques, all his methods. So she thought maybe he only told him to do this. That time when I went and declared to that hotel owner, Udupi Hotel owner, I also started believing and he also started believing. I tell you, that's all.
Creation, operation, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. Please understand, Supreme cannot be just GOD, generator, operator, destroyer. Please understand, the Supreme, as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Bhagavan, Brahman, Sadashiva cannot be translated by the word God. The Western definition of God is generator, operator, destroyer. Only 3 aspects. The Hindu understanding of supreme reality is generator, operator, destroyer, deluder, and liberator. The major 2 aspects of life
unfortunately was never grasped anywhere else other than this Saraswati Ganges civilization. Only the Saraswati Ganges civilization understood the world beyond seen. If you don't understand delusion, you can't understand beyond the 4 dimensions. You can't understand reality in its completion. God is not Sadashiva. Maybe I can contribute a new word, Godel. G-O-D-D-E-L. So Godel should be the word, not God. God is not Sadashiva. Sadashiva, Brahman, Bhagavan, all these words used in the Brahman used in Upanishad, Bhagavan used in Puranas, Sadashiva used in Agamas cannot be translated as G-O-D, God, used in Western theologies. Understand these 5 aspects of Sadashiva in the manifest form is called Ishvara, unmanifest form is Avyakta. Even this 5 is only the manifest form of Godel, Sadashiva. Paramashiva's message directly from Sri KAILASA. Existence of Ishwaratva is nothing but the decision to own up the principle of creation, principle of sustenance, principle of rejuvenation, principle of delusion, principle of liberation in your existence. Understand? If you own up what you created, you sustained, you destroyed or rejuvenated, or you put yourself in delusion or freed from delusion, or from which you are liberated or liberating, want liberation. If you own up these 5 principles of your life, you become Ishvara for you. If you own up these 5 principles for a group of people, you become Kulapati to them, Ishvara to them. If you own up for a large number of people, you become Mandaleshwara. If you own up the same 5 principles for a Mahamandala, you become Mahamandaleshwara. If you own up these 5 principles for the whole universe, you become Ishvara of Brahmanda. That's all. Principle of existence of Ishvara. I'll tell you. In the cosmic level, Paramashiva has 5 of his dimensions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5. In your microcosmic life, in your Pindanda, microcosmic level, you play the same game. Every day, the new cells getting created, new organs getting manifested in your body is your creation. All of you need to know, including your brain. Everything gets newly created. New cells are created every minute, every second. This is your creation. In microcosmic level, in macrocosmic level, the planets which manifest planets are getting created. In microcosmic level, the cells are created. In the macrocosmic level, whatever is created is continuously getting sustained. In microcosmic level, the body you create is getting sustained. The life you manifest is getting sustained by you. You continuously breathing, inhaling and exhaling, keeping you alive is sustenance, maintenance in microcosmic level. In the macrocosmic level, destruction, rejuvenation, samhara is black holes swallowing big bangs. In the microcosmic level, the old cells getting killed and new cells getting formed is rejuvenation, samhara. In your body, in your microcosmic level, pindanda level. Same way, in the Brahmanda level, the delusion is cosmos creating deluges, pralayas to rejuvenate itself, clean itself. I told you, this year, not just corona, there are so many other natural calamities. To clean the collective negativity will happen. This deluge, pralaya, will clean up a lot of collective negativity. You can see the heat wave all over the world. All the Pancha Bhutas playing and aligning itself. In the cosmic level, this is the delusion, throbhava going on. In the macrocosm, pindanda level, you forgetting your existence as Paramashiva, higher reality, falling into the nightmares and going through, is the small scale throbhava. Delusion in the pindanda, microcosmic level you go through. In the cosmic level, Brahmanda level, liberation, anugraha is Paramashiva himself manifesting as this Nijavadara Nithyananda and making this Kailasa happen. And guiding all the beings in microcosmic level, pindanda level, you receiving these powerful cognitions and liberating yourself from all this deluge by holding on to the Guru's feet is the liberation happening in you. Understand? Whatever is happening in Brahmanda, macrocosm, is happening in your pindanda, microcosm. So don't worry about your delusions. Don't be powerless about it. Don't try to work with the facts and figures externally. Don't try to work with the seen. Work on the seer. You have two levels of existing. Listen carefully. Two levels of existing. One with the thought currents, without the thought currents. With the thought currents means active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. Without thoughts, in deep sleep, where I think some of you are in that state now. If you are not hearing me, you are in that state. If you are hearing me, you are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without thoughts. With thoughts, all of you know, constantly picking fight with everyone, everything. Actually, with thoughts is nothing but constantly picking fight with everything. When you stop picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick fight with some part of you or the other, then comes thought. Without thought, you know, deep sleep in the night time or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought. Same way, with your existence, remembrance of your existence, without the remembrance of your existence. Listen. Listen. You need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness. Without the idea, I exist. These two states, how many of you are able to understand? See, now, all of you have the idea, I exist. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So, there are two ways and two states. Two ways is with thought, without thought. Two states is with the idea I exist and without the idea I exist. How many of you understand that? Project. Listen. with the idea I exist, and with thoughts. Listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. How the states of consciousness is formed in you. Why you go through what you go through in your life. Understand, ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from the traffic ticket. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from ticket. Ignorance cannot be a reason for not following. Same way in the cosmos, ignorance is not cute. Yes, you can be victim, singing song, oh, I am ignorant, innocent devotee. Who is going to care? No. A devotee cannot be ignorant. Jnana varishta bhakti, devotion established on knowledge and understanding. That is devotion. Understand, I am talking about the fundamental units of life. So let me go to the next word. I am introducing these 4 words. With thoughts, without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like a independently shining, which is not. Same way, in the dream, few thought currents crossing, you feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why do dream state? How many of you say that? But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist, but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exists nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep, sushupti. These three all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word turiya means fourth. That's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is turiya. Now I want you to remember these four words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There is a fifth word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turyatita. Turyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. All these five states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive. All these five states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jakrat, Turiya, Turyatita. All these five states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child. What you call as heart emotion. Please understand. You have been given a very wrong idea. Your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand? Both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions, both have their problems. Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two-part, that is when our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe a few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand, the line, vertical line is a heart projector. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line. Head's line. So listen, when your head is in Sushupti, heart is also in Sushupti. It is called Sushupta Sushupti. Deep sleep, deep sleep. Very rarely you experience this. Even in your deep sleep, if you are lying on your bed for 8 hours, maximum you may experience this deep sleep for 20 to 30 minutes. Not more than that. Please understand. Head, heart, both parts of you experiencing Sushupti and Sushupti, deep sleep and deep sleep. It may happen just for a few minutes. In the whole 6 hours or 8 hours, you are lying on your bed. When your head experiencing dream state and your heart experiencing deep sleep, you can perceive this experience when you dream and just fall asleep without even waking up. You will dream something and you will fall asleep without waking up. Again you will dream something, you will fall asleep. Maybe third time or fourth time when you dream only you will wake up. How many of you have experienced this? When you wake up, you will remember all the 3-4 dreams. That is what this state, the Sushuptian Swapna. How many of you are understanding? State is not bad. Understand? All these 25 states of consciousness is 25 dimensions of you. You are 25 faces. You are 25 dimensions. In the waking state, how you are able to control larger part of you. You can control your hands. You can control your legs. Many things you can control in your waking state. When you want, you can get up and go and pick up a cup of tea. When you want, you can go and use the restroom. In the dream state, if you find a restroom, don't use. It's a trap. Once more, I am repeating, if you missed it. In the dream state, if you find a restroom, don't use. It is a trap. When your bladder is full, it is capable of sending instruction to your brain and the whole restroom will be built. And you will be made to feel comfortable. Only things are a little wet or hot, you realize what has happened. Understand your ability to have power over your internal and external things makes certain state is good or bad. That's all. If you are in delusion, don't be afraid. It is actually delusion kicks you to the next level of liberation. See, 3 seconds of nightmare not only gets you out of nightmare, it pushes you to the next level of state of consciousness called waking state. From dream, you are just kicked to the waking state. High. From dream, moving to waking state is like an enlightenment in dream state. So, if you had a very sweet dream, normal dream in your dream state, you would have just gone again back to dream state or deep sleep state. But if you had a nightmare, you can neither go back to dream state or deep sleep state. You have to be kicked to waking state. So, delusion in the delusion in the dream state is nightmare. But ultimately that nightmare does a great good thing that you are enlightened, pushed out of the dream state to the waking state. From waking state, if you are pushed to the Turiya, that is enlightenment. Same way, from dream, if you are pushed to waking, that is enlightenment in this level. Understand? Enlightenment means getting pushed to the next higher state of consciousness. From deep sleep, if you are pushed to the dream state, that's one level enlightenment. From dream state, if you are pushed to the waking state, that is one level of enlightenment. From waking state, if you are pushed to the Turiya, that is next level of enlightenment. From Turiya, if you are pushed to Turiyatita, that's the next level of enlightenment. So understand, the nightmare in your dream state is not as bad as you always think, because just the 3-second nightmare, and you need to know, no nightmare can be longer than 3 seconds. It's a law of life. In the dream, it may look like a long time, but actually, In chronological waking state time, it is only 3 seconds. So, all nightmares are enlightenment in the dream state, because it has pushed you from dream state to the waking state, which is a level of enlightenment in the, as far as the dream state is concerned. I should call there are 4 levels of enlightenment. From deep sleep, when you are pushed to the dream state, it's called dream enlightenment. From dream state, if you are pushed to the waking state, it's called waking enlightenment. From waking state, if you are pushed to Turiya, it's called awakened enlightenment. From Turiya, when you are pushed to Turiyatita, it's called live, living enlightenment. The body which is fueled only by Sushupti, Jakrat Swapna means deep sleep, dreaming and little waking state once in a while because of cup of coffee. The body which was being dragged, functioning only with these states, if even little Turiyatita is mixed, it is like a wow. Today I'll put little Turiyatita. You will see the kind of a alchemy change in the system. God, what is going on? What is he doing to my system? I'm just changing the fuel. Multiple things will happen. One, a thorough healing of the body. All the repaired parts get healed. All the friction disappears. Ability of your mind to see, perceive, cognize Jiva, individual self, Jagat, universe, Ishvara, Sadashiva. Ability to cognize Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. Ability to connect with the Jiva, Ishvara and Jagat becomes high when you are fueled with the Turiyatita space and state. That is why these 25 states of consciousness, knowledge about it and experience about it is very important. There's a beautiful verse by a great saint Tirumular. Ponnai maraithtadu ponnani bhushanam, ponnil maraindadu ponnani bhushanam. Tannai maraithtadu tankaranangale, tannil maraindadu tankaranangale. I'll give you the translation. If you see the jewel, you will not remember the gold. If you remember the gold, you will forget the jewel. Design. If your body is fueled by deep sleep, waking and dream state, Jakrat Swapna Sushupti, it will all be about Karana. Karana means eyes, ears, tongue, action-based organs projecting the universe. These organs projecting the universe does not let you experience your original Turiya Turyatita state. When I add this Turiya and Turyatita like a juice into your being, it can be added just like a juice. Like I can pour this tea on your head, like that, I can pour that. One good thing, the tea will overflow, this will get into your system. Turiya and Turyatita. When the Turiya and Turyatita gets into your system, the Karana, the organ-based projection of the world dissolves into your original state. So the original state becomes reality. Then the organ-based projection universe. Listen. Organ-based projected universe, as long as you are perceiving it, you are pursuing it, it will all be love, hatred, good, bad, right, wrong, jumps in the life. But when Turiya and Turyatita is added to your biomemory, bioenergy, suddenly you will realize yourself is a much deeper and higher reality than the organ-based projected universe. Understand? If your stomach is experiencing acidity, you will feel whole world is enemy, demon. You don't need big demons to come and attack you. Just little acidity is enough. And the kind of a tantrum you throw, a simple hunger and food is not immediately available. How many go crazy? Raise your hand. True. It's true. Organ-based projection, perception of the universe, that is like a crude oil run tractor in a village Kacha road, which has higher ups and downs of any best roller coaster in the world. If Turiya and Turyatita is added into your system, suddenly you will feel like you are flying. The whole inner space is lubricated. Turiya and Turyatita is the important fuel with which your body need to be filled if you are interested in experiencing Kailasa.
What Swamiji explained now about the 25 states of consciousness, and so elaborate and making us all understand how we exist in various states of consciousness, how the I consciousness is there And based on the I consciousness and without I consciousness, how we exist. Swamiji explained the first 4 states and then explained the 5th state and the permutation combination of all these 5, how it exists as 25 states of consciousness.
And most importantly, Swamiji also explained about how the heart and the brain, the 2 parts, how they have these constant conflicts. They can't exist in one state together. And Swamiji was explaining the different states or the different physical attributes of existing in certain states. Like, for example, when your body is in deep sleep, but your mind is extremely active, up and running, you are in coma. In coma, when you are like in physically in coma, it is in that state, your body is in sushupti, deep sleep. Your mind is in jagrat. That is why in coma, people can hear and, all senses are all perfect, but body is just refusing to get in. But your body is awake, mind is in deep sleep. That is sleepwalking. So whenever you sleepwalking, your body is wide awake. You can move around and all of that, but your mind is not cognizing what is happening. That is sleepwalking. So like this, the 25 states of consciousness, various different permutation combinations and which states we exist in have a huge role to play in our daily life, like how you experience your reality, how you experience the life in front of you. All of that has a very significant role to play.
Can all of you please post if you have understood what these 25 states of consciousness is? Like, what have you understood so far? Can I request all the participants to take a few minutes and post it? Come on, all of you please go ahead and post it in the chat. Ma Krista, Harlan Gomez, and Ma Jayanti, Ma Ratna Prabha, Jennifer Poirier. Please can all of you post? What did you all understand? Because the next session we are actually going to be entering into the next section right away. And it's very important. These understandings are literally like the fundamentals so that you are getting ready, prepared for receiving the darshan and the initiation in the best possible way. Come on, take a few minutes. What did each of you understand?
Come on, what was these 25 states of consciousness and how do they correspond to our reality, the state of reality or how we exist in?
Vidyarupanaya, Daniyar Bhatyaraya, come on.
Actually, the space, each of these 25 states of consciousness, other than Turyatita, everything else is, Turyatita, unless you achieve Turyatita, everything else is reversible. Only when you experience Turyatita, the last, the 25th state, it is only that state that you are experiencing irreversible. Like Swamiji said, you are experiencing Turyatita when you manifest consciousness over matter. But the Turyatita, see, when you are in Turiya and you experience Turyatita, you're manifesting powers. But Turyatita and Turyatita, when you experience, that state is where you manifest the powers, all the ultimate irreversible enlightenment inside of you. Catching it? So the Turyatita space happens in us, and you have the experience of irreversible enlightenment. Getting it? Okay. So now, today we're all having a very, very powerful initiation, and all of you are really looking forward for it, where we're going to be experiencing the space of astral travel, literally the experience of astral travel, where you're going to be traveling to the higher lokas, the parallel universes, and you will be experiencing the different worlds, how you exist in each of these worlds, and most importantly, how your ancestors are. You will be able to meet them. You will be able to see your ancestors and interact with them. That is the very special initiation that all of us are going to be receiving today. Okay, so now for that, in the next session that we're all entering into, we are going to be understanding about what are these 14 lokas and the 11 dimensions that make up these 14 lokas. We're all receiving the initiation into length, breadth, and depth dimensions today. Each of these dimensions of the universe, beyond what scientists have discovered, the total 11 dimensions of the universe, have a role to play in your life, in your day and night. You understand, we all know about length, breadth, depth, time and space. These are the unit dimensions. Now, length. So take anything. So there's like you have length, and you have breadth, and you have depth. So these are the three dimensions with which you see and relate to things. And then we have a partial understanding of time dimension. And it is through these we perceive things. You perceive time, which is why you perceive a change. So beyond this, in the universe, there are totally 11 dimensions. Understanding the 11 dimensions, recent studies have proved how our brain is capable of perceiving 11 dimensions. Our Puranas, our Agamas, Vedas, Agamas, the scriptures have revealed this thousands of years ago. And much before the modern science even discovered, Swamiji had given elaborate revelations on the 11 dimensions of the universe. We have recorded sessions where Swamiji has in detail described about 11 dimensions of the universe. Now, we are going to be learning and understanding about that.
I'll introduce the different dimensions of the universe. Before introducing, I'll tell you the purpose why I am introducing. Understand? You need to logically, rationally, intellectually know all the possibilities available for you. If you know all the possibilities available for you, your life will not be silly. Listen. If you know $1 billion is in your bank balance, will you be fighting with your neighbor for the $1 coin or 2 cent? Oh, I think it is mine. No, my kid dropped, it is mine. Come on, let's fight and pick up the gun. You will not go for that if you know your possibilities. Understand, life is all about getting matured. Taste getting matured, your greed getting matured, fears getting matured, needs getting matured. It is all about you getting matured. Please understand. At the age of 7, you want to play with the car toy. At the age of 17, you want a car. Then by 25, different style cars. Your desire is getting matured. That is what society calls as growth. But here I am telling you, not just only this level, even in this level, if your desire gets matured, even in your conscious level, you have conscious maturity happening. For example, depth of your existence listen carefully. Everyone tries to ask me what technique I should do. No, technique is not solution. I am not here to give you technique. I am here to give you depth of personality. Every time people ask me, if I don't manifest powers, what technique I should do? No technique. Your cognition about you need to be changed. That's all. That is the permanent technique. That is the permanent solution. Not that you will close your eyes and put your quickly and somewhere and look here, there and chant some sound and you will blow your nose. Depth of self, universe and God. Your identity you are carrying is too silly. It may be, oh, I am a successful businessman. How can Swamiji say I am silly? I am a successful social leader. I am a successful political leader. I am a successful educationist. Understand, in that the I you carry is amazing, but not the titles you carry after that. If the I is carrying depth, if that frequency of that I is powerful enough, the adjectives, the afterwards the titles added will not be adding glory to you. Understanding about this 11 dimension will make your existence frequency intense. Understand, life should be like everything around you should be just vibrating with you. The moment thought comes, an idea comes, a cognition comes, the whole nature should cooperate and make it happen. Introduction to 11 dimension itself is to show you your multiple possibilities. Actually, I am interested in you, not your identities. That is why when people try to come and tell me, Swamiji, I am this, what can I do for your mission? I tell them, first, your consciousness, let you make it to the higher frequency. Taste what I am teaching, what I am standing for. Substantially, even you will not be able to doubt. You to that level. Experience the depth of your consciousness. You should feel you have become too big. Wow, existence is really nice. The way I exist now feels great. Depth of personality is joy. Depth of personality is bliss. That consciousness you are carrying, that chit you are carrying, should be constantly manifesting powerful cognitions and power. That is the biggest help you can do to me. Because I am interested only in that. I am not interested in political revolution. I am not interested in social revolution. I am not interested in anything. I am interested in few people sitting around me, sipping cup of coffee and manifesting powers. That's the only way I visualize me. Whenever I find time, still even now, that's what I do. I'll catch few of these devotees. Whenever I have time for myself, I'll catch them and make them sit. All right, I have a cup of coffee and I'll do some aushadha, like this old ladies cooking in the home. I'll tell her, get this ginger, get this pepper, get this salt, I'll be playing with it and do some process and take this aushadha and now manifest power. When he decided to become many, to celebrate himself, all the dimensions of this universe opened. Understand, your whole life is nothing but you deciding. See, at one point in your mother's womb, you decide, Ekoham Bahushyamaha. Only then you open the womb where you were residing for 10 months and come out. But after that, everything is mess. That is different. Listen. Many times you will hear me saying, whenever you have a problem, always see how your ideal, your guru will handle this. I used this as a technique when I was young. I always used to connect. Whenever I have a problem, Annamalai Swamigal was ideal for me. Ramana Maharshi's disciple. First thing I'll say, how Annamalai Swamigal will handle this? Of course, after Arunagiri Yogeshwara happened, he became the ideal. Then I'll always look how Arunagiri Yogeshwara would have handled this. Have this one understanding how Sadashiva will handle this. The moment the one became many, all the problems you have, he also started having. Don't think he does not have a problem. Yes, all the organizational problems you have, relationship problems you have, everything you have, yes. He solved it. You have not. That's all. If you understand this one principle, let me repeat once more. For example, this cup. Inside this cup there is a space. That is aham. The space inside the cup is connected to this cup. This whole thing can become multiple, but the space itself cannot become multiple. Anything which has become multiple, as the source of oneness inside them. Listen carefully. Anything which has become multiple, as a source of oneness in them, oneness has not become many, only one became many. Aham associated with oneness, one associated with oneness has become many, but continue to be filled by the oneness.
I'll introduce the whole 11 dimensions completely. And answer all the questions you have. About the 11 dimensions. Please listen. Normally what you perceive in your day-to-day life, the length, breadth, depth, that is one dimension. Then only breadth and depth exists in one dimension. Listen carefully. Only breadth and depth exists in certain dimension. If you want me to give an example, there will only be visualization and cognition, no verbalization. Some dreams, sometimes in the dream you will be seeing only visualization, only cognition, no verbalization. How many of you have experienced that kind of dream? And even this object, its breadth and the depth can be left and length can be moved out. Then what will happen, you know? Really, length can be moved out. Then if you put your hand like this, you will see object. If you put your hand like this, you will not feel the object. I'll explain further. Materialization happens from this plane. Understand? Any object gets dismantled and goes into this plane, and in this plane only the movement is possible. Then again it gets assembled. I think this will give you a much better example. If this length is taken out of this object, to any length this can be shifted. If your ego is taken out of you, you can just become Sadashiva. Ganga is flowing, one bamboo is floating on it. Because that bamboo is floating, you call this side Ganga, that side Ganga. If you lift the bamboo, it's Ganga. Same way, this length makes this object not to be moved in length. Defined length differentiates this object from the space of length. Your defined degree makes you dumb to all other subjects.
Listen, one end of the rope in the microcosm, Pindanda, is the verbalization dimension. Quantumly the same functions, the other end of the rope. In the Brahmanda, macrocosm, as length dimension. Same way, what functions in the microcosm as visualization in the Brahmanda, in the macrocosm, that is only is breath. Listen, now third statement is very important. What functions in you as cognition, how you cognize yourself, individual inner image in Pindanda, microcosm. How you feel about you, that same only, that cognition, inner image, vibrates as the dimension of depth in the macrocosm. That is why your inner image matters for your life. What you attract, what you manifest, how you live matters, I tell you. Never allow lower inner image in you. There is nobody has a right to judge you. Even your guru has only right to help you, not judge you. Listen. Even your guru only has a right to help you, not to judge you. Even guru does not have a right to judge you, then who else? Even he does not have a right to judge you. He only has a right to help you. He only has a right to remind you. He does not have a right to judge you. Never accept low inner image. That is your arrogance. Do not fall into the arrogance of accepting inner image. You always think, no. Inner image is very humble. No. Weak inner image is arrogance. Don't call it as humbleness or meekness or goodness. No. Don't ever give any good word for it. Having lower inner image is abusive arrogance. Ignorance coupled with arrogance. Understand? Alcohol coupled with sleep tablets. Alcohol coupled with antidepressants. After that you will never get depressed. Because you are depressed. You will be inside the earth. How will you get depressed? Lower inner image can be established only in arrogance. If you do not have arrogance, lower inner image cannot sustain itself in you. Understand? Only if there is a fertile sand, land, a seed can have a grip and grow. Same way, the arrogance is the fertile land for low inner image to get grounded and grow. Do not accept lower inner image. All arrogant people will be having lower inner image. These are all some of the ultimate laws of life. All womanizers will be frustrated people. All arrogant people will be having low self-inner image, low inner image. A romantic guy will never be womanizer. These are all the laws of life. Romance is such, gives so much of fulfillment, he will not even look for the second person. Even first person he will not look, because he will be in the first person. He will be in the first person. A womanizer will be most frustrated fellow. These are all some of the ultimate laws which can never be changed at any time. Low self-inner image means quantumly you are sending the signal to the macrocosm to keep you in the lower depth of the cosmic dimensions. Understand? The kind of a frequency you send from here, the way you are dealing the rope in one end, are you pulling or pushing or burning? One end of the rope is in your hand, the other end of the rope is with the cosmos. Listen, one end of the rope is in your hand, the other end of the rope is in the cosmos. The macrocosm quantumly operates into microcosm. Your verbalization directly affects the length dimension of the cosmos. Your visualization directly affects the breadth dimension of the cosmos. Your cognition about you directly affects the depth dimension of the cosmos. You quantumly function with the macrocosm. You quantumly function with the macrocosm. Whether you want to function, you don't want to function. Whether you want to drive or don't want to take control of the vehicle you are sitting in, car is already moving in 120 kilometer speed. Listen, you do not have a choice now. No, I'll wake up after 2 years. I think I will attend to all this and then wake up. No, no choice. By the time you wake up, you may not be able to make up. By the time you wake up, you may not be able to make up. You are already in the car and the car is going in the 120 kilometer speed and unfortunately you are in the driving seat. It's like one person is saying, my grandfather died peacefully, but people around him only died a horrible death. He asked why? Because he was on the wheel and sleeping. He died peacefully. The people who were around him. You are on the wheel. You are behind the wheel. You are in the driver's seat. Wake up now to your length, breadth, depth, rope, visualization, verbalization, cognition. Even if you don't wake up, the earlier signals you sent is doing its job automatically. Understand? If you don't wake up now, don't think the car is going to stop. The earlier automated gear system in which you have put, it's going to be running in that. How long? Sometime till the fuel is over. It runs like that and stops. That is what I call unconscious death and birth. You take another one, Janma, without waking up. Appa. The Sanatana Hindu Dharma elaborately describes the 11 dimensions and the beings exist in the 11 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time and space. These are the 5 unit dimensions. And the permutation combination of that 5, length, breadth with the time space, breadth, depth with the time space, length, depth with the time space, the various permutation combinations of these 5 basic dimensions forms 11 dimensions of the universe. Listen. Knowledge and understanding, even if it is intellectual, knowledge and understanding of this 11 dimension makes many of the suffering caused by others and the sufferings you cause to others redundant. Only a person who understands 11 dimensions of the universe can be non-violent, can be really non-violent. The ahimsa. "25 states of the consciousness is what you perceive, you go through. 11 dimensions of universe is what universe perceives it is going through."
If you change your state of consciousness, you'll automatically change the dimension you're in,
Yes,
and vice
sure.
versa.
When somebody moves to Turyatita, he will never be in length. Naturally, he will be more and more in length, breadth, depth, time, space. Surely change of consciousness leads to change of state.
But will the change in state actually lead to a change in consciousness as well? If you
Yes, both.
Both.
See, when you change, world changes. When world changes, you change.
But will a change has to be regressive? Let's say you achieved Theta to Theta, there's no way you'll actually go back to being deep sleep.
I should tell you, the regressive possibility completely disappears the moment you even you enter into Turiya. After that, no regressive possibility. Till Jakrat, there is regressive possibility. But not after the Turiya.
When I am in a relationship or I am having a meaningful conversation with somebody, is it just the state in which I am there that will define the quality of relationship or conversation I am having? Or is it that in that state, what is the extent of length, breadth and depth I have? That will decide.
No. Actually, the state in which you exist, that decides. Length, breadth, depth is always liquid. It just gets altered the moment you shift that state. Just a simple remembrance of the Guru. The intimate touch, that experience, remembrance, your whole energy will be shifted. The length, breadth, depth will be different. That is why we have in Sanskrit, Smaranat Mukti, just by remembrance, liberation. So, you don't have to bother about length, breadth, depth of that dimension, that space. The space you are in matters.
So, the 5 components of these 11 dimensions, are they anyway related to the Pancha Bhutas? Because they seem
No. 5 elements are, all 5 elements are within the, see, that space is different, this space is different. The space in Pancha Bhuta is Vyoma. The space in this 11 dimensions is Akasha.
Okay.
Vyoma is different, Akasha is different. Are the 25 states of consciousness, 11 dimensions and 5 actions which are creating the matrix are only associated to Bhuloga? No. The whole spindle, the standila, Meru standila, on which all the 14 lokas are situated, are under this matrix. Other than the Kailasa, which is beyond this matrix, which is the space of Sadashiva, where the matrix is irrelevant. Everything else falls under the matrix. It is already inside these 25 states of consciousness and 11 dimensions and 5 actions. And the next question you are asking about the analogy we can do with the movie Matrix and our fictive reality in the so-called real world who is supposed to be Neo. See, actually this, you can't exactly match who is Neo and who is Agent and all that. Roughly we can match. Neo is a seeker who is struggling and getting enlightened. Morpheus can be roughly matched as Guru. But it is not necessary Morpheus has to die. And only roughly can be matched. What is the artificial intelligence? Yesterday this was the question. What is that machine's artificial intelligence? The common understandings which are not real but accepted as a system by all of us, like a concept of currency. It's not real. It's a paper. But all of us agree to work with that. The realities made by us, but not existentially real. Currency, passport, citizenship, ownership, paper. All these are the artificial intelligence. All these are the machines which are sucking us. Understand? You are nothing more than 120-volt battery for this matrix. And don't think matrix is going to start. It is already started. The moment created reality is playing 51% of your life than the existential reality, you are under matrix. See your life, the decisions you take, the actions you perform, the life you live is 51% is based on the existential reality or based on these comparative realities. Non-existential but created realities which are almost made to believe by us as existential reality. Please understand, a disease is an existential reality. Medicine for it is an existential reality. But currency is not existential reality. Grain is existential reality. Hunger is existential reality. Currency is not existential reality. Separate these two. Land is existential reality. The passport you need to live there is a created reality.
Yes, Nithyananda. Now all of us listen to a detailed revelation on what are these 11 dimensions, right? Lens means anything which flows with a systematic certain logic, whether 2 plus 2 is 4, or if you add this acid and that acid, this is the product that comes out. If you master the lens dimension, anything that works as per the logic will be under your control. Next, everything which flows in the rhythmic logic is breath dimension. All the actions and activities of the heart and art goes into breath dimension, where the logic is there, but there is a flow. It's not just rigid logic. For example, the rhythmic flow of the body language. That is dance, which is a breath dimension again. So dancing is breath dimension of body language. Painting is the breath dimension of writing. How many of you are understanding? Next, depth. Depth is your conclusion. Depth is your conclusion, the cognition that you carry about your life, God and people. Everything, all the cognitions that you carry comes under the depth dimension. Hope all of you are understanding so far. Now, the space you carry, its smell, its flavor, comes out of you like energy. Length, breadth, depth does not constitute a person. The space constitutes a person. The space in you, the space outside you, and this whole space is actually one and the same. All power manifestation has to start from space and not from depth. The length, breadth, depth is mass. Space is energy. When these two collide, the dust generated its time. Wow. Such amazing revelations, right? Do not cognize, celebrate, enjoy, entertain anything related to your capabilities of length, breadth, and depth. That your identity be established, cherished, played, enjoyed, celebrated the capabilities of your space. Now, what did each of you understand from this beautiful revelation that Swamiji gave to us about space? What did each of you understand? I request all of you to take a moment and share what are all the clicks you got. And Swamiji explained so elaborately on what is this dimension.
Actually, science very clearly establishes how human beings like you and me, we can cognize up to 11 dimensions. And Swamiji had said that actually even this concept, science is arriving at thousands of years later, and they're still saying that we can create structures up to 11 dimensions, but they do not know it as a definitive possibility. But our ancestors had already clearly found out, and Swamiji has revealed this so precisely to such extent as to Swamiji has told in each which are the airports to access which dimensions. To that extent, Swamiji has explained, and length, breadth, and depth are the three main components, and time and space. So the permutation combinations of these 5 components, like length becoming breadth, breadth becoming depth, depth plus time, like this are like some various permutation combinations. All these put together makes it 11 dimensions of universe. Everything that you see. We all know the length, breadth, and depth. So the length, breadth, and depth that we see is alone not the 11, that alone is not the dimensions of the universe. There are much more. What we can understand or what we perceive. And that is what Swamiji had revealed very beautifully in this session as well.
Now, I hope all of us have had this in-depth understanding. See why we are learning these now. Now, this will become like the basis from which we will start experiencing. Now, whenever you are sitting in the darshan, your space dimension is being worked upon. Today, we are learning these basics, like we learned about 25 states of consciousness. Then now we're learning about 11 dimensions. In the morning, we learned about the vertical time zone. How not just we all know about EST, PST, IST, MST, like the Eastern Standard Time, or the Pacific Standard Time, Indian Standard Time. We know about that. But Swamiji explains how these are all horizontal time zones. And there's something called as vertical time zone. Vertical time zone, the 14 lokas that exist, how they exist, how as you go up, the number of thoughts reduce. Swamiji explained all of these so beautifully. Now, can I request all the participants to take a moment and post what each of you have understood? Come on. Amit Pupalkaraya, Sunil Yadav, all of you please post. What did you understand? Sumit Agrawalaya. I request all the participants to take a moment and share. What did you exactly understand from this section about 11 dimensions of the universe? Ma Priyatma Swarupini asking, so wow, are all the 14 lokas under the matrix? Well, all 14 lokas don't come under the matrix because only the things, see, only when you go beyond the matrix, you will even come to the awareness of the existence of these 14 lokas. Otherwise, right now, whatever you try to imagine, it's only your imagination. You are trying to visualize, cognize, and say, okay, this is how all these lokas may exist. But during the initiation, when Swamiji lifts us to those lokas, you actually experience those planes of existence. You actually experience those lokas. You are lifted out of the matrix. The cognition, the consciousness you carry. Swamiji said, when you're traveling up to the 14 lokas, when you go towards the higher lokas, even the conscious mutations, superconscious mutations start happening. When you go from Earth to the space station, the International Space Station, there is certain changes that happens in your body. It's like the moment you go to space and come back, the way you age will be different, the way your body is functioning will be different. Even if you go just stay there for a few days and come back, the body starts responding differently. That's why they take a lot of training.
Even the most basic laws of physics that we see, it does not apply the same way as others. So, like for example, gravity and all these laws, like she said, like space, time, they act upon you differently in each of the planes or each of the time zones that you are in, like each of the vertical time zones that you are in.
Sorry, I see a message saying I'm not audible. Ma Grazina Maria, are you able to hear me? Okay, thank you, Ma Gokula. Okay, wonderful. So, understand, whenever you are going from just the planet Earth just to the International Space Station, which is just above the planet Earth, slightly out of the gravitational field of planet Earth, even there when you reach, your body starts mutating. You start going through physical changes. Same way, when you are, like for example, your growth rate changes, you will start becoming much taller because gravity acts upon you very differently. Once you leave the gravitational zone of Earth and enter into the space. Same way, when you start traveling to the higher lokas, not just physical mutation or psychological mutation happens, conscious mutation and superconscious mutation happens. You understanding? So, Ma Priyatma Swarupini, if you have to, the 14 lokas are not under the matrix.
Actually, in when you go to Swarga Lokama, Swamiji tells physical manifestation happens. Like for example, from the time you travel from Bhuvar Loka, and you go to Suvar Loka, by the time you reach Swarga Loka, you get extra set of hands, extra set of legs. Because the mutation is experienced in different levels. By the time you go to Tapo Loka, you cannot have thoughts. You cannot have thoughts in Tapo Loka. It's just absolute unclutched. That is the gravity of Tapo Loka. Which means for them to be in Tapoloka, they have to be unclutched. Without being unclutched, you cannot be in Tapoloka. The Swamiji tells the gravity, like how Bhuloka, thoughts is the gravity. Like the more you think, you are getting stuck more and more because thoughts are matter. Gravity attracts that matter. In Tapoloka, it's the opposite. Swamiji tells that they need to be, that's why it's called Tapoloka. There's constant tapa. The tapas keeps happening there. So the more they are in the space of tapas, the more they are in tapoloka. So each loka, the laws of nature, the laws of physics, everything is very different.
Mazian Jing Zhou is asking, what are these 11 dimensions? I'm not understanding. See, length, breadth, depth, time, space. These 5 together form the basic units. The permutation combinations of these 5. Like there are some beings that exist just with length and breadth without any depth. Like that, the permutation combinations of these 5 units together form the 11 dimensions. The 14th dimension, the 11th dimension is just space, where you can exist purely as space and you have the capability to play with the other dimensions. So, and the 11 dimensions are these 5 basic unit dimensions. Understand, like how Swamiji is explaining, the way we cognize space itself is completely different. Akasha is different, Vyoma is different. We understand space more from the context of Vyoma, where you understand about the Pancha Bhutas, the 5 elements. That is completely different, and understanding of the space is completely different. And the way you relate with each of these dimensions completely change. More and more you start cherishing your identity based on space. Like, for example, whenever you are experiencing power manifestation, it starts from the space dimension. Actually, you all can try during the darshan. Make sure you are having your Atma Murthy within the camera. Today, all of us are going to be experiencing. And I request all the participants to bring your forefathers' pictures and settle down, meaning anyone who has left their body and you want to meet with them.
Any ancestors, they're not in the body. It can be like your grandfather or your parents, anyone who is not in the body. Today's initiation, actually, Swamiji is going to be raising us all to the Janaloka dimension. So it is Bhurloka, Bhuvarloka, Swargaloka, Janaloka. So it's, I should say, Bhuvar, Swarga, Jana. So it's the 3rd loka from Bhuloka. So you're going to be like traveling 3 parallel universes and going to the Janaloka. The 3rd one is the Janaloka, and that is that in the Janaloka universe, like how you have the Andromeda galaxy and then you have the Milky Way galaxy, like that, in this in the Janaloka, there are different worlds. One of the worlds within the Janaloka is Pitraloka. Like one of the worlds within the Vaikuntha is Goloka. Like that, each place, each universe has multiple galaxies, let's say. Let's call it that way. So each universe has multiple worlds in it, sub-worlds in it. So like that, like how we have planet Earth, there are different planets within each of these parallel universes.
Ma Karen is asking, can we be on the picture as a baby? Just crop out only the, so you can easily crop out just the picture of your forefather alone, like meaning whoever, the person, the deceased person alone on the picture. because Swamiji's initiations are very real. Like it's, if you put a person who's alive in that, then I remember one incident of that Maheshwara Puja, where like once they had put, the participants had given the pictures of people who had left their body, and they had put that together for Swamiji to see. During Maheshwara Puja, Swamiji actually sees the photos of all the Pitrus, the people who have left their body, and Swamiji liberates them. So suddenly Swamiji, like the Maheshwara Puja had started, and Swamiji started the liberation process. And suddenly Swamiji just stopped and Swamiji asked, someone is alive, who is here in the picture? Someone who's alive is here. Swamiji said that when Swamiji started the process, from Pitraloka, Swamiji got a message saying that someone is alive, and because Swamiji is already starting the liberation process, they asked if they had to go kill the person and get their souls for liberation. Swamiji said, wait, let me go and let me check. No, don't do that. And then Swamiji asked the person, then one of them said, yes, Swamiji, I didn't have an individual picture, so I put a group photo. So understand, these processes are very real. So we have to be very careful. Actually, I should say, more than saying, very real, of course, every process is real. But I should say, these are all too sacred and it's too big for us to play with, right? So it's not a joke, you being able to go meet your ancestors, and that shows to what extent Swamiji is going, just making it all digital. Those days, earlier on, just for enlightenment, people had to go and search for the master for years together, and then on top of it, the master will do so many tests, like he will test the devotees' will persistence. After all of that, only he'll open the doors for the devotee to enter the Adinam. Here, let alone us going to Swamiji, he comes in search of us. He reaches out to us on every single place that he can find us. If you're just stuck to social media, then there he is. You can find Paramashiva there. And Swamiji comes, ensures he reaches out to us, and he gives all these extraordinary experiences to us for us as an experience, and makes sure that we are tasting each of these sciences. That's Swamiji for you. So understand, these initiations are literally physically real. You can interact with these beings. So today we are going to be traveling to the parallel universe, the Pitraloka, which is where all your ancestors will be, and you'll be experiencing that completion happening. Many times we'll have these moments where we'll feel like, I just want to somehow express this one thing. I feel so bad that person left the body and I can't convey. Some guilt, some pain, some things. All of this sits inside of you and they bother you on your daily basis. They impact your day-to-day life. When you connect to this process, it's not just you meeting the ancestors, but you experience completion with the ancestors. You experience a lot of healing and completion. Ma Motovang, yes. Anyone, Swamiji has told, like anyone not in the body, any being that's not in the body. So I understand, yes. So even all the dead animals, your pets, you are connected to them. Yes, you should, you can. And you will experience, that animal will experience liberation. See, I also see one more question. Ma Zinyanging Zhou is asking, what to do when practicing superpowers and unable to be connecting to the master? Don't worry. If you are not able to be established in oneness, you can ask this as a boon. Today, during the darshan, now another few more minutes, we're actually going to be having the darshan of Swamiji. And during the darshan, you can post your prayer. You can post this itself as a prayer request, asking Swamiji's blessing to remove this space, the obstacles that are there inside of you and stopping you from power manifesting. Today, you are going to be raised to Jana Loka. where you exist with like extreme oneness. It's pure oneness space, not just oneness individually. You experience oneness with all the body. So it's a very, very, very powerful space. You can, during today's session, you can put this as a message to Swamiji and make sure you put it on all the 6 platforms, where anywhere where Bhagavan's eyes fall, immediately you will get the blessing, and Swamiji himself will respond to you and give you his blessing.
And also, Ma, Swamiji tells beautifully that the moment you decide, the moment you come to that space of completion, let's say the moment you just sit and decide to manifest powers, you start experiencing that space of completion and feeling connection. It automatically opens up in you. And from that moment onwards, Swamiji starts flowing through you. You just need to focus on, just chant the Mahavakya, do the process. Automatically, you will see your being, your inner space will tune in. It's not like, you don't need to constantly tell yourself anything. It's a byproduct of, as you chant the Mahavakya, as you manifest the powers, your inner space naturally falls into the space of oneness. So oneness, I should say, is the resting position of your inner space whenever you're manifesting powers. Okay, so Lucas is asking, does it have to be my ancestors? Can it be someone else that has left the body? It can be anyone who's not in the body, and you will be able to meet them. So you'll be able to travel to the Pitraloka, and
it can be even your friend. That's not a problem. Anyone who you want to meet. What an amazing royal life Swamiji is blessing us with. See, we all enjoy the currency in this world, and we all, like, the whole world runs behind that, and we think everything we can get out of that. But what Swamiji makes us rich with is not that Swamiji gives us, showers us with this wealth, that what money, currency that we understand, and also the conscious currency. What a rich life, royal life Swamiji is giving us. One, he gives us the completion and gives us the knowledge, power to be able to handle, even if our loved one is passing away, you have the strength, you're given the strength to handle it. And he gives you the knowledge of the existence of 14 lokas. He removes the fear of death, fear of suffering, and removes the pain, suffering, everything. And on top of that, he gives us even the power to connect and talk to them. Wow.
Actually, I should tell, see, the very act of Swamiji sitting and making all these available to us is phenomenal. It is not so easy to lift us to that highest planes of consciousness, and we're literally transcending so many universes here. Lucas is asking, is it okay if it is beings like Paramahamsa Yogananda? Okay, so there are 2 parts to your question. I'll answer. Actually, Swamiji had answered this previously. Swamiji had answered this previously once for another puja, Maheshwara puja or something like that, remember. See, basically, you can meet public personalities. Like, for example, let's say you want to meet a celebrity that's not in the body anymore. But Swamiji has said that beyond, if it is against the individual will of that being, we will not be able to. Swamiji can connect, but when that individual will, that being is not agreeing, if that being will get disturbed, then that whole connection will not happen. Secondly, Paramahamsa Yogananda and enlightened masters do not come under this category. They all exist in higher planes like Tapoloka, and they're all in different planes. You have Paramashivoham has come down as Swamiji, so you can see Swamiji here. But all the other enlightened beings, Siddha Purushas, all of them do not come under this category. They don't come under the category of ancestor who exists in Janaloka. They all exist in different states in the higher lokas.
Actually, you will be able to experience all the enlightened masters through Swamiji itself. You will be able to experience. There are so many people experiences where, whether they want to connect with They'll suddenly see Sai Baba and Swamiji, and they will see like with Mahavatar Babaji leading them to Swamiji. Tons of experiences like this. This happens as a spiritual experience for you. And even if you are intensely connected, see, whenever a master is not there physically in the body, they lead you to the living master. When your seeking is sincere, you are immediately directly led to the living master.
And also, public personalities, we will not be able to meet them if their individual will is not allowing you to. If they individually will saying, yes, I am ready to meet, then yes, we'll be able to meet. So that's the thing. So Lucas, does this answer your question? Okay. So all the others, now, can I request every one of you to keep the photos of ancestors in such a position that it is visible in the camera for the darshan, for the initiation? As I request all the participants to please keep the pictures in such a way that it's visible in the camera. Now, as all of us are preparing, one of the most important factors for all of us to understand is how we can exist, how we can connect, travel to the higher dimensions, the higher worlds. The 14 lokas that we all learned about today, in each of these 14 lokas, we can experience our existence. We can connect, we can live, we can experience these manifestations of Paramashiva. All of this is possible in each of these worlds. We'll be learning about, one by one, we'll be learning about each of them further in the program. But particularly in today's one, we're going to be manifesting the experience of traveling to the third parallel universe, the Janaloka. Yes. Now, I also request all the participants to please come and settle down in front of the camera. Please settle down. Nithyananda, please settle down in front of the camera.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Now, all of us are going to prepare ourselves for receiving the darshan, initiation, and traveling to the parallel universe. Like literally, you will start meeting with your ancestors. You may you may travel, or they might come down. Many participants have had this as experience. Like I remember Ma Agamapriya beautifully sharing about how she met with her grandmother and how her ancestors had actually, she put the pictures and how they had actually appeared and given her the darshan, and like they had, when she experienced the deep completion with her grandmother, whom she used to be really close to. So that was such a beautiful experience. I just saw Agamapriya and remember her sharing. See, understand, all of you will also be able to have that as experience. All of you get the pictures and settle down. Please get the pictures of the people who you want to meet with and experience completion with. It's not just meeting them, but also experiencing completion with them. Sumili is asking, why should they return to earth when they're all in some higher plane of existence? Don't worry, they are not going to be stuck over here. It's like you are having a free pass and they're just going to visit you, appear, give darshan only. Because it's not, they are not coming here from any other context. See, they are here, it's like a invite, like Swamiji is creating that channel for them to be able to come and have this as an experience. You're understanding, ma? So don't worry, you're not going to be making them come and be here in Bhuloka. Okay? Ma Sonia Singh. Oh, your mom connected to your dead cousin. Okay, good. Ma, is it true that our dead ancestors are able to guide us or even able to curse us? Pitra Shapa is real, ma. Pitra Shapa exists and they can, like how Swamiji actually shared one very strong experience of what happened with one of the devotees. This was a session on Satyaloka we were having. Swamiji had shared this, that how when a person, he was very deeply connected to Swamiji, he was connected but his family was not. And because of Swamiji's initiation, that person had, if you actually like listen to this from Swamiji, we'll be having this in Satyaloka session day, we'll actually be learning about this. Swamiji actually said who a Brahma Rakshasa is and how they become a Brahma Rakshasa, because and like Swamiji shared how the person had actually attained Nirvikalpa Samadhi because of Swamiji's initiation. And when he left the body, he directly entered into that. And Swamiji had told them not to burn his body because that when he is there in the body itself, it takes a few days for him to be in that state and he will be able to directly get liberated. But the family didn't listen and burnt his body, and he, because of that anger, that because of them he could not get liberation, he turns as Brahma Rakshasa and destroys them. They had video records of some really horrifying things, like how we say the ghost comes and does some things like that, and they even asked Swamiji to like stop him. So it means the Pithrus do have power, meaning the person who's leaving their body, they do have their influence over you, they do have their power over, they do have some certain amount of power over you. But in end of the day, you also have your conscious power, but of course their influence exists. The influence of Pithrus on us exists. Swamiji's initiation can directly help you in coming out of any of such tapas. Actually, Swamiji give us the blessing. Even last 2 seasons, we'll see this is a special initiation as Swamiji blessed, saying all tapas, including Pitru tapas, Swamiji removed from us. And today is that initiation where all these shapas, all these curses, that's it. It has power, it does have power, and these curses are there. Curses exist, they do have power and influence over our current life. But you don't need to worry or you don't need to look further away anymore, because Swamiji himself will be liberating us from all of those curses in today's initiation. And now, as all of us prepare for the initiation, Let us understand a little bit about what are these parallel universes and vertical time zones, and what are the qualifications we need to travel higher up in the parallel universe.
Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagavan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
त्रुट्यादि प्रत्ययस्यार्थ कालो माया समुद्भवः. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagavan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen. Suvarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapaloka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there, you move to Parandama, Vaikunta, and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fueled, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashita-laksheshu sharireshu sharirinam namanushyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine, and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, we start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you various possibilities, powers. For example, imagine, visualize you going to a different country where the electronic gadgets are easily, freely available. So naturally, everything you can gain through the electronic gadgets will be available to you freely. Same way, Kamadhenu, Karpagavriksha, Parijata, all these are like different gadgets, possibilities available in different lokas. Please understand, a permanent, irreversible power manifestation from the upper lokas is possible.
Once these possibilities and powers start to express in the human body on the Bhuloka, our present plane, we reach a point of no return, where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, no force in this Bhuloka, planet Earth, can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible, permanent enlightenment, irreversible, permanent empowerment.
In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagavan Paramashiva reveals about the importance of being initiated by a guru who is fit of giving initiation for us to raise into the various states of consciousness and experience the higher time zones.
The potency of Anavamala, which veils the innate and essential nature of the soul, is set into the decaying phase by this specific activity. Such specific activity is characteristically called Diksha. The intimate communion between the blessed one and the blessing one is very rare and difficult to occur.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, living amidst us today. Starting out at a young age and enduring years of intense penance, he persevered with the single-pointed vision of experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, known as Paramadvaita. He traversed the length and breadth of India, initiated by his gurus into yoga, tantra, and other Eastern metaphysical sciences. After having many profound spiritual experiences, he finally received the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, from his guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, an incarnation of Paramashiva himself in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India.
The brain is the body's most complex organ, containing more than 100 billion neurons, each of them in chemical and electrical conversation with up to 10,000 other neurons. Its sheer capacity to process the various happenings of life is astonishing. The scientific studies on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain remarkably shows that the complexity presents no difficulty for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in managing his brain's activity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's capacity to control his brain is very fluid. He can easily shift his brain function and alter his brain waves, allowing the travel into various time zones possible and effortless. The results from the scientific studies conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism showed that the human body and brain is able to choose to alter the body and to travel to other dimensions at will. The possibility for people to experience the healing capabilities as well as the higher states of consciousness is an event of immense benefit for humankind. The science of altering the rates and progression of many physical diseases, mental instabilities, and ultimately the superconscious breakthrough has now been made available and achievable for today's humanity.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a bridge between the visible and the invisible. He is also a bridge between the age-old world of mysticism and the modern world of science and discovery. As brain research continues on a widespread basis, and as we appropriately bring the phenomena of mysticism into the realm of science for further study, we are taking strides on the path of physical and mental health as well as superconsciousness.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. It can make you tireless forever. It can just kill the boredom once and for all in your life. It can just make you manifest third eye power right now. You may experience intense levitation right now. You may experience absolute flexibility of the body and complete detoxification, a complete healing right now. There can be multiple possibilities. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA.
Such an advanced science, a very ancient science being revived, made available, mapping it to all of our needs, like especially the way Swamiji explained, right? Kalpataru, Kalpavriksha, or Kamadenu, Parijata, all of them Swamiji created almost like a gadget. And making that available to us is what Swamiji is doing. And today, this is exactly what all of us are going to be experiencing. How excited are all of you? Now, we're going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka.
And each of these forms, these Dhyana Shlokas, describe one phase of Sadashiva. We all learned about the Pancha Krityas, right? We all learned how Sadashiva exists as Paramashiva's manifestation, where he does the Pancha Krityas is Sadashiva, correct? Now, in this Dhyana Shloka, we describe each of these phases of Sadashiva and we
connect to those forms. And today Swamiji is going to be giving us all the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of each of these faces of Sadashiva. So let's all get ready. शाक्तेनानेन सकलो विज्ञेयो निष्कलः शिवः क्षित्यादिकुटिला प्रान्तः मन्त्रसिंहासनस्थितिम् शुद्धस्फटिकसङ्काङ्क्षम् द्वात्रिंशल्लक्षणान्वितम् पद्मासनस्थम् पञ्चास्यम् प्रतिवक्त्रम् त्रिलोचनम् दृक्श्रेया विशालाक्षं ज्ञानचन्द्रकलान्वितम् धवलेशानवदनं पीततत्पुरुषाननं कृष्णाघोरमुखोपेतं रक्तभोक्तवक्त्रकम् सुश्वेतं पश्चिमास्यैकं सद्यो जातं समूर्तिकम् नागोपवीतिनं शान्तं जटाखण्डेन्दुमण्डितम् क्षक्यश्रीशूलखट्वाङ्गं वरव्यग्रकराम्बुजम् दक्षिणे रथवामस्भैढमरुं बीजपूरकम् नागाक्षसूत्रं नीलाब्जं बिभ्राणं पञ्चाभिक्करैः दिव्यगन्धानुलिप्ताङ्गं दिव्यपुष्पैरलङ्कृतम् हारकङ्कणकेयूरैर्मुद्रिताभिरलङ्कृतम् तञ्चिन्यमूर्तेरूपरि शक्तिमात्रं विजृम्भणम् लिङ्गाकारोपमर्देन भावने लिङ्गतां त्यजेत्. The next is the Dhyana Shloka of Sadhyo Jata, Sadashiva's aspect of creation. Kundendushankaspathikavabhaso वेदाक्षमालावरधाभयाङ्कः त्र्यक्षक्षुर्वक्त्रं मुरुप्रभावः सद्योऽधिजातो वतु मां प्रतीच्याम्. The next is Vamadeva, Sadashiva's aspect of sustenance. वराक्षमालाभयटङ्कहस्तः सरोजकिञ्चल्कमलासवर्णः त्रिलोचनश्चारुचतुर्मुखो मां पायादुदीच्यां दिशि वामदेवः. The next is Aghora, Sadashiva's aspect of rejuvenation. कुठारकेटाङ्कुशशूलढक्काः कपालपाशाक्षगुणान्धदानः चतुर्मुखो नीलरुचिस्त्रिनेत्रः पायाधघोरो दिशि दक्षिणस्याम्. The next is Tatpurusha, Sadashiva's aspect of pulling out delusion. प्रदीप्तविद्युत्कनकावभासो विधावराभीतिकुठारपाणिः चतुर्मुखस्तत्पुरुषस्त्रिनेत्रः प्राच्यां स्थितो रक्षतु मामजस्रम्. The next is Ishana, Sadashiva's aspect of liberation. वेदाभयेशाष्टकुशत्प्रकाशः कपालढक्काक्षरशूलपाणिः सितद्युद्युतिः पञ्चमुखोऽवतान् माम् ईशान ऊर्ध्वं परमः प्रकाशः. These are the different forms of Sadashiva, the faces of Sadashiva, through which he graces the entire universe. He graces all of us. And today, during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Swamiji, as Sadashiva, will be gracing all of us with these 5 manifestations of Sadashiva. Sadashiva's face of creation,
Sadashiva's face of sustenance, Sadashiva's face of rejuvenation, Sadashiva's face of pulling out of delusion, and Sadashiva's face of liberation. These 5 phases we're all going to be experiencing today through this initiation session.
And today, along with that, we're also going to be experiencing, as we were discussing earlier, we're going to be experiencing the astral travel, traveling to the parallel universe, as well as completion with our Pitrus. Very, very, very powerful experience this is. And I'm so happy to see so many of you from various different countries that have come here. Can all of you post which all countries we have participants from? I request all of you to take a few minutes and post which country are you logging in from. Can the photo be in the phone? Ma Janet Zang. Yes. It can be on your phone. Yes, you have to make sure it's visible in the camera. You should be visible and the picture should also be visible. China, US, Australia, France, Mexico, Germany, Nepal, Guadeloupe, India.
Yuzi Zhang is saying, it feels cool. Are the ancestors uninvited? Actually, it is cool. It is beyond our comprehension even, because we are sitting here at our places, and like each of you have posted from different places that you're all from. And here Swamiji is literally taking us to the highest different universes, let alone different countries, different universes, and to be able to meet the deceased people, our ancestors. It is absolutely cool, and that is life with Swamiji.
And one other important thing, wow. You see so many countries, Portugal, Colombia, Guadeloupe, Reunion Island, Canada, Germany, Malaysia, Honduras, wow, Brazil, China, Hong Kong, again Malaysia, a lot of you from various different parts of the world that have logged in here, and we have participants from almost all the time zones sitting here, and we are going to be experiencing. See, now we all are from various different horizontal time zones. All of us together, Swamiji is going to be raising us to the vertical time zone.
Machuniliu, you're asking why return to Earth when they're all in the higher time zone. Just to clarify, they are not going to be coming down. You are going to be raising up to their loka. So, like Swamiji said, see, because we are creatures with vertical spines, the human beings are species who have vertical spines, a unique fuel called ojas can be infused into us, because of which we can be raised to the parallel universes. So you are not, your ancestors are not going to be coming down, you are going to be raising up. But the benefit here is on both sides. You know why? Because this process is conducted by an avatar. So what happens is, you experiencing completion with your ancestors is one. Then experiencing completion wherever they are is another byproduct of it, just because of the presence of an avatar. It has a tremendous significance to play, an important role to play, because avatar's presence by its nature, but just sheerly by its existence, like how light, just by its existence, erases all the darkness. Light does not need to do something. Just light a lamp, darkness disappears. Same way an avatar, by his sheer presence, will liberate all the incompletions, patterns of problems in another being. So you're understanding? So you're not going to bring them down. You are going to go up.
Olga is asking, so I understand we don't need to include the names of our ancestors in these pictures. No. Make sure it's only your ancestors' picture. You can even project it on your phone and keep it next to you, so no problem. Just make sure you are there in front of the camera and the ancestor is also visible. The picture of the person who you want to meet is also visible in the camera, we keep using the word ancestor. It's not just your ancestors. It could be even sometimes, unfortunately, maybe your child had passed away and you want to meet that person. You can definitely do that. So it's not limited to them being someone elder to you or anything like that. Anyone, any being who is no more in the physical body, you can connect with them. That is the great boon Paramashiva has given to us. He himself has come down as our Swamiji and here gracing all of us today. Matari Ratwe, you can put this as a message once darshan starts now. Put this as a message and Swamiji will immediately connect you with her. So don't worry.
So if you don't have the pictures, Swamiji has told you can put the names or put the names as messages and Swamiji will connect you with those beings. And in your case, you can just put this itself as a message and you'll be able to connect with the being.
And please ensure you are not putting it right now. Put it only after the darshan starts. Okay. And I have very, very important announcements. All the participants, please make sure you are posting your messages, prayer requests on all the 6 platforms. Zoom Room, WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. On all the 6, please make sure you're posting and our support desk team will post all those links in all your chats now. Take a few minutes, go ahead, open those, keep it ready. So as soon as the darshan starts, you're able to post it in all the 6 platforms. Second, ensure you are posting your messages only once. Do not post the same message more than once. This is something very, very, very important. Post your messages only once. Meaning you can post 5 different messages. There is no problem. But we are noticing some of you are posting the same message multiple times. I request the translators to kindly translate this and ensure that the participants are also acknowledging. We noticed a lot of you, see what it's becoming is it's spamming the chat. So we request all of you to avoid spamming the chat and post your prayer requests only once. Otherwise, you are also missing out the blessing that Swamiji is giving to you. So make sure you are posting the messages only once so that neither you miss the messages nor the other people miss the messages from Swamiji.
And during darshan time, Swamiji is literally making himself available to us, opening up the dimensions inside of us, where we can directly tune into the highest possible state of consciousness that we can experience. Swamiji, we all listen to Swamiji revealing about the 25 states of consciousness today, right? During the darshan, we are all literally in Turiya and experiencing, tasting the Turiya Tita space of Swamiji.
Sorry, I just want to announce and noticing sometimes participants are posting names now. Do not post the names of the people that you want to meet with right now. I request the Chinese translator to kindly translate this to them. Let them post it only after the darshan starts. Understand, Swamiji is, see, right now we have at least 10 different Zoom rooms, and apart from this, this program is live across various social media platforms. So on all these platforms that we are live in, Swamiji himself is personally checking and blessing everyone. So kindly make sure you are, one, not spamming the chat. Second, you're posting your messages after the darshan starts so that your messages don't get missed. Third, make sure you're posting the same message across the 6 platforms. Do not post the same message in the same platform. You can post it across the 6 platforms so that wherever Bhagavan's eyes fall, immediately your prayer is blessed. If you all have understood, can I request all the participants to please acknowledge in the chat if you have understood, to post your messages only once and to not spam the chat. If you have understood this, we request all of you to please acknowledge. Wonderful. Now, as all of you are, okay, I see many of you putting yes. Thank you all. Thank you for acknowledging. Please understand, during the darshan, when you sit seeing Swamiji, when you're all sitting, you're having the Naina Diksha, and when Swamiji is telling, like typically during the darshan, Swamiji will announce saying, now you all can post your prayers, or now you all can post the names. At those times, Swamiji is opening up the portal literally for you to directly ask and you to offer your prayers and love to Swamiji. So at those times, what is a specific thing that Swamiji is announcing? Like for example, Swamiji will tell certain times Swamiji to post all your prayers and boons, or based on the blessing or initiations that processes Swamiji is conducting. Each time Swamiji opens up a particular dimension for us to ask. Like sometimes it's boons, or sometimes it's completion with ancestors. So during those times when Swamiji is telling that particular thing, we request every one of you to go ahead and post at those times. And Swamiji himself is continuously seeing and responding to all our prayers, blessings, requests, boons, everything. So you all can post and understand you are literally raising to the vertical time zones, parallel universes. You are experiencing yourself in the higher lokas, how you exist. And Swamiji, by awakening the Kundalini Shakti in us, the latent inner potential energy in us, Swamiji is lifting us to that highest frequency of our existence. Yes, and Adamya Sharma is asking, can we today go to KAILASA and meet the higher self Paramashiva? Yes, see, you can travel up to KAILASA. Means today's Swamiji will open the possibility for us to raise ourselves to higher lokas. Specifically to experience KAILASA itself, we are going to be having a process. It's going to be coming in the upcoming day. So now I think every one of us are prepared, ready, eagerly waiting for the darshan. And the moment has come for all of us to enter into the darshan. We're all now going to be receiving the blessing. And all of us can also post, see, during the darshan, all of you can also share what you're loving in the darshan, how, what all you're enjoying in the darshan, how is Swamiji looking. You can share all your love and gratitude, everything also in the messages itself to Swamiji directly. You can post it in the chat. So I know all of us are eagerly waiting to see. Today is to have the darshan of Swamiji today. It's time. Now let's all enter into a deep meditative space. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.